梁歌制作，西厢记，元代王实甫创作。第一本，蝎子外办老夫人上，老身姓郑，夫主姓崔，官拜前朝相国，不幸因病告卒，只生得个小女，小字莺莺，年19岁。
Production by Liang Gu. The Romance of the West Chamber was created by Wang Shifu in the Yuan Dynasty. The first book, Wedge, pretending to be an old lady. My surname is Zheng, my husband's surname is Chui. I was a minister of the former dynasty, but unfortunately I died of illness. He only gave birth to a little girl, named Yingying, who is 19 years old.
真指女工，诗词书算，无不能者。老相公在日，曾许下老身之职，乃正尚书之长子郑恒为妻。因俺孩儿父丧未满，未得成合。又有个小妮子，是自幼服侍孩的。
A female needleworker, a poet, a mathematician, there is nothing she can't do. When the old husband was in Japan, he promised his nephew, Zheng Heng, the eldest son of Zheng Shangshu, to be his wife. Because my children's father has not yet died, they have not yet been married. There is also a little girl who has been waiting on children since she was a child.
唤作红娘，一个小厮儿，唤作欢郎。先夫去世之后，老身与女孩扶柩至柏林安葬，因路途有阻，不能得去。来到河中府，将这灵柩祭在普救寺内。
Call me a matchmaker. A young boy, called Huanlang. After my late husband passed away, I and the girl carried the coffin to Bowling for burial. However, they were unable to go because of obstacles on the road. Come to Hezhong Mansion and leave the coffin in Pujiu Temple.
这寺是先夫相国修造的，乃则天娘娘香火院，况兼法本长老，又是俺相公剃度的和尚，因此俺就这西乡下一座宅子安下，一必写书，赴京师去。
This temple was built by my late husband, the prime minister, and it was the incense courtyard of Empress Sitian. Moreover, Elder Jayanthaban was also the monk who was ordained by my husband, so I settled down in this house in the west wing. I wrote a book and sent it to the capital.
唤郑恒来相扶回柏林去。我想先夫在日，食前方丈，从者数百，今日至亲，则这3、4口，好生伤感人也呵。仙侣赏花时，夫主经师路命中，子母姑双途路穷。
Call Zheng Heng to help him return to Bowling. I think my late husband is here, my husband is here before the eclipse, and I have hundreds of followers. Today's closest relatives are these 3 or 4, it's so sad and touching. Call Zheng Heng to help him return to Bowling. I think my late husband is here, my husband is here before the eclipse, and I have hundreds of followers. Today's closest relatives are these 3 or 4, it's so sad and touching. Xian Lu, when admiring flowers, the husband, the master of the capital, died, and his son, mother, and widow were left alone and poor.
因此上屡趁在范王宫，盼不到柏林旧种，血泪洒度捐红。今日暮春天气，好生困人，不免唤红娘出来吩咐他。红娘何在？来办红剑科。夫人云：你看佛殿上没人烧香喝。
Therefore, the traveler is in the Brahma Palace. I can't wait to see the old tomb of Bowling, where blood and tears will be sprinkled red with cuckoos. The weather in late spring today is so good that people are in need, so I can't help but call the matchmaker to come out and pay for him. Where is the matchmaker? Liao pretends to be Hong Jinka, Mrs. Yun. Look, no one is burning incense in the Buddhist temple.
和小姐散心耍一回去来。红云锦衣严命， 夫人下，红云小姐有请。正旦半莺莺上，红云夫人着俺和姐姐佛殿上闲耍一回去来。但唱腰篇可正是人之残春蒲俊东。
Come back and have some fun with the lady. Hong Yun, I will strictly follow my orders. Exit Madam, Hong Yun, Miss, please come. Enter dressing up as Ying, Hong Yun, Madam brought me and my sister back to play in the Buddhist temple. Come back and have some fun with the lady. Hong Yun, I will strictly follow my orders. Exit Madam, Hong Yun, Miss, please come. Enter dressing up as Ying, Hong Yun, Madam brought me and my sister back to play in the Buddhist temple. Dancing, Yupian, but it is a person worthy of the end of spring, Gajundong.
门掩重关萧寺中，花落水流红，闲愁万种，无语怨东风。并下第一本，第一折正末半张生骑马引仆上开，小生姓张，名拱，字君瑞，本贯西洛人也，先人拜礼部尚书。
The door is heavily closed in the Shao temple. The flowers are falling and the water is red. I am filled with sorrows and have no words to complain about the east wind. Bottom and below, the first book, the first fold. At the end of the story, he pretends to be Zhang Xing on horseback to lead his servant to the door. Xiaoxing's surname is Zhang, his given name is Gong, his courtesy name is Juanrui, and he is from Shilua. The ancestors paid homage to the Minister of Rights.
不幸五旬之上，因病身亡。后一年丧母。小生书剑飘零，功名未遂，游于四方。即今贞元17年2月上旬，唐德宗即位，欲往上朝取应，路经河中府过。蒲关上有一故人。
Unfortunately, he died of illness in his 50s. His mother died a year later. Xiaoxing's riding sword is in the air, his fame has not been achieved, and he is traveling around the world. That is, in early February of the 17th year of Zhenyuan, Emperor Dizong of the Tang Dynasty came to the throne. He wanted to go to the Shang Dynasty to receive support, and passed by Hezhong Mansion. There is an old friend in Puguan.
姓杜明确，字君实，与小生同郡同学，当初为八拜之交。后弃文就武，遂得武举状元，官拜征西大元帅，统领10万大军，镇守着蒲关。小生就望哥哥一遭，却往京师求见。
His surname is Du, whose given name is Junsher. He and Xiaoxing were classmates in the same county, and they were friends for 8 worshippers. His surname is Du, whose given name is Junsher. He and Xiaoxing were classmates in the same county, and they were friends for 8 worshippers. Later, he abandoned literature and turned to martial arts, and won the first prize in the martial arts examination. He was appointed Marshal of the West and commanded an army of 100,000 to guard Puguan. Xiaoxing only looked up to his elder brother, but went to the capital to seek advancement.
安详小生迎窗雪暗，刮垢磨光，学成满腹文章，尚在湖海飘零，何日得遂大志也呵？万金宝剑藏秋水，满马春愁压绣鞍。仙侣点绛唇，游弋中原，脚跟无限，如蓬转。
I secretly think about the snow table under the window, scraped and polished, and full of articles after learning, but it is still drifting in the lake and sea. When will I achieve my great ambition? A sword of 10,000 gold hides the autumn water, and a horse full of spring sorrow weighs on its embroidered saddle. Xin Lidian Jianglip traveling in the central plains, the heels are wireless and spinning.
望眼连天，日近长安远。混江龙向诗书经传，度于4部出废钻研。将即为手暖，把铁砚磨穿。投掷得云路鹏程9万里， 先受了雪窗萤火20年，才高难入俗人机。
Looking at the sky, the sun is approaching and Chang'an is far away. Hanjianglong, according to the poems and books, the silverfish seems to have no trouble studying it. Keep the thorns around to keep them warm, and wear the iron inkstone through. Looking at the sky, the sun is approaching and Chang'an is far away. Hanjianglong, according to the poems and books, the silverfish seems to have no trouble studying it. Keep the thorns around to keep them warm, and wear the iron inkstone through. I traveled 90,000 miles to Diyun, and suffered from the snowy window and fireflies for 20 years. It is difficult for people with great talent to become ordinary people.
时乖不遂男儿愿，空雕虫篆刻，坠断剪残边。行路之间，早到蒲津。这黄河有9曲，此正古河内之地，你看好行事也啊。游胡虏9曲风涛何处险，则除是此地偏。
Sometimes a good boy fails to fulfill his wishes. It is made of hollow carvings and seals, and is decorated with fragments of broken bamboo slips. During the journey, we arrived at Pujin early. There are 9 bends in the Yellow River, and this is the place in ancient Hanoi. Sometimes a good boy fails to fulfill his wishes. It is made of hollow carvings and seals, and is decorated with fragments of broken bamboo slips. During the journey, we arrived at Pujin early. There are 9 bends in the Yellow River, and this is the place in ancient Hanoi. You should be optimistic about the situation. You gourd, wherever the wind and waves of the 9 curves appear, it is except here.
这河带其凉，分秦晋，爱幽烟，雪浪拍长空，天际秋云卷，竹索揽浮桥，水上苍龙眼，东西窥九州，南北串百川。归州锦不锦如何见？却变似奴剑诈离弦。天下乐。
This river leads Qiliang, divides the Qin and Jin dynasties, and has narrow passes. Snow waves beat in the sky, and autumn clouds roll in the sky. Bamboo cable pontoon bridges, and dragons croak on the water. It breaks through Kyushu from east to west, and connects hundreds of rivers from north to south. How can I see if it's time to return to the boat? But it's like an arrow suddenly leaving the string. This river leads Qiliang, divides the Qin and Jin dynasties, and has narrow passes. Snow waves beat in the sky, and autumn clouds roll in the sky. Bamboo cable pontoon bridges, and dragons croak on the water. It breaks through Kyushu from east to west, and
只一世银河落9天，渊泉云外悬，入东洋不离此境川。自洛阳千种花，润良缘万顷田，也曾贩夫茶到日月边。话说间早到城中，这里一坐垫，琴童阶下马者。
I just suspect that the Milky Way has fallen into the sky, the abyss, springs, and clouds are hanging outside, and you can't leave without passing through it when entering the East Ocean. It nourishes thousands of flowers in Luoyang, nourishes thousands of hectares of fields in Liangyuan, and even reaches the sun and moon. Arrive in the city early. There is a shop here, and the piano boy picks up the horse.
店小二哥那里，小二上云，自家是这状元店里小二哥。官人要下，俺这里有干净店房。莫云头房里下，先撒和那马者。小二哥，你来，我问你，这里有什么闲散新处？
Where is the shop, boy? The waiter goes up to the cloud. I am the second waiter in this number 1 store. Officials are going to leave. I have a clean shop here. Mo Yun, in the first room, whoever wants to win over the horse first. Second brother, come here, let me ask you, what is the leisure time here?
名山胜境， 福地宝方皆可。小二云：俺这里有座寺，明日普救寺，是则天皇后香火院，盖造非俗，琉璃殿相近清霄，舍利塔直亲云汉。南来北往，三教九流，过者无不瞻仰。
Famous mountains and scenic spots, blessed places and treasure houses are all available. Shao'eryun, I have a temple here, called Repugia Temple, which is the incense courtyard of Queen Zetian. Its construction is extraordinary, the glazed hall is close to the blue sky, and the stupa goes straight into Yunnan. Famous mountains and scenic spots, blessed places and treasure houses are all available. Shao'eryun, I have a temple here, called Repugia Temple, which is the incense courtyard of Queen Zetian. Its construction is extraordinary, the glazed hall is close to the blue sky, and the stupa goes straight into Yunnan. Traveling from south to north, there are 3 religions and 9 streams, and everyone who passes by looks up to them.
则除那里可以君子游玩。莫云秦童料吃下享午饭，俺到那里走一遭便回来也。仆云安排下饭，撒胡了马，等哥哥回家。下法聪上小僧法聪。
Except there is a place where gentlemen can play. Mo Yun, Chin Tong's material is ready for lunch. I went there for a walk and then came back. Pu Yun, arrangements were made for dinner, horses were prepared, and they waited for my brother to come home. Bottom, F8 Song, Part 1, Little Monk F8 Song.
是这普救寺法本长老座下弟子。今日师傅赴斋去了，只有我在寺中，但有探长老的，便记着待师傅回来报之。山门下立地，看有什么人来。陌上云却早来到也，见聪了。
He is a disciple of the patriarch of Pujiu Temple. Master went to the temple today and kept me in the temple, but those who visited the elders would remember to wait until Master comes back to report. He stood at the mountain gate to see who was coming. Moshanjian, but he came early. See you.
聪问云：客官从何来？莫云小生奚落至此，闻上沙优雅清爽，一来瞻仰佛像，二来拜谒长老。敢问长老在吗？聪云：俺师父不在寺中，贫僧弟子法聪的便是。
Song asked, where did the guest officer come from? Mo Yun, Shaoxing Shilua came here and heard that the temple was elegant and refreshing. First he came to pay homage to the Buddha statue and secondly he came to pay homage to the elder. May I ask if the elder is here? Song Yun, my master is not in the temple, but the poor monk disciple Fakang is.
请先生方丈拜茶。莫云：既然长老不在不必吃茶，敢烦和尚相引，瞻仰一遭，幸甚。聪云：小僧取钥匙，开了佛殿、钟楼、罗汉堂，相基础，盘桓一会，师傅敢待回来。坐看科。
Mr. Abbot, please have tea. Mo Yun, since the elder is not here, there is no need to have tea. I dare to bother the monk to introduce him to you and pay my respects. I am very lucky. Song Yun, the young monk, took the key and opened the Buddhist hall, bell tower, Arhat hall, Xiangji kitchen, and lingered for a while. Master dared to come back. Do medical examination.
莫云是盖造的好也啊！村里亚古随喜了上方佛殿，早来到下方僧院，行过厨房进西，法堂此钟楼前面，游了洞房，登了宝塔，将回廊绕遍，数了罗汉，参了菩萨。
Mo Yun, the building is well built. Village drums. After rejoicing at the Buddhist temple above, we arrived at the monastery below early. Walk past the kitchen and approach the west, here is the Dharma Hall, in front of the bell tower. I visited the bridal chamber, climbed the pagoda, and walked around the corridors. Mo Yun, the building is well built. Village drums. After rejoicing at the Buddhist temple above, we arrived at the monastery below early. Walk past the kitchen and approach the west, here is the Dharma Hall, in front of the bell tower. I visited the bridal chamber, climbed the pagoda, and walked around the corridors. Counted arhats and visited bodhisattvas.
拜了圣贤，莺莺引红娘拈花枝上云：红娘，俺去佛殿上耍去来。莫作见客呀！正撞着500年前风流夜渊，元和令颠不次的见了万千，似这般可喜娘的旁儿喊曾见。
Worship the saints. Ying leads the matchmaker to pick up a flower branch and go up to the clouds. Matchmaker, I'm going to play in the Buddhist temple. Finally, see the subject, yeah. He is colliding with the injustice caused by the romantic industry 500 years ago. Yuan He Ling, I have seen thousands of people, but I have rarely seen Pang Er who is such a happy mother.
则这人眼花缭乱口难言，魂灵儿飞在半天。他那里尽人调戏，身单折香肩，只将花笑念。上马交这的是都帅公，休猜做了离恨天。呀，谁想着寺里遇神仙？
Then it is dazzling and confusing, and the soul is flying in the sky for a long time. In his place, everyone is teasing, who is single, with their fragrant shoulders, only smiling at the flowers. Shang Ma Jiao, this is the Tushita Palace, don't guess its Lihension. Ah, who wants to meet gods in the temple?
我见他宜嗔宜喜春风面，偏宜贴翠花钿。圣葫芦则见他供样眉儿新月眼，斜侵入鬓边。但云红娘，你去，寂僧防人不到，满街台衬落花红。莫云
I see that he should be angry, he should be happy with the spring breeze, and he should be biased and stick to the green flowers. Shengord, then you can see his palace-like eyebrows with crescent moon, diagonally invading the temples. Dan Yun, matchmaker, you look at me, the monk's room is so lonely that no one is here, and the moss lining the steps is full of red flowers. Moyun.
我死也，未与前些腼腆，樱桃红绽，玉京白露，半晌恰方言。腰偏恰便似粒粒莺声花外传，行一步可人怜。解舞腰肢娇又软，千般袅娜，万般旖旎。
I'm going to die. Before I said anything, I was shy, the cherries were red and the jade was white, and I spoke in dialect for a long time. Yuppian, just like the chirping of orioles outside the flowers, one step is pitiful. Jia Wu's waist is delicate and soft, all graceful and alluring.
似垂柳晚风前，红云那必有人，咱家去来。但回顾去莫下莫云和尚，恰怎么观音现来？聪云休胡说，这是河中府崔相国的小姐。莫云世间有这等女子。
Like a weeping willow before the evening breeze. Hong Yun, there is someone on that wall, let's come and go. Looking back at Moxia, Moyun, monk, how come Guanyin appears? Song Yun, stop talking nonsense, this is the lady of Chui Xianghua of Hezhong Prefecture. Mo Yun, there are such women in the world.
岂非天姿国色乎？休说那模样，则那一对小脚，价值100亿之金。聪云若远的，他在那壁，你在这壁，系着长雀儿，你便怎知他脚？莫云法聪，来，你问我怎辨知？
Isn't it the beauty of the sky and the beauty of the country? Not to mention that appearance, those little feet are worth 100 of gold. Song Yun so far away, he is on that wall and you are on this wall, wearing a long skirt, how do you know his feet? Isn't it the beauty of the sky and the beauty of the country? Not to mention that appearance, those little feet are worth 100 of gold. Song Yun so far away, he is on that wall and you are on this wall, wearing a long skirt, how do you know his feet? Mo Yun, Fa Song, come, you ask me how I will know.
你去后庭花，若不是衬残红，方净软，怎显得不相沉底样浅？且修提眼角留情处，则这角宗儿将心事传。慢额言，头至到龙门前面，刚纳了上不远。
You look at it. Back garden flower, if it were not lined with residual red and its fragrant path is soft, how could it appear to be as light as the fragrance of dust? Don't worry about the corners of your eyes, because these footsteps will convey your thoughts. Slowly and slowly, I threw it in front of Kongmaner, just one step away.
刚刚的打个照面，疯魔了张解元。四神仙归洞天，空余下杨柳烟，只却得鸟雀喧。柳叶儿门掩着梨花深院，粉墙儿高似青天。恨天，天不与人行方便，好着我难消遣。
The face-to-face meeting just now shocked Zhang Jiyuan. It's like a fairy returning to the cave sky, with willow smoke remaining in the sky, only the birds can noisy. Lu Yi'er, the door is hidden behind the pear blossoms in the deep courtyard, and the pink wall is as high as the blue sky. I hate the face-to-face meeting just now shocked Zhang Jiyuan. It's like a fairy returning to the cave sky, with willow smoke remaining in the sky, only the birds can noisy. Lu Yi'er, the door is hidden behind the pear blossoms in the deep courtyard, and the pink wall is as high as the blue sky. I hate the sky, it doesn't make things convenient for me, and it's hard for me to enjoy myself.
端地是怎留脸？小姐啊，责备你误的，不引了人一马心猿。葱云休惹事，河中开府的小姐去远了也。莫唱寄生草，兰麝香仍在，配还声渐远。东风摇曳垂杨线。
The key is how to stay. Miss, are you so unattractive? Songyan don't cause trouble, the lady who opened the mansion in Hezhong has gone far away. Last singing, parasite grass, the orchid musk is still there, and the sound of wearing the ring is fading away. The east wind sways the weeping poplar lines.
游丝牵惹桃花片，珠帘掩映芙蓉面。你倒是河中开府相公家，我倒是南海水月观音县。10年不识君王面，始信婵娟解误人。小生便不往京师去应举也罢。去葱云。
The hairspring touches the peach blossoms, and the bead curtain hides the hibiscus face. Your path is to the home of the Prime Minister of Keifu in the middle of the river, and my path is to the appearance of the moon Guanyin in the South Sea. I haven't seen the king for 10 years, but I believe that Changwan misunderstood the person. It's okay for the young student not to go to the capital to take the exam. Look at Songyun.
敢烦和尚对长老说之，有僧房戒半间，早晚温习经史，胜如履底内冗杂，房今依例拜纳，小生明日自来也。转煞恶眼望将穿禅，口嫌空咽，空着我透骨髓，相思病染。
Dare to bother the monk and tell the elder, I have borrowed half of the monk's room. I can review scriptures and history in the morning and evening. It is better than staying in a hotel with too much clutter. The house fee will be paid according to the rules, and Shaoxing will come tomorrow. Earning evil hungry eyes are about to pierce through the greedy mouth and swallow empty. And dare to bother the monk and tell the elder, I have borrowed half of the monk's room. I can review scriptures and history in the morning and evening. It is better than staying in a hotel with too much clutter. The house fee will be paid according to the rules, and Shaoxing will come tomorrow.
怎当他临去秋波那一转，修道士小生，便是铁石人也一惹情牵。近庭轩，花柳争妍，日午当庭塔影圆。春光在眼前，争奈遇人不见，将一座范王宫一试50元。并下。
How can I expect him to look at you before he leaves? Shodao is a niche student, and even a tough guy wants to be affectionate. Near the pavilion, flowers and willows are blooming, and the shadow of the tower is round at noon. Spring is in front of us, but the beauty is missing, and the Brahma Palace is suspected to be Bilingual. Bottom.
第一本，第二折，夫人上白，前日长老将前去与老相公做好事，不见来回话。道与红娘传着我的言语去问长老，几时好与老相公做好事？
The first book, the second fold. Madam Shangbai, the day before yesterday, the elder sent the money to do good deeds with my old husband, but there was no reply. Tao and matchmaker, pass on my words to ask the elder, when can I do good deeds with my husband?
就着他办下东西的当了，来回我画着。下敬半节上老僧法本，在这普救寺里做长老。此次是则天皇后盖造的，后来崩损，又是崔相国重修的。
Just let him take care of things and get back to me. Bottom, Jing Po Jia top, the old monk Dharma Ben is an elder in this Pujo temple. Just let him take care of things and get back to me. Bottom, Jing Po Jia top, the old monk Dharma Ben is an elder in this Pujo temple. This temple was built by Queen Zetian, but later collapsed and was rebuilt by Cui Xianghua.
现今崔老夫人领着家眷服就回柏林，因陆祖暂寓本寺西厢之下，带路通回柏林迁葬。夫人处事温简，治家有方，是是非非，人莫敢犯。夜来老僧负斋。
Now Mrs. Cui is leading her family members to support the coffin back to Bowling. Due to road obstruction, he temporarily stayed under the west wing of the temple until the road cleared and he could be moved back to Bowling for burial. My wife is gentle and frugal in everything she does, and she manages the family well. No one dares to violate right or wrong. At night, the old monk went to fast.
不知曾有人来望老僧否？唤聪问科，聪云：夜来有一秀才自西洛而来，特夜我师，不遇而返。结云山门外去着，若再来时，报我知道。陌上昨日见了那小姐。
I wonder if anyone has ever come to see the old monk. Zun Kongwenk, Songyun, a scholar came from Shilua at night and paid a special visit to my teacher, but he returned without meeting me. Jia Yun looking outside the mountain gate, if you come again, let me know. Last part, I met that lady yesterday.
道有顾盼小生之意，今日去问长老借一间僧房，早晚温习经史，倘遇那小姐出来，必当饱看一会。中履粉点儿不做周方，埋怨杀你个法聪和尚。
It seems that I am looking forward to a small career. Today I'm going to ask the elder to borrow a monk's room, and I will review scriptures and history in the morning and evening. If I meet that young lady coming out, I will definitely watch her for a while. Zhonglu, Pindier, if you don't do Zhou Fang, I will kill you, Monk Fakong, for complaining.
借与我半间客舍僧房，与我那可僧才居止出门相向，虽不能窃欲偷香，且将这盼云眼睛打当。醉春风往常时见覆粉的伪师修， 画眉的赶尸谎。
Lend me half of the guest house in the monk's room, facing the door where my abominable talent lives. Although you can't steal jade and fragrance, you should still look at Panyan's eyes. Drunken spring breeze, usually when I see foo fun, I am really embarrassed, and thrush eyebrow dares to lie.
今日多情人一见了有情娘，这小生仙里早痒痒。已斗的肠荒，断送的眼乱，隐惹的心忙。莫见葱科葱云师傅正望先生来历，只此少待，小僧通报去。杰出见莫科。
Today, when the lover saw his lover, his heart was filled with itch. The meandering teases make the intestines frightened, the sadness makes the eyes confused, and the temptation makes the heart busy. Ma Jin Sonka, Song Yun, the master is expecting the gentleman to come, so he will just wait a little while, and the young monk will inform him. Jia Chu Jian Mo Ku.
莫云是好一个和尚啊！迎仙客，我则见他头似雪，鬓如霜，面如铜，少年得内养，貌堂堂，声朗朗，头直上只少个圆光，却便是捏塑来的僧伽像。结云，请先生方丈内相见。
Mo Yun, what a good monk. Welcome the immortal guest. I saw that his head was like snow, his temples were like frost, and his face was like a child. But it is a molded image of the Sangha. Jiayun, sir, please meet inside the abbot.
夜来老僧不在，有失迎驾，望先生恕罪。莫云，小生久闻老和尚清誉，欲来坐下听讲，何期昨日不得相遇？今能一见，是小生三生有幸矣。结云，先生是家何郡？
The old monk is not here at night, so I missed you. I hope you will forgive me, sir. Mo Yun, Shaoxing has heard about the great reputation of the old monk for a long time and wants to come and listen to the lecture. How could he not meet him yesterday? I am lucky to be able to see him now. Jia Yun, what county is your family from?
敢问上姓大名，因甚至此？莫云，小生姓张，名拱，字君瑞，16花大师一一问行藏。小生仔细诉衷肠，自来西洛是无乡，宦游在四方，寄居咸阳。先人拜礼部尚书多名望。
May I ask your name? Why is this happening? Moyun, Xiaoxing's surname is Zhang, his first name is Gong, and his courtesy name is Juanrui. Pomegranate flower, the master asked Xingzang one by one, and Xiaoxing carefully told his heart that Shilua is my hometown, and officials travel everywhere. Lived in Xianyang. May I ask your name? Why is this happening? Moyun, Xiaoxing's surname is Zhang, his first name is Gong, and his courtesy name is Juanrui. Pomegranate flower, the master asked Xingzang one by one, and Xiaoxing carefully told his heart that Shilua is my hometown, and officials travel everywhere. Lived in Xianyang. Ancestors who were ministers of the Ministry of Rites enjoyed great fame.
五旬上因病身亡。结云，老相公弃世，必有所疑。莫唱平生直无偏向，只留下四海一空囊。窦鹌鹑，俺先人甚的是浑俗和光，尊一位风清月朗。结云
He died of illness in his 50s. Jia Yun, when my old husband passes away, he must leave something behind. Last singing, I have no direction in my life, leaving only an empty bag in the world. Fighting quails, my ancestors were very humble and light, and the wind was clear and the moon was bright. Jiayun. He died of illness in his 50s. Jiayun, when my old husband passes away, he must leave something behind. Last singing, I have no direction in my life, leaving only an empty bag in the world. Fighting quails my ancestors were very humble and light, and the wind was clear and the moon was bright. Jiayun.
先生此一行，必上朝取应去。莫唱小生无意求官，有心待听进。小生特业长老，耐路途奔驰，无以相愧。量着穷秀才人情，则是纸半张，以没甚七清八黄。
Sir, this party must go to court to get the answer. Last singing, Shaoxing has no intention of seeking an official position, but is willing to listen. The young man pays a special visit to the elder, but he is traveling all the way and has nothing to offer in return. Measuring the favor of a poor scholar is only half a piece of paper, so it is not very clear.
近着你说短论长，一任带颠金拨两。敬禀有白银1两，与常往公用，略表寸心，望效刘氏姓。节云先生客中，何故如此？莫云吾先不足此，但充讲下一茶耳。上小楼。
You can talk about short things and long things, and you can weigh everything at once. 'Tis, I have a tale of silver, which I share with my regular friends. It shows my heart, and I am lucky to see you smile. Jia Yun, sir, why is this so while you are a guest? Mo Yun, there are not enough words to say about the rare things, but I can only talk about the tea ears. Go up to the small building.
小生特来见访，大师何须谦让？节云老僧绝不敢受。莫唱这钱也难买柴薪，不够斋粮，且备茶汤。去葱云这1两未为厚礼。你若有主张，对燕庄将言辞说上。
Shaoxing came here to visit, so why should the master be so humble? Jia Yun, the old monk would never dare to accept it. Last singing, it's hard to buy firewood with this money, it's not enough for fasting food, and it's not enough to prepare tea and soup. Looking at Song Yun, this tale is not a generous gift. If you have an opinion, speak up about Yanzhuang.
我将你众和尚死生难忘。节云先生必有所请。莫云小生不揣有肯，因恶屡冗杂，早晚难以温习经史，欲假一事，晨昏听讲。房间暗月任意多少？节云必似颇有数间。
I will never forget you, all the monks. Jain sir, you will definitely have something to ask for. I will never forget you, all the monks. Jain sir, you will definitely have something to ask for. Mo Yun, Shaoxing is not sincere, because the evil journey is too complicated. It is difficult to review the classics and history in the morning and evening, so he wants to stay in a room and listen to lectures in the morning and evening. The rent can be any amount per month.
任先生拣选。莫唱腰偏也不要相击除，枯木堂。原有南轩，离着东墙，靠着西厢。进主廊，过耳房，都皆停当。节云便不喝，就与老僧同处何如？莫笑云要嫩怎么？
Mr. Ren's choice. Last singing. Yupian, don't want Xiangji kitchen or drywood hall. There is Nanxian in the distance, away from the east wall and against the west wing. Near the main corridor and past the ear room, everything is in place. Jia Yun no, how about staying with the old monk? Mo Xiao Yun, what do you want to do?
你是必修提着长老方丈。洪上云老夫人这俺问长老，几时好与老相公做好事？看得停当回话，须所走一遭去来。见节科长老万福，夫人使侍妾来问。
You will definitely carry the elder and abbot with you. Hong Shangyan, the old lady asked me to ask the elder, when can I do good deeds with my husband? Respond appropriately. You have to go back and forth. Si Jieka, long blessing, elder. The lady sent her concubine to ask.
几时好与老相公做好事？周看得停当了回话。莫被云好个女子也啊！托布山大人家举止端详，全没那半点轻狂。大师行深深拜了，其朱唇语言得当。小凉州
When is the best time to do good things with my husband? He looked at it calmly and replied. Mo Baiyun, what a woman. Take off the shirt, my behavior is serious and not frivolous at all. The master bowed deeply and opened his red lips to speak appropriately. Zai Liangzwu.
可喜的庞儿浅淡妆，穿一套缟素衣裳，胡绫路老不寻常，偷睛望，眼错里抹蟑螂。腰偏若供他多情小姐同鸳帐，怎舍得他叠被铺床？我将小姐央，夫人央，他不另许放。
Fortunately, Panger has light makeup and a set of plain clothes. Hu Linglu is an unusual old man, looking furtively and smearing his eyes. Yuppian, if we share the tent with his passionate lady, how can we let him fold the quilt and make the bed? Fortunately, Panger has light makeup and a set of plain clothes. Hu Linglu is an unusual old man, looking furtively and smearing his eyes. Yuppian, if we share the tent with his passionate lady, how can we let him fold the quilt and make the bed? I will take the young lady and the madam to my side, but he will not let me go.
我亲自写与从良。节云2月15日，可与老相公做好事。红云妾与长老同去佛殿看了，却回夫人话。节云先生请少坐，老僧同小娘子看一遭便来。莫云
I personally write with Zongliang. Jain on February 15th, you can do good things with your old husband. Hong Yun, I went to see the Buddhist temple with the elder, but I replied to my wife's words. Jia Yun sir, please sit down. The old monk and the young lady will come to see you. Mo Yun.
着小娘子先行，俺进后谢。节云一个有道理的秀才。莫云小生有一句话赶到吗？节云便道不妨。莫唱快活3崔家女艳妆，莫不是颜洒你个老节郎？节云
Let the young lady go first, and I will come closer. Jia Yun, a scholar who makes sense. Mo Yun, is there anything Shaoxing dares to say? Jin, it's okay to take a shortcut. Last singing, Happy 3, the daughter of the Chui family has a beautiful makeup. Could she be playing the role of an old gentleman? Jia Yun.
俺出家人哪有此事？莫唱既不煞，却怎唆趁着你头上放毫光，打扮得特来晃？节云先生是何言语？早是那小娘子不听的理，若知是甚意思？红上佛殿科莫唱。
I'm a monk. Is this a problem? Last singing, even though you are not alone, how can you take advantage of your head to shine and dress up so well? Jane, what are you saying, sir? The little lady didn't listen to her a long time ago. If she knew, what would it mean? Hongshang Buddha Hall section, last sing.
朝天子过得主郎，引入洞房，好事从天降。我与你看着门儿，你进去。桀怒云先生，此非先王之法言，岂不得罪于圣人之门乎？老僧偌大年纪，焉肯做此等之态？莫唱。
Chao Tianzi passes through the main corridor and leads into the bridal chamber, and good things fall from the sky. I watch the door with you, and you go in. Jia Nu Yun, sir, this is not the dharma of the former kings, so how can it not offend the sect of the saints? How can an old monk be willing to behave like this at such an old age? Last sing.
好模好样太莽撞，没则罗便罢，烦恼怎么那唐三藏？怪不得小生以你，偌大一个宅堂，可怎生别没个儿郎，使得梅香来说够当。结云老夫人至家严肃。
It's too reckless to look good, but it's okay if you don't have it. Why worry about Tang Sanzang? No wonder Shaoxing is suspicious of you. In such a big house, how come you don't have a son, so Mei Xiang comes to do it? Jian the old lady manages the family seriously.
内外并无一个男子出入。莫被云这突死巧说，你在我行，口强，硬抵着头皮撞。结对红云这斋供道场都完备了，15日请夫人小姐拈香。莫问云何故？结云
No man came or went inside or outside. Mo Beiyun, the bald man said cleverly. You are in my own way, you are strong-willed, and you hit me hard on the head. Jie Dui Hongyun, the dojo is now complete. On the 15th, I would like to invite my lady to burn incense. End question, why? Jieyun.
这是崔相国小姐至孝，为报父母之恩。又是老相国诞日，就脱孝服，所以做好事。莫哭柯云，哀哀父母，生我劬劳，欲报深恩，昊天罔极。小姐是一女子。
This is Miss Chui Xianggua's utmost filial piety to repay her parents' kindness. It is also the day of the country, so the old Prime Minister takes off his filial piety, so he does good deeds. Moki Ku says, I'm sorry for my parents, who worked so hard to give birth to me. I want to repay my deep kindness, but Hao Tian ignores me. The lady is a woman.
尚然有报父母之心，小生湖海飘零数年，自父母下世之后，并不曾有一墨纸钱相报。望和尚慈悲为本，小生亦备钱5000，怎生带得一分儿斋，追荐俺父母咱。
I still have the desire to repay my parents. My little life has been wandering around for several years, and since my parents passed away, there has never been a piece of paper to repay them. I hope the monk is compassionate. I also prepared 5,000 yuan for my life. How can I bring a cent to my child's meal? I recommend my parents to you.
便夫人之也不妨，以尽人子之心。结云法聪与这先生带一分者。莫被问聪云那小姐明日来吗？聪云他父母的勾当，如何不来？莫被云这5000钱使得有些下落者。
It's okay if Madam knows about it, so as to satisfy the son of man's heart. Jia Yun, Fa Tsong and this gentleman are the ones who lead the way. Mabe asked Song Yun, will the lady come tomorrow? Song Yun, how could he not do what his parents did? It's okay if Madam knows about it, so as to satisfy the son of man's heart. Jia Yun, Fa Tsong and this gentleman are the ones who lead the way. Mabe asked Song Yun, will the lady come tomorrow? Song Yun, how could he not do what his parents did? Mo Bei Yun, these $5,000 have caused some people to be missing.
四边境，人间天上，看莺莺强如做道场。软玉温香，修道是相亲棒，若能够汤他一汤，倒与人消灾障。结云都到方丈吃茶，做到科莫云小生更衣伞。莫出科云。
Quiet all around watching Ying on earth or in heaven is better than doing the Taoist temple. Nephrite is warm and fragrant, and it is like being close to each other. If you can give him a soup, it will eliminate disasters and obstacles for others. Jieyun all went to the abbot to have tea. Do it ku, mo yun, Shaoxing changes his clothes. Ma chu kayun.
那小娘子已定出来也，我只在这里等待问他咱。洪慈节云：我不吃茶了，孔夫人怪来迟，去回话也。洪初科莫迎红娘之一科小娘子拜一。洪云：先生万福。莫云：
The young lady has already decided. I'm just waiting here to ask her. Hong ci jian, I won't have tea anymore. I'm afraid madam will be late and go to reply. Hong Chuk, the last matchmaker only bows to the matchmaker, little lady bows to you. Red Cloud happy sir. Moyun.
小娘子莫非英英小姐的侍妾吗？红云：我便是，何劳先生动问？莫云：小生姓张，名巩，字君瑞，本贯西洛人也，年方23岁，正月17日子时渐生，并不曾娶妻。红云。
Could this young lady be Miss Yingying's concubine? Hong Yun, I am, Mr. He Lao asked. Moyun, Xiaoxing's surname is Zhang, his given name is Gong, and his courtesy name is Juanrui. He is originally from Shilua. He is 23 years old. He was born on the 17th day of the first lunar month and has never married a wife, Hong Yun.
谁问你来？莫云：敢问小姐常出来吗？红怒云：先生是读书君子，孟子曰：男女授受不亲，礼也。君子瓜田不纳履，礼下不整冠。道不得个非礼勿视，非礼勿听，非礼勿言。
Who asked you to come? Mo Yun, dare I ask if Miss comes out often? Red Angry Cloud, the gentleman is a scholar. Who asked you to come? Mo Yun, dare I ask if Miss comes out often? Red Angry Cloud, the gentleman is a scholar. Mencius said, men and women are not intimate when giving and receiving, which is the etiquette. A gentleman doesn't accept shoes in the melon field, and does not decorate his crown under the plum tree. There is no such thing as see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
非礼勿动。俺夫人治家严肃，有冰霜之操。内无应门5尺之童，年至12、3者，非呼召不敢折入中堂。向日莺莺前出闺房，夫人窥之，照例莺莺于庭下，责之曰：
Don't touch anything that is not polite. My wife runs the house seriously and has a frosty attitude. There is no child 5 feet tall who can answer the door. Those who are 12 or 13 years old do not dare to enter the central hall unless called. Xiangri Yingying sneaks out of the boudoir, misses when he saw it. He called Yingying under the court and scolded him, saying,
汝为女子，告而出闺门，倘遇游客小僧私事，岂不自耻？莺莺立谢而言曰：今当改过从新，无敢再犯。是他亲女，尚然如此，何况以下侍妾乎？先生习先王之道。
As a woman, if you go out of your boudoir after complaining, wouldn't you be ashamed of yourself if you encounter a tourist or a monk looking at you privately? Yingying thanked her and said, I must change my ways now and don't dare to do it again. She is his own daughter. Even so, how much more can she serve as a concubine? Sir, I have learned the ways of the previous kings.
遵周公之礼，不干以事，何故用心？早是妾身，可以容恕；若夫人知其事，绝无干休。今后得问的问，不得问的休胡说。下莫云这相思所是害也。少便听说罢，心怀异议。
Respecting the courtesy of Duke Zhou and not doing anything else, why do you care? I have been a concubine for a long time and can be forgiven. If my wife knew what happened, I would never stop doing anything. From now on, ask what you have to ask and stop talking nonsense about what you are not allowed to ask. Respecting the courtesy of Duke Zhou and not doing anything else, why do you care? I have been a concubine for a long time and can be forgiven. If my wife knew what happened, I would never stop doing anything. From now on, ask what you have to ask and stop talking nonsense about what you are not allowed to ask. Part 2, Mo Yun, thinking about this is harmful.
把一天愁都错在眉间上。说，夫人节操领冰霜，不照乎，谁敢折入中堂？自思想，比及你希尔斯为老母亲威严，小姐啊，你不和邻去也投望。待阳下教人怎样？
Put all the worries of the day on the tip of your eyebrows. Said, my lady's integrity is as cold as ice. Who dares to enter the middle hall without summoning her? Thinking to yourself, you are afraid of the majesty of your old mother. Miss, you don't want to look up when you leave. Wait for it to be raised and teach others how to raise it.
赤紧的情沾了肺腑，亦惹了肝肠。若今生难得有情人，是前世烧了断头香。我得时节手掌儿里齐情，心坎儿里温存，眼皮儿上供养。耍孩儿，当初那巫山远隔如天样。
The tenderness touched my heart and my heart was aroused. If it is rare to have a lover in this life, it is because the incense was burned in the previous life. I have seasons where my palms are filled with wonder, my heart is tender, and my eyelids are filled with offerings. Playing with children, back then, Wushan was as far away as the sky.
听说罢，又在巫山那乡。夜深居虽是立在回廊，魂灵儿已在他行。本待要安排新式传游客，我只怕漏泄春光与奶糖。夫人怕女孩春心荡，怪黄莺儿作对。
I heard that I was in Wushan again. Although my body is standing in the corridor, my soul is already walking around. I wanted to arrange my thoughts to be conveyed to Yuk, but I was afraid of leaking the love between Chun Guang and Naitong. Madam is afraid that the girl will be in love with her, so she blames Huang Ying'er for being against her.
愿粉蝶儿成双。吴莎小姐年纪小，性气刚。张郎倘得相亲棒，乍相逢宴见和郎粉，看邂逅偷将函授香。才到的风流况，成就了会温存的娇婿，怕什么能拘束的亲娘。
The pink butterflies come in pairs. 5 evils, Miss is young and strong-tempered. If Zhang Lang gets to go on a blind date, he will be tired of seeing He Lang's fans when they meet at first sight, but he will meet the secret General Han Shouxiang by chance. She has just reached a romantic position, and has become a gentle son-in-law, and a mother-in-law who is afraid of being restrained by anything.
四煞夫人推虑过，小生空妄想，郎才女貌和相仿。修直黛眉儿浅淡似张敞，春色飘零意软郎。非是咱自夸奖，他有德颜公貌，小生有恭俭温良。三煞
For evil spirits, the wife is overly concerned, the young man has empty delusions, and the handsome man and the talented woman are similar in appearance. Don't wait until your eyebrows are lifted and you think lightly of Zhang Chang. The spring scenery drifts and reminds you of Ruan Lang. We are not just praising ourselves. He is virtuous, has good looks, is respectful, frugal and gentle.
想着他眉儿浅浅描，脸儿淡淡妆，粉香腻玉搓烟下。翠裙鸳绣金莲小，红袖鸾绡玉笋长。不想阿气势强，你撇下半天风韵，我识得万种思量，却忘了此长老。见节科。
Thinking of his lightly painted eyebrows, light makeup on his face, and rub his neck with fragrant pink and greasy jade. The green skirt is embroidered with small golden lotus flowers, and the red sleeves are long with jade bamboo shoots. It's actually better not to think about it. You left your charm for half a day, and I lost thousands of thoughts. But he forgot to resign as elder. See Jeka.
小生敢问长老，房舍如何？节云：塔院侧边西厢一间房，甚是潇洒，正可先生安下。现收拾下了，随先生早晚来。莫云：小生便回殿中搬去。节云：吃斋了去。莫云
The young student dares to ask the elder, "How is the house?" Jia Yun, there is a room in the west wing on the side of the pagoda courtyard. It is very chic and it is suitable for Mr. Ku to settle down. It's all packed now. Mr. Sui will come sooner or later. Mo Yun, Shaoxing went back to the store to move. Jia Yun, let's go have a meal. Mo Yun.
老僧收拾下斋，小生取行李便来。节云：既然如此，老僧准备下斋，先生是必便来。夏莫云：若在殿中人闹，倒好消遣；搬在寺中静处，怎么挨这凄凉也呵？二煞愿与甚。
The old monk packed up for his meal, and the young man came to collect his luggage. Jia Yun, in this case, the old monk is going to fast, and the gentleman will definitely come. Part 2, Mo Yun, if there are people making noise in the shop, it would be a good entertainment. If you move to a quiet place in the temple, how can you endure such desolation? The courtyard is deep.
枕殿凉，一灯孤影摇疏晃。纵然愁得今生至，着甚知无此夜长。睡不着如翻掌，少可有10000声长吁短叹，5000遍倒枕垂床。为娇羞花解语，温柔欲有香。
The pillow is cool, and a lonely shadow of a lamp shakes the book. Even though I have achieved my ambition in this life, I am still hesitant and the night is long. Being unable to sleep is like turning your palms, and there are at least 10,000 long and short sighs, and 5,000 pounding pillows and bed. Tail, the shy flower explains the words, gentle and fragrant.
我知他乍相逢际，不真教模样，我则所手抵着眼儿，慢慢的想。下第一本第3折正旦上云：老夫人这红娘问长老去了，这小贱人不来我行回话。红上云
I knew he couldn't remember how cute he looked when we first met him, so I put my hand against my teeth and thought about it slowly. Part 2, the first book, the third fold, Zheng Dan Shangyun. The old lady asked the matchmaker to ask the elder, but this little bitch didn't come to my office to answer. Read Shangyun.
回夫人话了，去回小姐话去。但云使你问长老，几时做好事？红云恰回夫人话也，正待回姐姐话。2月15日，请夫人姐姐拈香。红笑云：姐姐，你不知。
Go back to the madam, go and answer the young lady. Danyan let you ask the elders, when will you do good deeds? Hong Yun, just as I was returning my message to my wife, I was waiting to reply to my sister. On February 15th, I would like to ask my wife and sister to burn some incense. Hong Xiao Yun, sister, you don't know.
我对你说一件好笑的勾当。咱前日寺里见的那秀才，今日也在方丈里。他先出门外等着红娘，深深唱个诺道：小生姓张，名拱，字君瑞，本贯西洛人也。
Let me tell you something funny. The scholar we met in the temple the day before yesterday is also in the abbot's house today. He first went out to wait for the matchmaker, and sang deeply. The young man's surname is Zhang, his given name is Gong, his courtesy name is Juanrui, and he is from Shilua.
年23岁，正月时妻子石见生，并不曾娶妻。姐姐却是谁问他来？他又问：那婢小娘子，莫非英英小姐的侍妾乎？小姐常出来吗？被红娘抢白了一顿喝回来了。姐姐。
When he was 23 years old, his son Jianshi was born on the 17th day of the first lunar month, but he never married a wife. When he was 23 years old, his son Jianshi was born on the 17th day of the first lunar month, but he never married a wife. Sister, who asked him to come? He asked again, is that little lady on the wall the concubine of Miss Ying? Does the lady come out often? I was robbed by the matchmaker and came back. Sister.
我不知了想什么理，世上有这等傻角。但笑云红娘休对夫人说：天色晚也，安排香案，咱花园内烧香去来。下陌上云搬至寺中，正进西厢居止。我问和尚美来。
I don't know what to think, there are such idiots in the world. Dan Xiaoyun, matchmaker, don't tell your wife. It's getting late. Let's arrange the incense table and let's burn incense in the garden. Bottom, last cloud, move to the temple, right near his residence in the west chamber. I ask the monk every time he comes.
小姐每夜花园内烧香，这个花园和俺寺中合着。比及小姐出来，我现在太湖石畔墙角边等待，饱看一会。两郎僧众都睡着了，夜深人静，月朗风清，是好天气也喝。
The lady burns incense in the garden every night. This garden is co-authored with my temple. When the lady came out, I waited at the corner of the Taihu stone bank and watched for a while. The monks on both corridors were asleep. It's late at night, the moon is bright, the wind is clear, it's a good weather.
正是闲寻方丈高僧语，闷对西厢皓月吟。月调斗鹌鹑，郁郁无尘。银河泻影，月色横空，花音满庭，罗袂生寒，芳心自景。侧着耳朵而听，蹑着脚步而行，悄悄明明。
It is precisely, I am leisurely looking for the words of the abbot and the eminent monk, and I am dully chanting to the bright moon in the west chamber. Yu Diao, fighting quails, the jade sky is dust-free, the Milky Way casts its shadow across the sky, and the garden is full of flowers, the clothes are cold, and the heart is on guard. Listen with your ears open and walk on tiptoe, quietly and quietly.
前前等等，子花儿续，等待那齐齐整整，袅袅婷婷，姐姐盈盈。一更之后，万籁无声，直至莺停。若是回廊下没揣的见俺可憎，将他来紧紧的搂定，只问你那会少离多。
Dive and wait. Purple flower preface waiting for the neat and tidy, curling and tingling sister Ying. After the first watch, everything was silent until Ying-ting. If someone in the corridor sees me as disgusting, I will hug him tightly. I just ask you if you will be less separated.
有影无形，但引红娘上云，开了角门，将香捉出来者。莫唱金蕉叶，猛听的角门呀的一声，风过处衣香细声。踮着脚尖仔细定睛，比我那初见时旁越整。但云
There is a shadow but no form. Dan Yining Nyang Shangyun opened the corner door and took out the incense table. Last singing, Golden Banana Leaf, a loud banging sound was heard at the corner door, and the fragrance of clothes grew softly wherever the wind passed by. Standing on tiptoes, I looked carefully, and my face looked neater than when I first met her. Danyun.
红娘一向捉进太湖石畔放者。 莫作看歌云，料想春娇燕居树，等闲飞出广寒宫。看他容分一捻，体露半斤，单香袖已无言，垂罗裙而不语。似听灵妃子。
Matchmaker, move the incense table to the stone bank of Taihu Lake and place it. Finally, Kank Cloud, it is expected that Chun Jiao is tired of being restrained and easily flies out of Guanghan Palace. Look at him, his face is twisted up, half of his body is exposed, his fragrant sleeves are speechless, and his skirt is hanging down without saying a word. Like the concubine of Tingling.
携以顺妙诸妃，如玉殿嫦娥，微现蟾宫素影。是好女子也呵！调笑令，我这里抚能见娉婷，比着那月殿嫦娥也不嫩般称。遮遮掩掩穿方镜，料应来小脚难行。
Leaning against the red gate of Shun Temple, like Chang'e in the Jade Palace, the shadow of the Toad Palace is slightly visible. She is a good woman. Teasing order, I can see Ping Ting here, but she is not as strong as Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Cover your way through the fragrant path, it will be difficult for your little feet to walk.
可喜娘的脸百媚生，误的不引了人魂灵。但云取香来，莫云听小姐祝告甚吗？但云此一炷香，愿化去仙人，早生天界。此一炷香，愿众老母深安无事。此一炷香。
Kushi Nyang's face is so charming that it attracts people's soul. Dan Yun, bring the incense. Mo Yun, what do you want the lady to say? Dan Yun, with this stick of incense, I wish my ancestors could be transformed into heaven and reborn in heaven. With this stick of incense, I hope my mother will be safe and sound. This stick of incense.
坐不语科红云，姐姐不住这一炷香，我替姐姐祝告，愿俺姐姐早寻一个姐夫，托带红娘攒。但在拜云，心中无限伤心事，尽在深深两拜中。常玉科莫云，小姐已兰长叹。
Doing Buyuku, Hongyun, if my sister doesn't wish this stick of incense, I wish her on my behalf. I hope my sister will find a brother-in-law as soon as possible and take me as a matchmaker. I pray to the cloud once again. The infinite sadness in my heart is all expressed in two deep prayers. Chang Su Ku, Mo Yun, the lady leaned on the railing and sighed.
似有动情之意。小桃红，夜深相矮散空庭，帘幕东风静。拜罢也斜将去兰屏，长吁了两三声。提团鸾明月如玄镜，又不见青云薄雾，都只是香烟人气。
It seems to be emotional. Little Taohong, the fragrant mist disperses in the empty courtyard late at night, and the east wind is quiet behind the curtain. After bowing, he leaned against the railing and shouted 2 or 3 times. The bright moon is like a hanging mirror. There was no light cloud or mist, it was just cigarette smoke.
两般氤氲的不分明。我虽不如司马相如，我则看小姐颇有文君之意。我且高吟一绝，看他则甚。月色融融夜，花阴寂寂春。如何临浩破，不见月中人？但云。
The two sides are so dense that they are not clearly distinguishable. Although I am not as good as Sima Xiangru, I think the lady is quite a gentleman. I chanted a poem loudly, but what he saw was, the moonlight is melting in the night, and the flowers are shaded in silence in the spring. How can I face the bright soul without seeing the man in the moon? Dan Yun.
有人墙角吟诗。 红云，这声音便是那23岁不曾娶妻的那傻角。但云，好清新之诗，我依韵作一首。红云，你两个是好作一首。 但念诗云：兰归酒寂寞，无事度芳春。
Someone was chanting poetry in the corner. Hong Yun, this voice is that of that idiot who never married a wife at the age of 23. Danyan, what a refreshing poem. Someone was chanting poetry in the corner. Hong Yun, this voice is that of that idiot who never married a wife at the age of 23. Danyan, what a refreshing poem. I will compose one according to the rhyme. Hong Yun, it's easy for you two to make a song. Reading the poem, the orchid boudoir has been lonely for a long time, spending the spring with nothing to do.
料得行吟者，应怜长叹人。莫云好应酬的快也啊！图丝儿早是那脸上铺堆着可憎，那看那心儿里埋没着聪明。他把那新诗合的推应声，一字字诉衷情，堪听。
It is expected that those who chant will have pity on those who sigh. Mo Yun, it's so easy to socialize quickly. Badu Seer, his face was full of hate, but his heart was filled with wisdom. He responded to the new poem with détail. Every word expresses one's heartfelt feelings, which is worthy of listening. It is expected that those who chant will have pity on those who sigh. Mo Yun, it's so easy to socialize quickly. Badu Seer, his face was full of hate, but his heart was filled with wisdom. He responded to the new poem with détail. Every word expresses one's heartfelt feelings, which is worthy of listening.
圣药王那语句轻，音律轻，小名不往了，唤作莺莺。他若是供小生，思去定，隔墙而愁贺到天明。方信道星星的自古惜星星。我撞出去，看他说什么。妈啦！
The sentence of Holy Medicine King is clear and the melody is light. The nickname is Inying. If they had a small life together and looked at each other, they would make peace with each other until dawn. Fong Xian said, Xingxing has been cherished since ancient times. I rushed out to see what he said. Ma Langer.
我拽起罗衫欲行。 但作剑科，他陪着笑脸相迎。红云姐姐，有人，咱家去来，怕夫人嗔着。因回顾下莫唱，不做美的红娘太浅情，便做到锦衣来命。腰偏我忽听一声。
I pulled up Luo's shirt and was about to leave, but he greeted me with a smile on my face. Hong Yun, sister, if someone comes to our house, I'm afraid my wife will be angry. In review next, last sing, it would be too shallow to be a beautiful matchmaker, so she said, I will depend on my future destiny. I suddenly heard a sound.
猛惊，原来是扑刺刺宿鸟飞腾，颤巍巍花梢弄影，乱纷纷落红满径。小姐，你去了喝，那里发付小生。骆司娘。 空瞥下碧城城苍苔露，明皎皎花筛月影。白日凄凉枉单病。
Shocked. It turns out that the fluttering, thorny birds are flying in the air, the branches of flowers are quivering and making shadows, and the paths are filled with red drops. Miss, you go there is a salary for young students. Luosi Nyang. The clear green moss dew is left in the sky, and the bright flowers sift through the moon's shadow. Shocked. It turns out that the fluttering, thorny birds are flying in the air, the branches of flowers are quivering and making shadows, and the paths are filled with red drops. Miss, you go there is a salary for young students. Luosi Nyang. The clear green moss dew is left in the sky, and the bright flowers sift through the moon's shadow. The desolate day is a waste of time.
今夜把相思再整，东园乐帘垂下，户已扃，却才个悄悄相问。他那里滴滴莺，月朗风轻恰二更，思昔兴。他无缘，小生薄命。 绵达序，洽询归路，伫立空庭，竹烧风摆。
Let's get over my lovesickness again tonight. Dong Yuan music, the curtains were lowered and the doors were closed, but I asked you quietly. He responded in a low voice. The moon was bright and the wind was clear. It was just the second watch. I was lucky, he had no chance, and his life was miserable. Mian Taishu, just looking for the way back, standing in the empty courtyard, the bamboo shoots swaying in the wind.
斗丙云衡呀，今夜凄凉有四星，他不丑人待怎生？虽然是眼角传情，咱两个口不言心自省。今夜甚睡到的我眼里啊。卓鲁素对着展臂盈盈短晴灯。
The bucket handle is cloudy. Ah. There are 4 desolate stars tonight. How can he live without caring about others? Although it was just a hint of affection from the corner of our eyes, we both kept silent and reflected on ourselves. You can sleep so well in my eyes tonight. Zhuo Lusu, facing a short green lantern.
倚着善灵，轻轻就为平。灯又不明，梦儿又不成。窗儿外稀零零的风透疏雷，推冷冷的纸条儿明。枕头上孤零，被窝儿里寂静。你便是铁石人，铁石人也动情。
Leaning on the fan to cool off the old curtain screen. The lamp is dim and the dream is impossible. The wind blows lightly outside the window, and the ragged notes chirp. There is nothing on the pillow, but the bed is silent. You are a man of iron and stone, and a man of iron and stone is also emotional.
腰偏怨不能，恨不成，坐不安，睡不宁。有一日柳遮花映，雾障云平，夜阑人静，海市山盟。嫩时节风流佳庆，锦片也似前程，美满恩情，咱两个话堂自生。喂
Yao Pian, I can't complain, I can't hate, I can't sit still, I can't sleep peacefully. One day, the willows cover the flowers, the mist curtains are covered with clouds, the night is quiet, and people vow to each other. The season is full of romance and celebration. The brocade pieces also look like a bright future, full of love. Our 2 painting studios are growing on their own. Tale.
一天好事从今定，一首诗分明照正。再不向表所踏梦儿中寻，则去那比桃花树而下的。下第一本第4折解引葱上云：今日2月15开启，众僧动法器者。
One day, good things will be determined from now on, and a poem clearly proves it. If you don't look for it in Suatai's dream, you will go to the peach blossom tree to wait. Part 2, the first volume, the 4th fold, Jia In Song Shangyun. It will be opened today, February 15th, and all the monks will use their magical instruments.
请夫人小姐拈香，比其夫人未来，先请张生拈香。怕夫人问阿，则说是贫僧亲者。陌上云：今日2月15日，和尚请拈香，须所走一遭。双调新水令，范王宫殿月轮高。
Madam, please burn some incense. Waiting for my wife's future, I would like to ask Zhang Sheng to burn some incense. If my wife asks, she will say that I am a poor monk. Madam, please burn some incense. Waiting for my wife's future, I would like to ask Zhang Sheng to burn some incense. If my wife asks, she will say that I am a poor monk. Modern cloud, today is the 15th day of the 2nd lunar month. The monk asked me to hold some incense. I have to ask for it. Double 2 new water order the moon in King Brahma's palace is high.
碧琉璃瑞烟笼罩，香烟云盖结，风骤海波潮。帆影飘摇，珠潭月进来到。驻马厅 法鼓金铎，2月春雷响电角，钟声佛号，半天风雨洒松梢。后门不许老僧敲。
The azure glass is shrouded in auspicious smoke. The cigarette clouds cover the knot, mocking the waves of the sea. The flags and shadows are fluttering, and all the sandalwood trees are coming. The azure glass is shrouded in auspicious smoke. The cigarette clouds cover the knot, mocking the waves of the sea. The flags and shadows are fluttering, and all the sandalwood trees are coming. Standing on horseback to listen, Dharma drums and golden bells, the spring thunder in February rings in the corner of the palace, the bells sound the Buddha's call, and the wind and rain sprinkle the pine trees for half a day. The old monk is not allowed to knock on the waiting door.
纱窗外定有红娘报，害相思的谗言脑，见他时须看个十分饱。莫见节科节云先生先拈香，孔夫人问喝，则说是老僧的亲。莫拈香科沈醉东风，唯愿存有的人间寿高。
There must be a matchmaker newspaper outside the screen window. The greedy brain that loves lovesickness must be very satisfied when seeing him. Ma Jinjeka, Jayun, sir, please hold some incense first, lest your wife ask. She will say that she is related to the old monk. Mo Niangxiank. Drunk in the east wind, I only hope that all living people will live long.
王化的天上消遣，为僧、祖、父先灵、礼佛、法、僧三宝。焚明香案中祷告，则愿的红娘修烈，夫人修娇，犬儿修恶。佛罗早成就了幽期密约。夫人饮弹上云，长老请拈香，小姐。
The heavenly relief of death. In honor of the spirits of ancestors, and fathers, we pay homage to the three jewels of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Burning incense and praying secretly, I hope the matchmaker will stop being bad, the wife will stop being scorched, and the dog will stop being evil. Buddha, the secret agreement of Yochi has been fulfilled long ago. Madam Indan Shangyan Elder, please burn some incense, miss.
咱走一遭，莫作剑客，去葱云为你制成喝，神仙下降也。葱云这声却早2遭而也。莫唱燕儿落，我则道这玉天仙离了碧霄，原来是可意中来请教。小子多愁多病身。
Let's take a walk, I will not do it, looking at Song Yun, I am sincere for you, and the gods have descended. Song Yun and I have experienced two things early in this life. Last singing. Yener Luo, I thought that this jade heavenly immortal had left Bixiao, and it turned out that he had come to invite him to marry me. The boy is troubled and sick.
怎当他倾国倾城貌？得政令恰便似潭口点樱桃，粉别以琼瑶，淡白梨花面，轻盈杨柳腰。妖娆满面扑堆着俏，苗条一团尊氏娇。结云贫僧一句话。
How can you think that he is the most beautiful person in the country? Victory order, just like a sandalwood mouth dotted with cherries, a pink nose leaning against Qiangyao, a pale pear blossom face, and a light willow waist. Enchanting, her face is full of beauty, slender, her face is delicate. Jieyun, a word from the poor monk.
夫人行感到吗？老僧有个婢亲，是个饱学的秀才，父母亡后无可相报，对我说，央即带一分斋追见父母。贫僧一时应允了，恐夫人见责。夫人云，长老的亲便是我的亲。
Madam, do you dare to speak? The old monk had a relative who was a well-educated scholar. After his parents died, he had nothing to repay. He said to me, young G will bring me some food to recommend my parents. The poor monk agreed for a while, fearing that his wife would be blamed. Mrs. Yun, the elder's kiss is my kiss.
请来寺见咱。莫拜夫人科，众僧见旦发科。莫唱桥牌，大师年纪老，法座上也宁跳。举名的扳手真呆烙，去着法葱头做金庆敲。甜水令老的小的，村的俏的，没颠没倒。
Please come and meet us. Last worship to Madam section, monk C Donfa section, last sing. Chow Pyre, the master is old, and he is staring at the Dharma throne. The head of the class who was named was really dumbfounded, looking at the Dharma. Song Tu makes a golden chime to knock. Tian Shui Ling, the old one is the young one, the village one is pretty, there is no confusion.
胜似闹元宵，忍色人儿可以冤家，怕人知道，看时节泪眼偷瞧。折桂令折小生弥留莫乱，心痒难挠。哭声儿似莺转桥林，泪珠似露滴花梢。大师也难学。
It's better than celebrating the Lantern Festival. A pretty person can be an enemy, but he is afraid that people will know about him, so he looks at her with tears in his eyes at the right time. Zhigui Ling, I am fascinated by Shaoxing, and my heart is itchy. The cries are like orioles chirping in the forest, and the tears are like dewdrops. It is difficult to learn from a master.
把一个发慈悲的脸来蒙着，激庆的头陀懊恼，天香的行者心焦。烛影风摇，香霭云飘，贪看莺莺，烛灭香消。结云风灭灯也，墨云小声点灯烧香。淡雨红云
Put on a compassionate face. The tutu who strikes the chime is upset, and the traveler who adds incense is anxious. The shadow of the candle is swaying in the wind, and the fragrance and mist are floating in the clouds. When I look at the orioles greedily, the candle is extinguished and the fragrance disappears. Jieyun, the wind extinguishes the lamp. Mo Yun, Shaoxing lights a lamp and burns incense. Dan and Hongyun.
那生忙了一夜，锦上花外向而风流，青春年少，内性而聪明，惯是才学，扭捏着身子儿百般做作，来往向人前卖弄俊俏。红云，我猜那生腰偏黄昏这一回，白日那一觉。
Na Xing had a busy night. Butterfly flower, on the outside, she looks romantic and youthful, on the inside, she is smart and talented, and she makes all kinds of pretense with her body, showing off her beauty to others. Hong Yun, I guess that life, Yuppian, this time at dusk, that time during the day.
窗儿外那会或夺，到晚一向书尾里，笔记睡着，千万声长吁，怎挨到晓？墨云，那小姐好生顾盼小子。碧玉箫，情引眉梢，心绪你知道，愁重心苗，情思我猜着。唱懊恼。
There will be a walk outside the window. I stayed in the study all night long and waited until I fell asleep. How could I wait until dawn with thousands of long sighs? Mo Yun, that young lady looks after the boys so much. Jasper flute, feelings draw eyebrows, you know my mood, sorrow grows in my heart, I can guess my feelings. Chang is annoyed.
响当当云板敲，行者又豪，沙弥又少。您须不夺人之好，结与众僧发科，动法器了，结摇铃楚宣书了，烧纸科，结云天明了也，请夫人小姐回宅。莫云再坐一会也好。
The sound of the cloud board is clanging. The traveler howls and the novice whistles. You must not take advantage of others. Jia and the monks make a secret, the magic weapon is moved, Jia shakes the bell and pestle, and burns the paper, Jia Yun, it's dawn, please madam and miss go back to the house. Mo Yun, it's okay to do it for a while longer.
那里发妇小声也喝，鸳鸯煞，有心争似无心好，多情却被无情恼。老嚷了一宵，月儿审，钟儿响，今儿叫。唱道是遇人归去得吉，好事收拾得早，到场必诸人散了。
There is no way to pay young students there. Mandarin duck evil wanting to fight seems like having no good intentions, being passionate but being annoyed by ruthlessness. After working hard all night, the moon sets, the bells ring, and the roosters crow. A smooth road means that the beautiful lady is ill after returning home, and the good things are settled early, and everyone disperses after the dojo.
名字里个归家，葫芦提闹到小。并下洛司娘煞尾，则为你闭月羞花相貌，少不得剪草除根大小。
Everyone went home after drinking wine, and the gourds made noise until dawn. Next, Luosi Nyang's evil tale means that you have the appearance of a moonshine flower, and you must not cut the grass to remove the roots.
题目老夫人碧春院，崔莺莺烧夜香，证明小红娘传好事，张君瑞闹道场。第二本，第一折，孙飞虎上开，自家姓孙，名标，字飞虎，方今天下扰攘。因主将丁文雅施政。
Title: The old lady Guanchenyuan, Chui Yingying, burns night incense, rectifies the name. The little matchmaker spreads the good deeds, Zhang Juanrui makes trouble in the dojo. The second book, the first fold. Sun Feihu opens above, his surname is Sun, his given title, The old lady Guanchenyuan, Chui Yingying, burns night incense, rectifies the name. The little matchmaker spreads the good deeds, Zhang Juanrui makes trouble in the dojo. The second book, the first fold. Sun Feihu opens above, his surname is Sun, his given name is Biao, his courtesy name is Feihu, and his name.
俺分同5000人马，镇守河桥，劫掳良民财物。晋知县相国崔珏之女莺莺，眉黛清颦，连连生春，有倾国倾城之容。惜此太真之言，现在河中府普救寺借居。我心中想来。
I commanded 5,000 men and horses, guarded the river bridge, and robbed good people of their property. I commanded 5,000 men and horses, guarded the river bridge, and robbed good people of their property. I recently learned that Yingying, the daughter of Cui Ju, the former prime minister, has dark eyebrows and green eyebrows, a lotus face full of spring, and a look that will captivate a country. She has the face of Shizi Taizhen. She is now staying at Pujiu Temple in Hezhong Prefecture.
当今用武之际，主将尚然不正，我独联何为？大小三军听吾号令，人尽衔枚，马皆勒口，连夜进兵河中府。鲁莺莺为妻，是我平生愿足，下法本荒上。
Today, when we are using force, the general is still dishonest. So why should I be so incorruptible? All 3 armies, large and small, listen to my order. All men have their titles, all horses are choked, and they march into Hezhong Mansion overnight. It is my lifelong wish to capture Yingying as my wife. Part 2, Dharma Book 1.
谁想孙飞虎将半万贼兵围住寺门，鸣锣击鼓，呐喊摇旗。欲鲁莺莺小姐为妻，我今不敢为误，己所报之夫人走一遭，下夫人荒云，如此却怎了？
Who would have thought that Sun Feihu would surround the temple gate with 1,000 thieves, sounding gongs and drums, shouting and waving flags, hoping to kidnap Miss Yingying as his wife? I don't dare to break the rules now, so I will ask to report that my wife has left. Part 2, Madam panicked. What's wrong with this?
俺同到小姐卧房里商量去。下但引红娘上去，自见了张生，神魂荡漾，情思不快，茶饭少进。早是离人伤感，况值暮春天到，好烦恼人也呵。好句有情连夜月。
We went to the lady's bedroom to discuss it. Part 2. As soon as the matchmaker is brought up, when I saw Zhang Sheng, my soul was in a state of confusion, my emotions were unhappy, and I had little food and tea. It's already sad to leave someone, but now it's late spring, it's so troublesome. A good sentence is to pity Yeyue.
落花无语怨东风。仙侣八生甘州，奄奄受损，早逝伤神，那知残春。罗衣宽退，能消几度黄昏。蜂鸟转烟不卷帘，雨打梨花深闭门。无雨凭栏杆，木断行云。混江龙。
The fallen flowers are speechless and blame the east wind. Xianlu, bashing Ganzhou, I'm so thin and thin, I've already been hurting my nerves, and it's the end of spring. How many dust can be faded by wearing a loose robe? The wind curls the seal smoke but does not roll up the curtains, the rain beats the pear blossoms and the door is closed behind closed doors. I am speechless, relying on the curtain, and my eyes are broken by the moving clouds. Hunjianglong.
落红城镇，风飘万点正愁人。池塘梦晓，兰涧辞春。蝶粉轻沾飞絮雪，燕泥香惹落花尘。惜春心情短柳丝长，隔花因人远天涯近。香消了六朝金粉，轻减了三处精神。
Falling reds form an array, thousands of points are drifting in the wind, and people are worried. The pond is dreaming of dawn, and the balcony is saying goodbye to spring. Butterfly powder is lightly stained with flying catkins, and the fragrance of swallow mud is attracting falling flower dust. The spring mood is short and the willow silk is long, and people are far away in the shade across the flowers. Close. The fragrance eliminates the golden powder of the 6 dynasties and clears away the spirit of the 3 chus.
红云姐姐情思不快，我将被儿熏得香香的，睡仙儿。但唱油葫芦，翠被生寒鸦秀音，休将兰麝熏，便将兰麝熏尽，则所自温存。昨宵个锦囊家志明勾引。
Hong Yun, my sister is feeling unhappy. I will sleep more with my quilt smelling sweet. Dan singing, oil gourd, the green cover is cold and presses the embroidery, so don't smoke the orchid and musk deer. If you smoke out the orchid and musk deer, you will be able to keep yourself warm. Last night, I had a perfect trick to seduce.
今日玉堂人物难亲近。这些时坐又不安，睡又不稳，我欲待登临又不快，闲行又闷。每日驾情思睡昏昏。天下乐，红娘啊，我则所搭伏定娇绡枕头上盹。但出闺门。
It is difficult to get close to people in Yutong today. During these times, I feel uneasy sitting and sleeping unsteadily. I feel uncomfortable waiting for my arrival, and I feel bored walking around. Daily price makes me sleepy. Hello, matchmaker, I'll take a nap on a pillow made of silk gauze. But out of the boudoir.
迎班不离身。红云不干红娘事，老夫人这我跟着姐姐来。但云俺娘也好没意思。这些时直嫩般提防着人，小梅香服侍的勤，老夫人拘束的紧。
Like a shadow, never leaving the body. Hong Yun, if you don't want to do anything about matchmaking, the old lady asked me to follow my sister. Danya, my mother, is so boring. At these times, she was extremely cautious about people. Xiao Meixiang waited on her diligently, and the old lady restrained herself tightly.
则怕俺女孩折了气氛。 红云姐姐往常不曾如此无情无绪，自现了那张声，便觉心事不宁，却是如何？但唱那扎令往常但见个外人，晕的早晨，但见个客人。
I'm afraid that my girl will lose her temper. Hong Yun, my sister has never been so heartless and emotionless. When she saw that Zhang Sheng, she felt uneasy, but what? Dansheng, Nazaling, usually, if I see an outsider, I will get angry early, but if I see a guest.
燕的倒退，从见了那人，都的变亲。想着他昨夜诗依前韵，愁贺的清新，却踏之吟的句儿匀，念的字儿真，踊跃新诗，煞强似织锦回文。谁肯把真儿将现也？
The disgust faded away. From the moment I saw that person, I kissed him all the time. Thinking of his poem last night, according to the previous rhyme, the harmony is refreshing. The magpie steps on the branches, the sentences can be recited evenly, the words can be pronounced true, and the new poem chanting the moon is as powerful as a brocade palindrome. Who is willing to use the needle to guide the thread? The disgust faded away. From the moment I saw that person, I kissed him all the time. Thinking of his poem last night, according to the previous rhyme, the harmony is refreshing. The magpie steps on the branches, the sentences can be recited evenly, the words can be pronounced true, and the new poem chanting the moon is as powerful as a brocade palindrome. Who is willing to use the needle to guide the thread?
向东邻通个殷勤，寄生草想着文章事，以拟人，他脸清秀声俊，性而温客情而顺，不由人口儿里作念心儿里音。学得来一天星斗换文章，不枉了。
To the east there is a cordial connection. Parasite grass, thinking of the literary scholar, a charming person, he has a delicate face, a handsome body, a gentle temperament and a gentle temper, and I can't help but remember him in my mouth and in my heart. It's worth it to learn Xing Duan's articles in one day.
10年窗下无人问，飞虎领兵上为4科，下卒自内高教云：寺里人听者，限你每3日内将莺莺献出来，与俺将军成亲，万事甘休。3日后不送出，且拦尽皆焚烧。
No one has asked under the window for 10 years. Fei Hu leads the troops to surround the temple. Part 2. The pawns shout loudly. People in the temple listen. You are limited to offering up ying every 3 days. If you marry my general, everything will stop. If you don't send it out in 3 days, all the garlands will be burned.
僧俗寸斩，不留一个。夫人，街童上敲门磕，红看了云姐姐。夫人和长老都在房门前，但见柯夫人云：“孩儿，你知道吗？如今孙飞虎将半万贼兵围住4门，到你没带清贫。”
The monks and laymen were cut off every inch, leaving no one behind. Madam and Jia go to the knocking department. Hong looked at the cloud. Sister, Madam, and the elder are all in front of the door. Dan Jian Ku, Madam Cloud, my child, do you know? The monks and laymen were cut off every inch, leaving no one behind. Madam and Jia go to the knocking department. Hong looked at the cloud. Sister, Madam, and the elder are all in front of the door. Dan Jian Ku, Madam Cloud, my child, do you know? Now Sun Feihu has 500,000 thieves surrounding the temple gate, saying, You have dark eyebrows and a green frown.
连连生春，似倾国倾城的太真，要如你做压寨夫人。孩儿怎生事了也？但唱六玄序，听说霸魂离了壳，现放着或灭身，将秀烧问不住蹄痕，好叫我去助无因。
The lotus face is full of spring, like the Taizhen who conquered the country and the city. I want to kidnap you to be the wife of Yejai. My child, how can you be born? Dan Singh. Preface to 6 Mysteries. I heard that my soul left the shell after I heard it. The lotus face is full of spring, like the Taizhen who conquered the country and the city. I want to kidnap you to be the wife of Yejai. My child, how can you be born? Dan Singh. Preface to 6 Mysteries. I heard that my soul left the shell after I heard it. Now let the disaster destroy the body, and the tips of the sleeves will not be able to catch the crying marks, so that I can live without cause.
进退无门，可这俺那孤儿里人极微亲。孤孀子母无头奔，赤锦的先王过了有福之人。耳边香金古莲天阵，征云冉冉，土雨纷纷。腰偏那丝美风纹，胡云。道我没带清贫。
There is no way to advance or retreat, but I am in a hurry to kiss someone in that pot. The widow, her son, and her mother had no refuge, and the naked ones died first before the blessed ones. The golden drums in my ears are ringing, the sky is shaking, the clouds are rising, and the earth is raining one after another. Yuppian, every time I hear about it, Huyun. There is no way to advance or retreat, but I am in a hurry to kiss someone in that pot. The widow, her son, and her mother had no refuge, and the naked ones died first before the blessed ones. The golden drums in my ears are ringing, the sky is shaking, the clouds are rising, and the earth is raining one after another. Yuppian, every time I hear about it, Huyun. He said to me, my eyebrows are dark and blue.
连连生春，恰便是倾国倾城的太真，误得不送了他300僧人。半万贼军，半煞敢剪草除根。这厮美于家为国无忠信，自情的掳掠人民，更将那天宫般盖造焚烧尽。
The lotus face is full of spring. It is the Taizhen who conquers the country and the city. Why don't you send him 300 monks? 500,000 thieves, dare to cut the grass and remove the roots in a moment? This guy has no loyalty at home and for the country, and is ruthless. They plundered the people and burned all the palace-like buildings there.
则没那诸葛孔明，便待要博望烧屯。夫人云：老身年60年，不为受邀，奈孩儿年少，未得从夫，却如之奈何？但云孩儿有一计，想来只是我与贼汉为妻。
Without Zhuge Kongming, he would have to go to Baoang Shaotuan. Without Zhuge Kongming, he would have to go to Baoang Shaotuan. Madam said, if you are 60 years old, you will not die young. But if your child is young and has not been able to obey your husband, what can you do? Dan Yun the kid has a plan. I think it's just that I am marrying a thief.
庶可免一家性命。夫人哭磕，俺家无犯法之男，再婚之女，怎舍得你献与贼汉，却不辱没了俺家谱？结云，俺同到法堂上两廊下，问僧俗有高见者。
A common man can spare the lives of his entire family. Madam crying section, there is no criminal in my family, and I have a remarried daughter. How can I be willing to offer you to a traitor without dishonoring my family tree? Jia Yun, I went to the upper and lower corridors of the Dharma hall to ask the monks and lay people who had wise opinions.
俺一同商议个长辩，同到法堂科。夫人云：小姐却是怎生？但云不如将我与贼人，其便有5后庭花。第一来免摧残老太君，第二来免殿堂作灰烬。
Let's discuss it together. Let's discuss it together. Come to the law hall section, Madam Yun. How did the young lady get born? Dan Yun, it's better to put me and the thief together. There are 5 reasons. Back garden flower. The first is to avoid destroying the old lady. the second is to avoid the palace becoming ashes.
第三来，诸僧无事得安存；第四来，先君灵就稳；第五来，欢郎虽是未成人，欢云俺喝，打神魔不紧。但唱须是崔家后代孙，莺莺为惜己身，不行从这乱军，诸僧众污血痕。
The third time, all the monks are safe and sound. The fourth time, the ancestor's coffin is safe. The fifth time, although Huanlang is a minor, Huan Yun, oh, it doesn't matter. Dan Xing must be a descendant of the Chui family. Yingying cherishes her own body and cannot follow the rebel army. All the monks are stained with blood.
将伽蓝火内焚，先灵为细尘，断绝了爱弟亲，割开了慈母恩。柳叶儿啊，将俺一家不留一个条衬，待从军又怕辱没了家门。我不如白练套头，寻个自尽，将我失称。
Burning the gel on fire internally, the spirits of the ancestors are reduced to fine dust, cutting off the love of brothers and cutting off the kindness of a loving mother. Lu Year, oh, no one in my family will be left alive, and I'm afraid of humiliating my family when I join the army. Burning the gel on fire internally, the spirits of the ancestors are reduced to fine dust, cutting off the love of brothers and cutting off the kindness of a loving mother. Lu Year, oh, no one in my family will be left alive, and I'm afraid of humiliating my family when I join the army. I might as well commit suicide for nothing and leave my body behind.
献与贼人，也须得个远害全身。亲哥母亲都做了莺莺生分，对旁人一言难尽。母亲休爱惜莺莺这一身，您孩儿别有一计，不检何人，建立功勋，杀退贼军，扫荡妖氛。
If you offer it to a thief, it will cause harm to your whole body. Chingur, mother, she was so angry that she couldn't say anything to others. Mother, don't cherish Yingying's body. You, my child, have a unique plan. Don't choose anyone, build meritorious deeds, kill the bandit army, and wipe out the evil atmosphere.
道陪家门，情愿与英雄结婚姻，成秦晋。夫人云：“此计较可。”虽然不是门当户对，也强如陷于贼中。长老在法堂上高叫：“两郎僧俗，但有退兵之策的，到陪房帘。”
Instead of staying with the family, he is willing to marry a hero and become a Qin and Jean. Mrs. Yun, this is okay. Although they are not a perfect match, it is still better than being trapped among thieves. The elder shouted in the Dharma hall. There are monks and laymen in the two corridors, but those who have a plan to retreat should accompany the dowry instead.
断送莺莺与他为妻，结教了。注莫古掌上云：“我有退兵之策，何不问我？”见夫人科结云：“这秀才便是前日待追荐的秀才。”夫人云：“即将安在？”莫云：“重赏之下，必有勇夫。”
Ruin Yingying and him as his wife. Jia called, "Stop," and applause to the cloud. I have a plan to retreat, why don't you ask me? See Madam's section, Jia Yun. This scholar is the scholar recommended by the leader the day before yesterday. Madam Cloud, the plan will be Anze. Mo Yun, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men.
赏罚若明，其计必成。但被云：“只愿这生退了贼者。”夫人云：“恰才与长老说下，但有退得贼兵的，将小姐与他为妻。”莫云：“极是嫩的，羞唬了我浑家，请入卧房里去。”
If the rewards and punishments are clear, the plan will succeed. Dan Beiyun, I only hope that the thieves will be defeated in this life. Madam Yun, Chakai told the elders that if there is someone who retreats from the thieves, I will marry the young lady to him. Mo Yun, that is Xia, don't bluff my wife, please go into the bedroom.
俺自有退兵之策。夫人云：小姐和红娘回去者，但对红云难得此生这一片好心。转煞诸僧众个逃生，从家眷拷问，这生不相识，横枝着紧，非是书生多议论。
I have my own strategy for retreating. Mrs. Yun, the lady and the matchmaker are going back. Dan to Hong Yun, it's rare to have such a kind heart in this life. Zhuansha, all the monks escaped for their lives, and their family members asked, I don't know how tight the horizontal branches are in this life. It is not the scholar who talks more.
也提防着玉石俱焚。虽然是不关亲，可怜贱命在逡巡，既不计权，将秀才来尽。果若有出师表文下蛮书信张生啊，则愿你比家横扫了5000人。
Also guard against the destruction of jade and stone. Although they are not related to each other, it is pity to see that their fate is patrolling, and if they don't help, they will use up all the talents. If there is a letter from Chu Shibiao written by Zhang Sheng, I hope that the tip of your pen can sweep away 5,000 people.
第二本，第二折夫人，结同陌上。夫人云：此事如何？莫云：小生有一计，先用着长老。结云：老僧不会厮杀，请秀才别换一个。莫云：休慌，不要你厮杀。你出去与贼汉说。
The second book, the second fold, Madam, Jia Tong, last entry, Madam said, how is this matter? Mo Yun, Shaoxing has a plan, use the elder first. Jia Yun, the old monk doesn't know how to fight. Please don't change the scholar. Mo Yun, don't panic, I don't want you to fight. Go out and talk to the thief.
夫人本待便将小姐出来，送与将军，奈有父丧在身，不争鸣金击鼓，惊死小姐，也可惜了。将军若要做女婿啊，可按甲戍兵，退一射之地。限3日功德圆满，脱了校服。
The lady took the young lady out as soon as possible and sent her to the general, but her father was dead. It would be a pity not to mention Jean Bongu and frighten the young lady to death. If the general wants to be his son-in-law, he can tie up his troops according to their armor and retreat to where they can shoot. Only 3 days have passed to complete the merits and take off the filial piety.
换上颜色衣服，抬陪房帘，定将小姐送与将军。不争便送来，一来父孝在身，二来于君不利。你去说去。结云：3日后如何？莫云：有计在后。结朝鬼门道教科，请将军打话。
Put on colorful clothes, stay with the dowry, and send the young lady to the general. Send it without arguing. Firstly, the father is filial, and secondly, it will be disadvantageous to the king. Go ahead and talk about it. Jia Yun, how about 3 days from now? Mo Yun has a plan. Put on colorful clothes, stay with the dowry, and send the young lady to the general. Send it without arguing. Firstly, the father is filial, and secondly, it will be disadvantageous to the king. Go ahead and talk about it. Jia Yun, how about 3 days from now? Mo Yun has a plan. Jia Chao Gui Men Dao Jingku, please call the general.
飞虎引卒上云，快送莺莺出来。结云：将军息怒。夫人使老僧来与将军说。说如前了。飞虎云：既然如此，限你3日后。若不送来，我这你人人皆死，个个不存。
The flying tiger leads the soldiers to the clouds. Send Ying out quickly. Jia Yun, general, calm down. The lady asked the old monk to come and talk to the general. Same as before, Faihuyun. In that case, I will limit you to 3 days later. If you don't send it, everyone will die and no one will survive.
你对夫人说去，嫩的这般好信儿的女婿，叫他招了着。引足下结云，贼兵退了也，3日后不送出去，便都是死的。莫云小子有一故人，姓杜名阙，号为白马将军。
You tell madam, go ahead and teach him how to recruit such a good-tempered son-in-law. Introducing the soldiers' exit, Jia Yun, the traitors have retreated. If they are not sent out in 3 days, they will all die. Mo Yun, I have an old friend, whose surname is Du Mingke, and whose name is General Whitehorse.
现统10万大兵，镇守着蒲关。一封书去，此人必来救我。此间离蒲关45里，写了书呵，怎的人送去？结云，若是白马将军肯来，何虑孙飞虎？俺这里有一个徒弟。
There are now 100,000 soldiers guarding Puguan. There are now 100,000 soldiers guarding Puguan. If I send a letter, this person will definitely come to save me. This place is 45 miles away from Puguan. I have written a book, how can I get someone to send it to me? Jia Yun, if General Whitehorse is willing to come, why worry about Sun Feihu?
换作惠明，则是要吃酒厮打；若是央他去，定不肯去，须将言语激他，他便去。莫焕云有书记与杜将军，谁敢去？谁敢去？惠明上云，我敢去。唱正宫端正好。
Calling him Huiming means drinking and fighting. If you ask him to go, he will definitely not go. You must use words to provoke him, and he will go. Mo Huan Yun, there is a letter sent to General Du. Who dares to go? Who dares to go? Huiming Shangyun, I dare to go. Singing.
不念法华经，不理梁皇忏，丢了僧伽帽，袒下我这片山。杀人心斗起英雄胆，2只手将乌龙尾钢传钻。滚绣球非是我贪，不是我敢，知他怎生唤作大餐。
I didn't recite the Lotus Sutra. I didn't bow to Emperor Liang's confession. I put on my monk's hat and took off my shirt. The murderous desire makes the hero bold, and he grasps the black-tailed steel rafter with both hands. Rolling the hydrangea, it's not because I'm greedy, it's not because I dare. I don't know how he was called a ginseng.
不踏步直杀出虎窟龙潭，非是我馋，不是我懒。这些时吃菜馒头委实口淡，5000人也不所久间。腔子里热血全消渴，肺腑内生辛且解馋，有甚烟杂。刀道令伏沙羹。
Fight straight out of the tiger cave and dragon pond without taking a single step. If it wasn't me who helped me, I wasn't the one who took it. At this time, eating vegetables and steamed buns would be boring, and 5,000 people wouldn't even ask for moxibustion and decoction. The warm blood in the cavity quenches thirst, and the heart in the lungs quenches the thirst, which is very unpleasant. Tao Tao Ling, Fu Sha Soup.
宽片粉添些杂参，酸黄酒，烂豆腐修条蛋，万余斤黑面从教案。我将这5000人做一顿馒头馅，是必误了也么哥，休误了也么哥。包残鱼肉，把表盐蘸。结云
Add some mixed glutinous rice flour to the wide slices, stir-fry the sour yellow leeks and rotten tofu, add more than 10,000 kilograms of black noodles, and make a meal of steamed bun fillings for these 5,000 people. It must be a mistake, brother. Don't be wrong, brother. Wrap the remaining meat and dip it in salt. Jiayun. Add some mixed glutinous rice flour to the wide slices, Stir-fry the sour yellow leeks and rotten tofu, add more than 10,000 kilograms of black noodles, and make a meal of steamed bun fillings for these 5,000 people. It must be a mistake, brother. Don't be wrong, brother. Wrap the remaining meat and dip it in salt. 接运。
张秀才着你寄书去蒲关，你敢去吗？会唱唐秀才，你那里问小僧，敢去也那不敢，我这里起大师用攒。你倒是飞虎生鸣波斗南，那厮能淫欲，会贪婪，成何以堪？莫云。
Zhang Xiuzai asked you to send a book to Puguan. Do you dare to go? Hui Sing, if you are a scholar, where can you ask the monk if he dares to go? I will ask the master to use us here. Zhang Xiuzai asked you to send a book to Puguan. Do you dare to go? Hui Sing, if you are a scholar, where can you ask the monk if he dares to go? I will ask the master to use us here.
你是出家人，却怎不看经礼忏，则厮打为何？会唱滚绣球，我经文也不会弹，陶禅也懒去参。借刀头进心来刚战，铁棒上无半星儿吐自尘间。别的都僧不僧，俗不俗。
You are a monk, but why don't you read the sutras and repent? Why are you fighting? Hui Sing, rolling the hydrangea, I don't even talk about scriptures, and I don't bother to study Zen when I'm away. The tip of the sword is recently dipped in steel, and there is no dust stain or dust on the iron rod. Others are neither monks, nor are they vulgar.
女不女，男不男，则会摘的宝，也则去那僧房中胡演，那里管焚烧了都帅，也似茄兰。则为那善文能五人千里，凭着这记音符微书一间，有勇无间。莫云。
If a woman is not a woman or a man is not a man, she will fast and be full, and then go to the monk's room to drink. Even if the tusada is burned there, it will be like a garum. It is because of that man who is good at writing and capable of fighting for thousands of miles. With this letter of relief and support for danger, he is brave and unstoppable. If a woman is not a woman or a man is not a man, she will fast and be full, and then go to the monk's room to drink. Even if the tusada is burned there, it will be like a garum. It is because of that man who is good at writing and capable of fighting for thousands of miles. With this letter of relief and support for danger, he is brave and unstoppable. Moyun.
他倘若不放你过去如何？慧云，他不放我啊，你放心。白鹤子捉几个小沙弥，把撞翻宝盖情，撞行者将杆棒或插单，你排阵脚将众僧安，我撞钉子把贼兵来探。二
What if he doesn't let you go? Huiyun, he won't let me go, don't worry. What if he doesn't let you go? Huiyun, he won't let me go, don't worry. By Hizi, a few young novice monks will hold up the banners and flags, and the strong travelers will carry poles, clubs, and walks on their shoulders. You will form a formation to secure the monks, and I will pound the nails to detect the thieves. 2.
远的破开布将铁棒丢，近的顺手把戒刀扇，有小的提起来将脚尖斩，有大的搬下来把毒楼看。瞅一瞅古都都翻了海波，晃一晃丝朗朗震动山岩。
The iron rod was broken open far away, and the sword and samarium were close at hand. Some of the small ones lifted it up on their toes, and some of the big ones pulled it down to dig the skull. 1. Take a look at the ancient capital and see the sea waves rolling over, the waves shaking the mountains and rocks.
脚踏的赤粒粒地轴摇，手搬的呼啦啦天官汉。耍哈儿，我从来勃勃烈烈，是不曾特特坦坦，打熬成不厌天生感。我从来斩钉截铁长居一， 不似嫩惹草拈花没颠散。
The feet are so powerful that the earth shakes, and the hands are pulled so hard that the sky is shaken. Playing with children, I have always refuted the bad and the bad. I have never been worried in this world. The feet are so powerful that the earth shakes, and the hands are pulled so hard that the sky is shaken. Playing with children, I have always refuted the bad and the bad. I have never been worried in this world. I have worked hard to become brave by nature. I have always been categorical and always on the one side, and I don't like to mess with the grass and pick flowers without weighing the three.
烈性子人皆惨，舍着命提刀仗剑，更怕甚勒马停餐。二，我从来欺硬怕软，吃苦不甘，你休指因亲使胡仆也。若是杜将军不把干戈退，张介元干将风月丹。
People with bad natures are miserable, risking their lives to pick up swords, and are even more afraid to rein in their horses. People with bad natures are miserable, risking their lives to pick up swords, and are even more afraid to rein in their horses. 2. I have always bullied the strong and feared the weak, and I have endured hardships unwillingly.
我将不至诚的言辞传，倘或批谬，道大羞惭。会云将书来，你等回音者。收尾您与我助威风雷几声鼓，丈夫立那一声喊。袖旗下遥见英雄腕。
I will earn money from insincere words. If you are wrong, you will be very ashamed. Huiyun, send the letter and wait for the reply. Ending, you and I will cheer up, beat the drums a few times, and give a shout based on the power of the Buddha. Under the embroidered flag, I can see my hero from afar.
我教那半万贼兵吓唬破胆。夏莫云老夫人长老都放心，此书到日必有佳音。咱眼观经节起，耳听好消息。你看一封书札群巡至，半万雄兵直驰来。并下。
I taught those 500,000 thieves to scare them out of their wits. Part 2, Mo Yun, the old lady and the elders are all rest assured that there will be good news when this book comes. We watch the flags with our eyes and listen to the good news with our ears. You see, a letter arrives unexpectedly, and 500,000 soldiers are close at hand. I taught those 500,000 thieves to scare them out of their wits. Part 2, Mo Yun, the old lady and the elders are all rest assured that there will be good news when this book comes. We watch the flags with our eyes and listen to the good news with our ears. You see, a letter arrives unexpectedly, and 500,000 soldiers are close at hand. Exit.
第二本，第三折夫人上云：今日安排下小酌，单请张生酬劳。道与红娘急忙去书院中请张生，这他是必便来，休推故。下莫上云：夜来老夫人说，这红娘来请我。
The second book, the third discount, Madame Shang and I will arrange a drink today and ask Mr. Zhang to pay for it. Dao and the matchmaker hurriedly went to the academy to invite Zhang Sheng. The second book, the third discount, Madame Shang and I will arrange a drink today and ask Mr. Zhang to pay for it. Dao and the matchmaker hurriedly went to the academy to invite Zhang Sheng. He was bound to come soon, so there was no need to make excuses. Part 2, Modern Cloud. Late at night, the old lady said, "The matchmaker is here to invite me."
却怎生不见来？我打扮着等他。皂角也使过2个也，谁也换了2桶也，乌纱帽擦得光正正的。怎么不见红娘来也喝？红娘上云：老夫人使我请张生。
But why didn't he come? I dressed up and waited for him. I also used 2 saponins, 2 buckets of water, and wiped the black gauze hat until it was smooth. Why don't you see the matchmaker coming? The matchmaker goes to the cloud. The old lady asked me to invite Zhang Sheng.
我想，若非张生妙计啊，俺一家性命难保也啊！中旅粉点儿半万贼兵，卷浮云片石扫净，俺一家死里逃生。舒心的烈山陵、沉水路，张君瑞何当亲近？
I think if it hadn't been for Zhang Sheng's clever plan, the lives of my whole family would not have been saved. Zhonglu, pink butterfly, 500,000 thieves were swept away by the floating clouds, and my family narrowly escaped death. I think if it hadn't been for Zhang Sheng's clever plan, the lives of my whole family would not have been saved. Zhonglu, pink butterfly, 500,000 thieves were swept away by the floating clouds, and my family narrowly escaped death. Shuxin's mountain spirits, Chen Shuelu, Zhang Junru, should pay homage to him.
当日所望无成，谁想一笺书到位了没正。醉东风，今日个东阁待颜开，煞强如西厢和月等。薄金单枕有人温，早则不冷，冷。受用足宝鼎香浓，绣帘风细，绿窗人静。
Nothing was achieved that day. No one thought that keeping a secret would be used as a matchmaker. Drunken Dongfeng today, a banquet is held in the East Pavilion, which is as powerful as the West Wing and the moon. A thin quilted single pillow is warm, but it is not cold or cold in the morning. The fragrance of the Zubao tripod is strong, the wind blows softly on the embroidered curtains, and the people at the green windows are quiet.
可早来到也。托布山幽僻处可有人行？点苍苔白露零零。隔窗儿咳嗽了一声，红敲门柯。莫云是谁来也？红云是我。他起朱唇即来答应。莫云拜依小娘子。红唱小凉州。
But I came early. Take off the cloth, there are people walking in the secluded place. The green moss is dotted and the white dew is cool. The child coughed through the window. Red knocking section, Mo Yun, who is coming? Red cloud, it's me. He opened his lips and rushed to agree. Mo Yun, bow down to the little lady. Zai Liangzwu.
则见他插手忙将礼数迎，我这里万福先生。乌纱小帽耀人名，白兰镜，脚带傲皇城。腰偏衣冠既处庞而俊，可知道引动俺英英。具相貌才性，我从来心应。
Then I saw him crossing his hands and greeting me with greetings. Hail, sir. The black gauze cap is bright, the white robe is pure, and the horn belt is proud of Huang Cheng. Yupian, Pang Erjuan is well-dressed and well-dressed, but he knows how to attract me. Judging from my appearance and talent, I have always been hard-hearted.
一见了也留情。莫云既来之，则安之。请书房内说话。小娘子此行为何？红云见妾奉夫人严命，特请先生小酌数杯，勿却。莫云便去，便去。敢问席上有英英姐姐吗？红唱。
Show mercy when you see him. Mo Yun, now that you've come, let's make peace with you. Please speak in the study. What is this little lady doing? Red Cloud, under the strict orders of my wife, I specially invite you to have a few drinks with me. Please do not refuse. Mo Yun, just go, just go. Show mercy when you see him. Mo Yun, now that you've come, let's make peace with you. Please speak in the study. What is this little lady doing? Red Cloud, under the strict orders of my wife, I specially invite you to have a few drinks with me. Please do not refuse. Mo Yun, just go, just go. Dare I ask if there is Sister Ying at the table?
上小楼，请字儿不曾出声， 去字儿连忙答应，可早莺莺跟前，姐姐呼之，诺诺连声。秀才每闻到请，恰便四听将军言令，和他那五脏神院随边凳。莫云
Go up to the small building. The word please was not uttered, and the word go was hurriedly agreed, but in front of the early Ying root, sister called her, and she kept saying no. Go up to the small building. The word please was not uttered, and the word go was hurriedly agreed, but in front of the early Ying root, sister called her, and she kept saying no. Every time a scholar hears please, he seems to be listening to the general's strict orders, and his 5 internal organs are willing to follow the whip and stirrup. Moyun.
今日夫人端的为什么筵席？红唱腰篇第一来为押京，第二来因谢成。不请街坊，不会亲邻，不受人情。毕众僧请老兄和莺莺匹聘。莫云如此小声欢喜。红唱
What feast is the lady serving today? Hong Sing. Yupian, the first one is to calm down the shock, the second one is to express gratitude. Not inviting neighbors, not being friendly to neighbors, not being favored. What feast is the lady serving today? Hong Sing. Yupian, the first one is to calm down the shock, the second one is to express gratitude. Not inviting neighbors, not being friendly to neighbors, not being favored. To avoid the monks, ask my brother to be with Ying.
则见他欢天喜地，锦衣来命。莫云小生客中无敬，敢烦小娘子看小生一看何如？红唱满庭芳来回顾影，文磨绣饰，风浅酸丁。下功夫将额炉十分正，持合及擦倒苍蝇。
Then I saw that he was overjoyed and eager to follow his destiny. Mo Yun, there is no mirror among the young strangers. Then I saw that he was overjoyed and eager to follow his destiny. Mo Yun, there is no mirror among the young strangers. How dare you bother the young lady to look at the young stranger? Red Sing, Man Ting Fong, let's review the shadow, the literary and demon scholar, the wind owes sourness.
光油油要花人眼睛，酸溜溜似的人牙疼。莫云夫人办什么请我？红唱茶饭已安排定，陶下陈仓米数升，碟下7、8碗软慢青。莫云小声响来，自寺中一见了小姐后。
The glossy oil shines on people's eyes, and the sour sting makes people's teeth hurt. Mo Yun, madam, what do you want me to do? Hong Sing, tea and rice have been arranged. Several liters of rice have been washed out of the old warehouse, and 7 or 8 bowls of soft vines are on the plate. Mo Yun, Shaoxing wanted to come, after meeting the young lady in the temple.
不想今日得成婚姻，岂不为前生分定？红云因缘非力所为，天意耳。快活咱人一世经，百世经，一无成，百无成。世间草木本无情，自古云，地生连理木，水出并头脸。
If you don't want to get married today, why don't you decide for your previous life? Hongyan marriage is not something you can do by force, it is God's will. Happy 3 we are good at one thing and good at everything. If we accomplish nothing, we will accomplish nothing. The grass and trees in the world are merciless. Since ancient times, it has been said, the earth produces lianli trees, and the water produces lotus flowers.
他有相兼并。朝天子修道这生，年纪而后生，恰学害相思病。天生聪俊，打扮素净，耐夜夜成孤令。才子多情，家人薄幸，误得不耽搁了人性命。莫云你姐姐果有信行？
he still merges with each other. The Son of Heaven, Shodao, is born in this life. He is a young man, and he is just learning to be lovesick. He is born smart and handsome, but he is alone every night. A talented man is sentimental, a beautiful woman is unlucky, and a foolish man is careless in risking people's lives. He still merges with each other. The Son of Heaven, Shodao, is born in this life. He is a young man, and he is just learning to be lovesick.
洪畅，谁无一个信行，谁无一个至诚？你两个今夜亲折正，我嘱咐你咱。四边镜，今宵欢庆，软弱莺莺，可曾冠经？你所款款清清，灯下交冤景。端详可憎，好煞人也无干净。
Hong Sing, who doesn't have faith, who doesn't have sincerity, you too will prove it tonight. I charge you and me. Quiet on all sides, celebrate tonight. Weak Ying, have you ever been used to it? You ask for money gently, and they cross their necks under the lamp. It's disgusting to look at it, it's so evil, but it's not clean.
莫云，小娘子先行，小生收拾书房便来。敢问那里有什么景致？洪畅，耍孩儿，俺那里有落红满地胭脂冷，休辜负了良辰美景。夫人浅切莫消停，请先生勿得推称。
Mo Yun, the young lady goes first, and the young man will come after cleaning up the study. May I ask what the scenery is there? Red singing, playing with children, there is a lot of red and rouge falling all over my place. Don't let down the beauty of this beautiful time. Madam, don't stop sending concubines. Sir, please don't be promoted.
俺那里准备着鸳鸯夜月销金帐，孔雀春风软玉屏。乐奏合欢令，有凤箫象板，锦瑟鸾声。莫云，小生书剑飘零，无以为彩礼，却是怎生？洪畅，四煞，聘裁断不争。
I have prepared a mandarin duck selling gold tent at night and a peacock soft jade screen in the spring breeze. The music is played in harmony, with phoenix, flute, elephant board, brocade se, luan, and sheng. Mo Yun, Xiaosheng's book and sword are floating around, and cannot be used as a gift, but how can he survive? Hong Sing. For evils, don't fight for money when you hire someone.
婚姻自有成，新婚燕尔安排定。你命博得跨凤城鸾客，我到晚来卧看牵牛织女星。休息醒，不要你半丝红线，成就了一世儿前程。三煞凭着你灭寇功，举将能。
Marriage has its own success, and the newlyweds make arrangements. Yuming won the phoenix and took the one guest, and I came to lie down at night to watch Altair and Vega. Xiao Qixing, I don't need you to have any red thread to achieve your whole life's future. Three evils, with your ability to destroy the bandits, you will be able to raise generals.
两班功效如红定，为甚俺英娘心下十分顺，都则魏军锐凶中百万兵。越显得文风盛，受用足诸为翠绕，结果了黄卷青灯。二煞夫人只一家，老兄无伴等。
The two general effects are like Hongding. Why do I, Ying Miang, have a very submissive heart, but Jun Rui has millions of soldiers in his heart? The style of writing becomes more and more prosperous, surrounded by green beads, resulting in yellow scrolls and green lanterns. The two general effects are like Hongding. Why do I, Ying Miang, have a very submissive heart, but Jun Rui has millions of soldiers in his heart? The style of writing becomes more and more prosperous, surrounded by green beads, resulting in yellow scrolls and green lanterns. Heir Shah, the wife only has one family, and the brother has no companions to wait.
未嫌繁冗寻幽静， 莫云别有甚客人。洪畅单请你个有恩有义贤中客，且回避了无事无非窗下僧。夫人的命，到足下莫脚推脱，和贱妾即便随行。莫云小娘子先行。
Looking for quietness because of the tedium. Mo Yun, are there any other guests? Hong Sing, I invite you to be a kind and righteous guest in leisure, and avoid the monk who is nothing but a window dresser. When it comes to your wife's fate, don't shirk your duties, even if you are accompanied by a lowly concubine. Looking for quietness because of the tedium. Mo Yun, are there any other guests? Hong Sing, I invite you to be a kind and righteous guest in leisure, and avoid the monk who is nothing but a window dresser.
小生随后便来。洪畅收尾，先生休作谦，夫人专意等。常言道，恭敬不如从命，休使得梅香再来请。下莫云红娘去了，小生拽上书房门者。我比及得夫人那里，夫人道。
Shaoxing came later. Read singing, ending, Sir, stop being modest, Madam will wait attentively. As the saying goes, being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Don't ask Mei Xiang to invite you again. Part 2, Mo Yun, the matchmaker has gone, and Shaoxing drags him to the study door. I waited until I got to the madam, who said,
张生，你来了也，饮几杯酒，去卧房内和英英做亲去。小生到的卧房内，和姐姐解带脱衣，颠鸾倒凤，同携鱼水之欢，共笑于妃之院。去他云环低坠，星眼微蒙，被翻翡翠。
Zhang Sheng, you are here, drink a few glasses of wine and go to the bedroom to have sex with Ying. When Shaoxing arrived in the bedroom, he and his sister took off their clothes and took off their clothes. They were in love with each other, enjoying the joy of fish and water, and working together to achieve their wish to fly. Looking at him, her cloud servant girl was low, her starry eyes were slightly dim, and she was turned over by the jadeite.
蛙宿鸳鸯，不知性命何如？且看下回分解。笑云善现法本好和尚也，只凭说法口，遂却读书心。下第二本第4折，夫人排桌子上云：红娘去请张生，如何不见来？
Stockings embroidered with mandarin ducks, I wonder what life will be like. Let's look at the breakdown next time. Laughing Cloud, Shan Xian is a good monk who is good at Dharma. He only relies on speaking the Dharma, but he has a heart for reading. Part 2, the second book, the fourth fold, the lady arranged the table and set it. The matchmaker went to invite Zhang Sheng. Why didn't she come?
洪见夫人云：张生这红娘先行，随后便来也。陌上见夫人施礼科，夫人云：前日若非先生，焉得有今日？我一家之命，皆先生所活也。聊备小酌，非为暴礼，勿嫌轻易。莫云。
Mrs. Hongjian said, Zhang Sheng asked the matchmaker to go first and then come later. See Madam Sherlike at the end, Madam said, if it weren't for my husband the day before yesterday, how could we be here today? The fate of my family is all lived by my husband. Let's have a drink while chatting. It's not a gift, don't take it lightly, Mo Yun.
一人有庆，兆民赖之。此贼之败，皆夫人之福。万一杜将军不至，我辈皆无免死之术。此皆往事，不必挂齿。夫人云：将酒来，先生满饮此杯。莫云：长者赐，少者不敢辞。
If one person is happy, the people will rely on it. The defeat of this thief is all thanks to my wife. If General Du does not arrive, none of us will be able to avoid death. These are all things of the past, and there is no need to mention them. Madam said, "Bring the wine, sir, and drink this cup to the full." And, Yun, the elders give it, but the younger ones dare not refuse it.
莫作饮酒客，莫把夫人酒了。夫人云：“先生请坐。”莫云：“小子势力坐下，上然乐礼，焉敢与夫人对坐？”夫人云：“道不得个恭敬，不如从命。”莫谢了，坐。夫人云：“红娘，去唤小姐来。”
At the end of the drinking class, at the end the lady got drunk, Madam said, "Sir, please sit down." Mo Yun, the boy is sitting down, but he is so polite that he dares to sit across from the lady. Madam said, "There is no saying that, it is better to obey orders than to be respectful." "Thank you, sit down," Madam said. "Matchmaker, go call the lady."
与先生行礼者，红朝鬼门道唤云：“老夫人后堂待客，请小姐出来礼。”但应云：“我身子不歇不停当，来不得。”红云：“你倒请谁礼？”但云：“请谁？”红云：“请张生礼。”但云：“若请张生。”
Those who salute, sir. Red Chow Gui Men Dao Huanyan, the old lady is waiting for guests in the back hall, please come out. Dan Yun, I'm not in good health and I can't come. Hong Yun, who do you want to invite? Dan Yun, who to invite? Hong Yun, invite Zhang Xingli. Dan Yun, if you invite Zhang Sheng.
服病也所走一遭。红发科了担上免除崔氏全家货，尽在张生办纸书。双调武功养，若不是张解元诗人多，别一个怎退干戈？排着酒果，列着笙歌，转烟微，花香细。
Helping the sick also takes away the pain. The red-haired doctor, Dan Shang, saved the Chui family from disaster. All it takes is half a piece of paper written by Zhang. Double tune, 5 offerings. If Zhang Jiayuan hadn't known many people, how could anyone have retreated from the fight? Wine and fruit are lined up, and music are lined up. The seal smoke is faint and the fragrance of flowers is fine.
散满东风帘幕，救了咱全家货，殷勤喝正礼，亲近喝当喝。新水令恰才向碧纱窗下画了双额，服侍了罗衣上粉香浮鸢，只将指尖轻轻地贴了田窝。
The curtain is filled with the east wind. He saved our whole family from trouble. He was diligent and courteous, and respectful and courteous. The curtain is filled with the east wind. He saved our whole family from trouble. He was diligent and courteous, and respectful and courteous. New water order. Chakai drew a pair of moths.
若不是惊觉人喝，犹压着绣亲卧。红云去俺姐姐这个脸吹弹得破，张生有福也喝。但唱腰偏没茶没力晃喽啰，你到我姨梳妆的脸吹弹得破。红云
If he hadn't been surprised, he would still be lying under his embroidered quilt. Hong Yun, looking at my sister's face, Zhang Sheng is so lucky. Dancing. Yappian, I didn't check it out, I lied to you, you told me that I should dress up, and my face was broken. Red cloud.
俺姐姐天生的一个夫人的样，但唱你那里修锅，不当信口开河。知她命福是如何，我做一个夫人也做得过。红云往常两个都害，今日早则喜也。但唱乔木茶。
My sister was born to be a lady. Dancing, you should stop chatting there and don't talk nonsense. Do you know what his fortune is? I've done it as a lady. Hong Yun, usually both are bad, but today it's good to be happy early in the morning. Dancing, my sister was born to be a lady. Dancing, you should stop chatting there and don't talk nonsense. Do you know what his fortune is? I've done it as a lady. Hong Yun, usually both are bad, but today it's good to be happy early in the morning. Dancing, Qiao Mucha.
我相思为他，他相思为我，从今后两下里相思都叫可。仇贺间里当仇贺，俺母亲也好心多。红云赶着小姐和张生杰亲喝，怎生不做大筵席，会亲戚朋友。
I miss him, and he misses me. From now on, I miss both of them better. Congratulations should be repaid with gifts, and my mother is also very kind. Hong Yun, I dare you, miss, to get married to Zhang Sheng. Why don't you have a big banquet to meet relatives and friends?
安排小酌为何？但云红娘，你不知夫人意。较真怕他怕我是赔钱货，两当一便成和。据着他举江除贼，也消得家园过活。费了甚一股呢，便待要结丝罗修波。
Why arrange a drink? Dan Yun, matchmaker, you don't know what my wife wants. Mixing Zhengpa, he is afraid that I am a loser, so we can make a deal. According to him, the generals will be eliminated and thieves will be eliminated, and family ties will be eliminated. After spending a lot of time, I was about to get a knot of silkworms, stop the wave.
省人情的奶奶推虑过，恐怕张罗。莫云小子更衣伞，坐庄见旦科旦唱庆宣和门外帘前将小脚纳。我恰待暮转秋波，谁想那时空变的灵仙儿早破，唬得我倒躲。
The merciless grandma is too worried and may make a fuss. Mo Yun, let me change my clothes. Du Tsang Jian Dan Ku, Dan Sing. Qing Xuanha, outside the door, in front of the curtain, put your little feet. I was just waiting for my eyes to turn, but who would have thought that the spiritual heart that only sees empty space would be broken early? It frightened me into hiding.
倒躲。莫见旦科夫人云：“小姐近前拜了哥哥者，莫被云呀，生息不好了也。但云呀，俺娘变了卦也。红云这相思又所害也。但唱燕儿落，荆棘蜡怎动呢？死梅藤无悔祸。”
Hide upside down. Majian Danki, Madam Yun, the young lady came forward to worship her brother. Mo Bei Yun, oh, my voice is not good anymore. Danyana, my mother has changed her mind. Hong Yun, this lovesickness is also seeking harm. Dancing, Yen Erluo, how can the thorns be moved? There is no way back until death.
错之蜡不对打，软无蜡难存坐。得胜令谁承望？这急急事事老婆婆，这英英做妹妹拜哥哥。白茫茫一起蓝桥水，不瞪瞪点着奥妙火。碧澄澄清波。
So Chila does not answer. It's hard to sit still if you are soft and stubborn. Victory order, who hopes that this old lady will live forever and take Ying as her sister and worship her brother? The white water overflows from the blue bridge, and the fire in the coat temple is lit. Clear blue waves.
扑啦啦将比目鱼分破，急嚷嚷阴河，疙瘩的把双眉所纳合。夫人云：“红娘看热酒，小姐与哥哥把盏者。”但唱甜水令，我这里粉颈低垂，峨眉频蹙，芳心无纳，俺可甚。
The flounder is split open with a splash. The eyebrows are locked together in knots due to the rush. Madam Yun, the matchmaker, watches the hot wine, and the young lady and her brother hold the cups. Duan Sing, Tian Shui Ling, my pink neck is drooped, my eyebrows are furrowed, My heart is empty, I am very.
相见话偏多，星眼朦胧，谈口皆资，颠熏不过。这席面唱好是无何，但把酒客，夫人央客，莫云小声亮盏。但云红娘接了台盏者，折桂令他其实咽不下玉液金钵。
We talk too much when we meet. Starry eyes are hazy, and the sandalwood mouth is sighing, but it can't be seen. This table is so smooth. It's nothing. Danbeju ku, Madam Yanka, Moyun, Zyashenkiang Naro. Dan Yun, the matchmaker, took the cup. Shilling Ling, he actually couldn't swallow the jade liquid Jinbo.
谁曾望月底西厢，便做了梦里南柯。泪眼偷烟，抿子里问诗香罗。他那里恨倦开软瘫坐一跺，我这里手难抬撑不起肩窝。病然沈科，断然难活，责备你送了人喝。
Whoever looked forward to the West Chamber at the end of the month turned out to be in Nank's dream. My eyes are flooded with tears, and my wine is wet with incense. He was so tired that he stretched out his limp body and made a pile of it. I couldn't lift my hands and lift my shoulders. The disease is so severe that it is absolutely difficult to survive. Then you gave it away.
当什么喽啰？夫人云：再把一盏者。红帝斩了饭唱，月上海棠，一杯闷酒尊前过，低首无言自催促。不甚醉言驼，却早嫌玻璃盏大。从因我酒上心来教客。红背与淡云。
What are you doing? Madam Yun, another one. The red cup is handed over. Duan Singh, Moon Begonia. A glass of stuffy wine passed before me, bowing my head and saying nothing. I'm not very drunk, but I already thought the glass cup was too big. Because of me, it's better to drink wine. Red back and Danyan.
姐姐，这烦恼怎生事了？但唱腰偏，而今烦恼犹闲可，酒后思量怎奈何？有一宿中长，争奈母亲侧坐，成抛朵，咫尺间发如肩阔。夫人云：红娘送小姐卧房里去者。
Sister, why did this trouble happen? Dan Singh, Yatai Pian, now I still have time to worry about it. What should I do if I think about it for a long time? I want to express my heartfelt feelings, but my mother sits sideways and hides. The distance between her is as wide as a room. Madam Yun the matchmaker sends the young lady to her bedroom.
但此莫出科，但云俺娘好口不应心也喝。桥牌老夫人转官没定夺，哑谜儿怎猜破？黑格洛甜话将人和，请将来这人不快活。江婶儿家人自来多命薄。
Dan Ci is out of school at the end of her career. Dan Yun, my mother is so talkative that she doesn't mean what she means. Chow Pier, the old lady is undecided when she turns around. How can she guess the riddles? The black pavilion talks sweetly to make peace with others, but makes the future unhappy. Beautiful women are destined to have a bad life.
秀才美从来诺。闷杀没头额，撇下赔钱货，不争你不成亲阿，下场头那大儿发付我。殿前欢，恰才个笑呵呵，都做了江州司马泪很多。若不是一封书，将半万贼兵破。
Scholars are always cowardly. Kill the headless goose and leave the money and goods behind. If you don't fight, you won't get married, and you'll pay me in return. Happiness in front of the palace, just a smile, making Jiangzhou Sima full of tears. If it weren't for one letter, 500,000 thieves would be defeated.
俺一家怎得存活？他不想结姻缘，想甚么？到如今难着莫。 老夫人晃道天来大，当日成也是您个母亲，今日败也是您个萧何。黎廷宴带些纸煞。
How can my family survive? Why does he not want to get married? It's hard to do anything until now. The old lady lied as big as the sky. I was also your mother if I succeeded that day, and you are Shao he who failed today. Lighting banquet with Siaji Shah.
从今后玉容寂寞梨花朵，胭脂浅淡樱桃柯。这相思何时是可？昏登登黑海来深，白茫茫陆地来厚。碧悠悠青天来阔，太行山般高仰望，东洋海般深思可。毒害的人吗？
From now on, the pear blossoms will be lonely, and the rouge will be pale on the cherries. When will this lovesickness last? The Black Sea is deep, the white land is thick, and the blue sky is broad. I look up as high as the Taihang Mountains, and I am as deep and thirsty as the Eastern Sea. How poisonous!
俺娘啊，将颤巍巍双头花蕊搓，相夫妇同心履带歌，长搀搀连理穷之错。白头娘不负荷，青春女成耽搁，将俺那锦片也似前程灯托。俺娘把甜句儿落空了她。
My mother rubbed the trembling double-headed stamens, cut the fragrant and fragrant strands together, and tie the long twigs together. The white-headed lady is not burdened, and the young girl becomes a pavilion, and my brocade is like a future. My mother failed him with her sweet words. My mother rubbed the trembling double-headed stamens, cut the fragrant and fragrant strands together, and tie the long twigs together. The white-headed lady is not burdened, and the young girl becomes a pavilion, and my brocade is like a future. My mother failed him with her sweet words.
虚名误传了我，下莫云小生罪也，告退。夫人跟前欲一言以尽意，未知可否？前者贼寇相迫，夫人所言，能退贼者以英英欺制。小生挺身而出，作书与杜将军。
The false reputation earned me by mistake. Part 2, Mo Yun, Shaoxing is drunk and has to resign. Madam, in front of me, I want to express my thoughts in one word, but I don't know if it is possible. In the former case, thieves and bandits are pressing against each other. As my wife said, the one who can defeat the thieves should be his wife Yingying. Shaoxing stepped forward and wrote a letter to General Du.
庶几得免夫人之祸，今日命小生赴宴，将未有喜庆之期，不知夫人何见，以兄妹之礼相待。小生非图补辍而来，此事果若不协，小生即当告退。夫人云。
The concubine can almost avoid the misfortune of his wife. Today, Shaoxing is ordered to attend the banquet, which will be a happy occasion. I wonder how Madame will treat her like a brother and sister. Shaoxing did not come here to feed and sip him. If this matter is not harmonious, Shaoxing should resign immediately. Mrs. Cloud.
先生纵有活我之恩，奈小姐先相国在日，曾许下老身折正衡。即日有书赴京换去了，未见来。如若此子至，其事将如之何？莫若以金帛相酬，先生拣豪门贵宅之女。
Even if you have the kindness to live with me, sir, Miss Nai will be the Prime Minister of the country in Japan, and she has promised to my nephew Zhengheng. I sent a message to Beijing that day, but I didn't see it coming. If this son comes, what will happen? Instead of paying each other with gold and silk, the gentleman chooses the daughter of a wealthy family and a noble house.
别为之求，先生台意若何？莫云，既然夫人不语，小生何慕金帛之色？却不道书中有女言如玉， 则今日便所告辞。夫人云：你且住者，今日有酒也。
Don't ask for it. What do you think, sir? Mo Yun, since my wife won't agree with you, how can I admire the beauty of gold and silk? But don't you say, there are women with beautiful faces like jade in the book? So I'll take my leave today. Madam said, if you stay here, there will be wine today.
红娘扶哥哥去书房中歇息，到明日咱别有话说。下红拂墨科默念有份只熬宵4夜，无缘难遇洞房春。红云张生少吃1盏却不好。墨云我吃什么来？莫贵红科。
The matchmaker helped her brother to rest in the study. We have nothing to say until tomorrow. Part 2, Hong Fu Mo Ku, Final Thoughts. If you have a chance, you can only stay through the night in Shaoxi, but if you have no chance, you will never see the wedding spring. The matchmaker helped her brother to rest in the study. We have nothing to say until tomorrow. Part 2, Hong Fu Mo Ku, Final Thoughts. If you have a chance, you can only stay through the night in Shaoxi, but if you have no chance, you will never see the wedding spring. Hong Yun, Zhangsheng, it's not good to eat less. Mo Yun, what shall I eat? Moku Honka.
小生为小姐，昼夜忘餐废寝，魂劳梦断，常呼呼如有所失。自寺中一见，隔墙愁鹤，迎风带月，受无限之苦楚。甫能得成就婚姻，夫人变了卦，使小生志节思穷。
Shaoxing is a young lady. She forgets to eat and sleep day and night. Her soul is tired and her dreams are broken. She often feels like she is missing something. As soon as I saw him in the temple, he was separated by a wall, waiting for the moon and the wind, and suffered infinite pain. Just as they were able to get married, the wife changed her mind, leaving the young man exhausted.
此事几时事了？小娘子怎生可怜小生，将此一身与小姐，致小生之心。就小娘子前解下腰间之带，寻个自尽。默念可怜刺骨悬梁志，显作离乡背景魂。红云
When did this happen? How can the young lady take pity on Shaoxing? She expresses this intention to the young lady, knowing Shaoxing's heart. He took off his belt in front of the young lady and committed suicide. Final thoughts. It's a pity that my ambition is hanging high, and I'm in danger of leaving my hometown and leaving my soul behind. Red Cloud.
街上好见柴，烧你个傻脚！你休慌，妾当与君谋之。莫云即将安在？小生当筑坛拜将。红云妾见先生有囊琴1张，必善于此。俺小姐深慕于琴。
There's so much cheap firewood on the street, it'll burn you stupid corner. Don't panic, I will make plans with you. Mo Yun, where is the plan? Young men should build altars to worship generals. Hong Yun, I see that my husband has a bag of harps, and I must be good at it. My lady admires Qin deeply.
今夕妾与小姐同至花园内烧夜香，但听咳嗽为令，先生动操。看小姐听得时说什么言语，却将先生之言答之。若有话说，明日妾来回报，这早晚怕夫人寻我回去也。
This evening, I went to the garden with my lady to burn incense, but when I heard the command to cough, my husband acted. I watched what my lady said when she heard it, and she understood what my husband said. If you have something to say, I will come back tomorrow to report it. Sooner or later, I am afraid that my wife will look for me and go back.
下第2本第5折末上云：红娘之言深有意趣。天色晚也， 月儿，你早些出来嘛。焚香了，却早发雷也，却早撞钟也。坐里勤科，勤呵。
Next, the second book, the fifth fold, Moshanjian. The words of the matchmaker are deeply interesting. It's getting late, Yuer. Could you come out earlier? Burning incense, yeah, but it's too early to beat the bell. Yeah, it's too early to hit the bell. Doing music Shinha.
小生与足下湖海相随数年，今夜这一场大功，都在你这神品金辉、玉枕、蛇腹、段纹、益阳、交尾、兵弦之上。天哪！却怎生借得一阵顺风？
Shaoxing has been with the lake and sea for several years. Shaoxing has been with the lake and sea for several years. This great achievement tonight is all based on your divine product, golden emblem, jade, snake belly, broken pattern, yang, jiaowei, and bingxian. Oh my gosh! But how could I borrow a favorable wind?
将小生这琴声吹入俺那小姐玉琢成粉捏就知音的耳朵里去者，但引红上红云小姐烧香去来，好明月也呵。但云事已无成，烧香何计？月儿，你团圆咱却怎生？
Who will blow the sound of Shaoxing's piano into the ears of my dear lady, who is carved from jade and kneaded from powder? Once the red light comes up, the red clouds, come and burn incense. What a bright moon! Dan Yun, nothing has been accomplished. Burning incense will help. You are reunited, but how can we have children?
月调窦鹌鹑，圆脸晴空，冰轮乍涌，风扫残红，相接乱拥，离恨千端，闲愁万种。夫人啊！ 米不有出，显客有终。他做了营里的情郎，我做了画里的爱宠。子花儿序。
Yujiao, fighting quails, the clouds gather in the clear sky, and the ice will suddenly surges. The wind sweeps away the remaining red, and the fragrant steps are crowded. There are thousands of separation and sorrow, and thousands of idle sorrows. Madam, there is no beginning, and there is an end. Yujiao, fighting quails, the clouds gather in the clear sky, and the ice will suddenly surges. The wind sweeps away the remaining red, and the fragrant steps are crowded. There are thousands of separation and sorrow, and thousands of idle sorrows. Madam, there is no beginning, and there is an end. He became the lover in the shadow, and I became the pet in the painting. Purple Flower Preface.
则落得心儿里念想，口里闲提，则所向梦儿里相逢。俺娘昨日个大开东阁，我则道怎生般袍凤烹龙，朦胧可叫我翠袖殷勤捧玉中，却不到主人情重。
Then I end up thinking about it in my heart, mentioning it in my mouth, and then I want to meet in my dream. My mother opened the East Pavilion yesterday, and I asked, how can a cannon and a phoenix cook a dragon? Hazy, can you teach me the green sleeves hold the jade bell diligently, but not the master's affection?
则为那兄妹排联，因此上与水难同。红云姐姐，你看月蓝，明日敢有风也？但云风月天边有，人间好事无。小桃红，人间看波。 玉容身所绣围中，怕有人搬弄。想嫦娥。
Because the brother and sister are closely related, it is difficult to get along with each other. Hong Yun, sister, look at the moon. Will there be wind tomorrow? Dan Yun, there are winds and moons in the sky, but there are no good things in the world. Little Tao Hong, watching the waves in the world, her jade face is. Because the brother and sister are closely related, it is difficult to get along with each other. Hong Yun, sister, look at the moon. Will there be wind tomorrow? Dan Yun, there are winds and moons in the sky, but there are no good things in the world. Little Tao Hong, watching the waves in the world, her jade face is locked in the embroidered curtain, for fear of being teased. Thinking of Chang'e.
西莫东升谁与共？愿天公陪航不做游仙梦。这云似我罗为树虫，只恐怕嫦娥心动，因此上为祝广寒宫。红作咳嗽科，墨云来了。作李琴科，但云这什么响？红发科，但唱。
If there is no east and west, who will share it? Blame God, Pei Hang does not dream of traveling to immortality. The clouds are as heavy as my silk curtains, but they are afraid that Chang'e's heart will be moved, so they surround Guanghan Palace. Hong is in the cough department, Mo Yun is here. Doing music. Danyun, what is this noise? Red hair section Dan sing.
天净沙莫不是步摇的宝髻玲珑，莫不是裙脱的环佩叮咚，莫不是铁马儿檐前骤风，莫不是金钩双控急叮当敲响连笼，调笑令莫不是范王公夜撞钟。
Tianjingsha, could it be that the baby is wearing an exquisite bun? Could it be that the skirt is dragging and ringing? Could it be that there is a sudden wind in front of the eaves of the iron horse? Could it be that the golden hook dual control jingle is ringing the curtain? Teasing order, could it be that the Brahma Palace is ringing the bell at night?
莫不是书萧萧曲坎中，莫不是牙齿剪刀声相送，莫不是漏声长笛响胡同。前身在听在墙角东，原来是进西厢里连结丝筒。突丝儿齐声壮，似铁骑刀枪荣荣，齐声幽。
Could it be that Shuxiaxia Kujian's Hong? Could it be that the sound of a ruler and scissors comes to you? Could it be that there is a leaking sound and a long dripping sound that rings the copper of the kettle? I leaned back and listened again to the east corner of the wall. It turned out to be the Lillian silk tongue tree near the west wing. Bald seer, his voice is strong, like a cavalryman's swords and guns, his voice is quiet.
似落花流水溶溶，其声高；似风清月朗鹤立空，其声低；似听儿女语，小窗中涌涌。圣药王他那里思不穷，我这里一已通。娇鸾雏凤诗雌雄，他曲味中，我意转浓。
It is like falling flowers melting in flowing water. Its sound is high, like the clear wind and the bright moon, and the chirping of cranes in the sky. Its sound is low, like listening to the voices of children, chirping in the small window. Holy Medicine King, his thoughts are endless, but here my thoughts have been understood, and the male and female of Jiaowan, chicks and phoenixes have lost their sex. While his song has not yet ended, my thoughts have become stronger.
征奈伯劳飞雁各西东，尽在不言中。我进书窗听咱。红云姐姐，你这里听，我乔夫人一会便来。墨云窗外有人，一定是小姐，我将弦改过，弹一曲，就歌一篇。
Jingnai shrike and flying swallows fly to the west and east, all in silence. I approached the book window and listened. Hong Yun, sister, just listen here. I think my wife will be here soon. Mo Yun, there is someone outside the window, it must be a lady. I will change the strings, play a song, and sing a song.
名曰凤求凰。昔日司马相如得此曲成事，我虽不及相如，愿小姐有闻君之意。歌曰：有美人兮，见之不忘；一日不见兮，思之如狂。凤飞翩翩兮，四海求凰。
It's called Feng Qiu Huang. In the past, Sima Xiangru was able to accomplish this piece of music. Although I am not as good as Xiangru, I hope that Miss Wenjun will do so. Song, there is a beauty here, I will never forget it when I see it. Not seeing you for a day makes me miss you like crazy. The phoenix is flying gracefully, and people are seeking it from all over the world.
无奈佳人兮，不在东墙。张贤待禹兮，欲诉衷肠。何时见许兮，为我彷徨。愿言配得兮，携手相将。不得于非兮，使我沦亡。但云是弹得好也啊，其慈爱，其意切。
Unfortunately, the beauty is not on the east wall. Zhang Xian spoke on behalf of him, wanting to express his sincere feelings. When will I see Su Shi and comfort my hesitation? May your words be worthy of your virtue, and join hands to fight. If I can't fly, I will perish. Danyan, you can play it well. His words are sad and his meaning is profound.
凄凄如鹤立天，故使妾闻之，不觉泪下。马郎这的是令他人耳聪，诉自己情中。知音者方心自懂，感怀者断肠悲痛。腰篇这一篇与本宫始终不同，又不是青叶文中。
It's as sad as the sky with cranes chirping, so I made my concubine burst into tears when she heard it. Malanga, this is to make others listen and express one's feelings. Those who are close friends are heartbroken and understand themselves, while those who are grateful are heartbroken and grieved. Yuppian, this article is different from this one. It's not like hearing the bell at night.
又不是黄鹤醉翁，又不是麒麟悲凤。骆丝娘一字字更长漏涌，一声声衣宽带松。别恨离愁变成一弄。张生啊，越叫人之众。莫云夫人且作忘恩，小姐你也说谎也啊。
He is neither a yellow crane nor a drunkard, nor is he a weeping lin or a sad phoenix. Luosi Nyang, each word is longer and longer, and the sound is wider and looser. Don't hate separation and become a nanny. Zhang Sheng, the more you teach people to know the importance. Mo Yun, madam, please be ungrateful. Miss, you are also lying.
但云你休怨了我。东元乐这的是俺娘的机变，非干是妾身脱空。若由得我啊，祈求得效鸾凤。俺娘无业无名并女工，我若得些儿闲空，张生鹤。
Danyan, you shamed me and blamed me. Dong Yuanlo, this is my mother's trick, and it is my concubine's escape. If it is up to me, I beg you to follow Wanfeng's example. My mother has no sleep and is a female worker. If I have some free time, Zhang Sheng will do it.
怎叫你无人处把妾身作颂？棉搭絮，疏帘风细，优势登青，都则是一层而红纸，几晃而疏雷，悟的不是隔着云山几万众，怎的个人来信息通？便做到12无风。
How can I teach you to recite my concubine's body when there is no one around? Mian Zexu, the curtains are sparse and the wind is thin, and the lights in the secluded room are clear. They are all made of a layer of red paper, and a few trees are sparse. It's not like there are tens of thousands of clouds and mountains separated. How can I get personal information? Pass. Then he made the 12 witch peaks.
他也曾赴高堂来梦中，红云夫人寻小姐里，咱家去来。但唱捉鲁肃，则见他走来气冲冲，怎不叫人恨匆匆？唬得人来怕恐，早时不曾转动，女孩家只凭响喉咙。
He also wrote a poem to Gao Tang in his dream. Hong Yun, madam is looking for a young lady, please come to our house. Dansheng, Zhuolusu, saw him coming in a hurry. How could he not teach others to hate the rush? It scares people. It has not moved for a long time, but the girl's throat is ringing.
紧磨弄， 所将他拦纵，则孔夫人行把我来私葬送。红云姐姐则管听琴怎么？张生着我对姐姐说，她回去也。但云好姐姐呵，是必再着她注意成儿。红云再说什么？但云
If I rub him tightly and hold him back with a rope, I'm afraid my wife will bury me. Hong Yun, how about my sister playing the piano? Zhang asked me to tell my sister that he was going back. Dan Yun, my dear sister, I will live with him for a while. Hong Yun, what else can you say? Dan Yun.
你去阿夫韦，则说道：夫人时下有人鸡农，好供逮不着你落空。不问俺口不应的狠毒娘，怎肯着别离了至成种？并下第3本，蝎子蛋上云。自那夜听琴后
Go ahead. End, said, Madam, there are people muttering at the moment, so I hope you will be disappointed. How could I be willing to say goodbye to Zhiqingzhong without asking about my cruel and cruel mother? The third book, Wedge. Dan Shangyan since listening to the piano that night.
闻说张生有病，我如今这红娘去书院里看他说什么。叫红科红上云，姐姐唤我，不知有甚事，须所走一遭。但云这般身子不快啊，你怎么不来看我？红云你想张？但云
I heard that Zhang Sheng was ill, so I went to the academy with my matchmaker to see what he had to say. Called Hongka, Hong Shangyan, my sister called me, I don't know what happened, I need to ask for it. Danyan, you feel so unhappy, why don't you come to see me? Hong Yun, do you want to Zhang, Dan Yun?
张什么？红云我张着姐姐里。但云我有一件事殃及你咱。红云什么事？但云你与我望张生走一遭，看他说什么，你来回我话者。红云我不去，夫人知道不是耍。但云
Zhang what? Hong Yun, I am open to my sister. Danyan and I have something for you and me. Red Cloud, what's going on? Dan Yun, you and I will watch Zhang Sheng walk around and see what he says. You can answer my questions. Hong Yun, I won't go, Madam knows it's not a joke. Dan Yun.
好姐姐，我拜你2拜，你便与我走一遭。红云事常请起，我去责辩了。说道：张生，你好生病重，则俺姐姐也不弱。只因午夜调琴手，引起春归爱乐信。仙侣赏花时
Good sister, if I bow to you twice, you will come with me. Hong Yun, sir, please get up. I'll go. Said, Zhang Sheng, you are so ill, so my sister is not weak either. Just, good sister, if I bow to you twice, you will come with me.
俺姐姐针线无心不带拈，脂粉香消懒去天。春恨压眉间，若得灵犀一点，感医可了病恹恹。夏日但云红娘去了，看她回来说甚话，我自有主意。下第3本第1折。
My sister has no intention of picking up her needlework, and the fragrance of makeup and powder makes her lazy to add some. The hatred of spring presses on the tip of my eyebrows. If I could gain some clarity, I would be able to cure the illness. Part 2, Dan Yun, the matchmaker has gone. My sister has no intention of picking up her needlework, and the fragrance of makeup and powder makes her lazy to add some. The hatred of spring presses on the tip of my eyebrows. If I could gain some clarity, I would be able to cure the illness. Part 2, Dan Yun, the matchmaker has gone. I'll see what he says when he comes back. I'll have my own idea. Part 2. The third book, the first fold.
陌上云害杀小生也。自那夜听琴后，再不能够见俺那小姐。我这长老说将去，到张生好生病重，却怎生不见人来看我？却思量上来，我睡些儿咱。红上云凤小姐言语。
Mo Shangyun, it is also harmful to kill young people. After listening to the piano that night, I could no longer see my lady. I told the elder that I was leaving and said that Zhang Sheng was very ill, but why didn't anyone come to see me? But thinking about it, I'll sleep some more. Red Shangyun, Mo Shangyun, it is also harmful to kill young people. After listening to the piano that night, I could no longer see my lady. I told the elder that I was leaving and said that Zhang Sheng was very ill, but why didn't anyone come to see me? But thinking about it, I'll sleep some more. Red Shangyun, Miss Feng's words.
周我看张生须所走一遭，我想咱每一家若非张生，怎存俺一家性命也？仙侣点绛唇，相国行辞，寄居萧寺。因丧事，幼女胡儿将欲从军死。混江龙谢张生身至。
If I look at Zhang Sheng, I need to ask him to go away. I think every one of our families, if it weren't for Zhang Sheng, how could our family survive? Xian Lu, Dian Jiang Lip, Xianguo went to the ancestral hall and stayed in Shao Temple. Due to the funeral, the young daughter Huer wanted to join the army and died. Hunjianglong, Xie Zhangsheng extended his ambition.
一封书道变兴师，显得文章有用，足见天地无私。若不是剪草除根半万贼，险些儿灭门，绝户俺一家。英英君瑞，许配雄雌，夫人失信，推脱别辞，将婚姻打灭。
When a letter arrives, the army will start. It seems that the article is useful, which shows that the world is selfless. If we hadn't cut the grass and eradicated 500,000 thieves, my whole family would have been almost wiped out. Yingying Juanrui promised a male or female betrothed. The wife broke her promise and made excuses. The marriage was ruined.
以兄妹为之，如今都废却成亲事，一个嫁愁糊秃了胸中锦绣，一个嫁泪问了脸上胭脂。油葫芦憔悴潘郎鬓有丝，杜为娘不似旧时，待为宽轻剪了瘦腰肢。
As a brother and sister. Now that they are all getting married, one person is filled with sorrow and the beauty in his chest is blooming, and the other person is rouged with tears on his face. Yu Gord, Pan Lang is haggard and has hair on his temples. Du Weinyang is not like the old days. Her girth is wider and her waist is slimmer.
一个睡昏昏不带观经史，一个一旋旋揽去年针线，一个丝桐上调弄出离恨谱，一个花笺上山抹成断肠诗，一个笔下写幽情，一个弦上传心事。
One is too sleepy to read the classics and history, the other is too lazy to pick up the needle and thread. One is playing up the tune of silk tongue to compose a score of sorrow. One is deleting it into heartbroken poems on the... One is too sleepy to read the classics and history, the other is too lazy to pick up the needle and thread. One is playing up the tune of silk tongue to compose a score of sorrow. One is deleting it into heartbroken poems on the flower paper. One is writing down feelings in his pen, and one string is conveying his thoughts.
两下里都一样害相似。天下乐方信道，才子佳人信有之。红娘看时有些乖性儿，则怕有情人不遂心也似此。他害得有些抹媚，我遭着没三思，一那头安排着憔悴死。
I was equally lovesick both times. Fong believes that there are talented men and beautiful women. When the matchmaker looks at her, she seems a little surly, and she is afraid that the lover will not get what she wants. This is also the case. I was equally lovesick both times. Fong believes that there are talented men and beautiful women. When the matchmaker looks at her, she seems a little surly, and she is afraid that the lover will not get what she wants. This is also the case. He was a bit charming, and I didn't think twice about it, so I arranged to die of haggard.
却早来到书院里，我把唾尖润破窗纸，看他在书房里做什么。村里亚古，我将这纸窗而润破，悄声而窥视。多管是何衣而睡起，罗山上前金者至，孤眠旷外。
But I came to the academy early. I moistened the broken window paper with my saliva to see what he was doing in the study. Drums in the village, I will break the paper window and peek in quietly. Most of the time, I slept with my clothes on, and my shirt was pleated on the front. But I came to the academy early. I moistened the broken window paper with my saliva to see what he was doing in the study. Drums in the village, I will break the paper window and peek in quietly. Most of the time, I slept with my clothes on, and my shirt was pleated on the front. The smell of sleeping alone.
凄凉情绪，无人服侍。去了他色质气色，听了他微弱长息，看了他黄瘦脸。张生啊，你若不闷死，多应是害死。元和令金钗敲门扇儿。莫云是谁？红唱。
Desolate mood, no one to wait for you. I looked at his sluggish complexion, heard his weak breath, and looked at his thin, yellow face. Zhang Sheng, if you don't suffocate to death, you will probably die. Yuan He Ling, Jean Chai knocks on the door and fan. Moyun, who is it?
我是个散相司的武文使。俺小姐想着风清月朗夜深时，使红娘来探耳。莫云，既然小娘子来，小姐必有言语。红唱，俺小姐至今脂粉未曾失，念到有1000番张殿试。
I am a lovesick messenger of the 5 plagues. My lady is thinking about having a matchmaker come to visit me late at night when the wind is clear and the moon is clear. Mo Yun, since the young lady is here, the young lady must have something to say. Red Singh, my lady has not applied any makeup so far, thinking of the 1000 imperial examinations.
莫云，小姐既有见怜之心，小生有意见，敢烦小娘子答之肺腑咱。红云，只恐他翻了面皮。上马交，他若是见了这诗，看了这词，他敢颠倒费神思。他拽起面皮来。
Mo Yun, since the young lady has a heart of pity, Shaoxing has a simple message, and he dares to bother the young lady to understand her deepest feelings. Hong Yun, I'm just afraid that he will turn his back on me. Shang Ma Jiao, if he saw this poem and read the words, he would dare to confuse it and waste his energy. He pulled up his face and said,
查得谁的言语你将来，这妮子怎敢胡行事？他可敢吃，吃的扯做了纸条。莫云，小生酒后多以金帛拜酬小娘子。红唱，圣葫芦，哎，你个馋穷酸来没样儿。
Whose words will you find out? How dare this girl act so recklessly? How dare he sneer and make a note? Mo Yun, Shaoxing will pay more and more money and silk to the young lady. Hong Sing. Sheng Hulu, hey, you, he is a greedy, sour and careless person.
卖弄你有家私，莫不图谋你的东西来到此。先生的钱物与红娘做赏赐，是我爱你的金资。腰偏你看人似桃李，春风墙外枝，卖俏倚门。我虽是个婆娘有志气。
Showing off that you have possessions, why don't you come here to seek your things? Your husband's money and goods, as rewards with your matchmaker, are they the funds for my love for you? Yupian, you see people like peaches and plums branching outside the wall in the spring breeze, leaning against the door in a pretty way. Although I am a mother-in-law, showing off that you have possessions, why don't you come here to seek your things? Your husband's money and goods, as rewards with your matchmaker, are they the funds for my love for you? Yuppian, you see people like peaches and plums branching outside the wall in the spring breeze, leaning against the door in a pretty way. Although I am a mother-in-law, I am ambitious.
则说道：可怜见小子，只身独自，嫩的喝，颠倒有个寻思。墨云依着姐姐，可怜见小子只身独自。红云悟的不是也，你写来，咱与你将去。默写科红云写得好喝。
Then he said, It's so pitiful that the boy is alone. He had a thought. Mo Yun, I was leaning on my sister, but it was a pity to see the boy alone. Then he said, It's so pitiful that the boy is alone. He had a thought. Mo Yun, I was leaning on my sister, but it was a pity to see the boy alone. Hong Yun, it's not true. You write, and we will go with you. Mo Shu Ku, Hong Yun, is well written.
读与我听咱。莫读云：拱百拜，奉书方清，可人装次。自别言犯，鸿隙临绝，悲怆不胜。孰料夫人以恩承怨，便以前因，岂得不为失信乎？使小生目视东墙。
Read and listen to me. The last reading says, Gongbai worships and writes to Fangqin, Karen's Wangxi, Since I have left my appearance, I have lost all my beauty, and I am extremely sad. Who would have thought that if the wife turned her favor into a grudge and changed her previous marriage, wouldn't it be considered a breach of trust? Make the young student look at the east wall.
恨不得夜翅于乳台左右，换成丝可垂命有日。因红娘志，聊奉数字，以表寸心。万一有见廉之意，书以治下，庶几尚可保养。造次不仅，扶起情数，后成五言诗一首。
I wish I could have my armpits and wings on your left and right sides. I will suffer from thirst and will die one day. Because the matchmaker is here, she talks about numbers to express her feelings. If you feel pity for me, I will throw the book down, and the common people can still maintain it. If you make a mistake, please forgive me. It later became a 5-character poem.
旧书路程，相思恨转天，慢把瑶琴弄。乐事又逢春，芳心耳意动。此情不可为，方欲何须奉？莫负月华明，且莲花影重。红唱后庭花，我则道服花间打稿。
He recorded it in a book. His lovesickness and hatred turned to him, and he played with the Yaoqin. Pleasure comes in spring again, and your heart is moved. This sentiment cannot be violated. Why should we be honored? Don't miss the brightness of the moon and pity the heavy shadows of flowers. Hong Sing, backcourt flower, I will write the paper with Fu Huajian.
原来他染霜毫不构思，先写下几句韩文序，后提着5言8句诗。不一时，把花间锦字叠作同心方胜，推聪明，推静思，推风流，推浪子。虽然是假样儿，小可的难到此。
It turned out that he had no idea when he died Frost. First write a few lines of cold and warm preface, and then inscribe a 5-character and 8-line poem. When not moving, fold the flower paper and brocade characters into a concentric shape called Fang Shenger. Too smart, too thoughtful, too romantic, too prodigal. Although it's a pretense, it turned out that he had no idea when he died Frost. First write a few lines of cold and warm preface, and then inscribe a 5-character and 8-line poem. When not moving, fold the flower paper and brocade characters into a concentric shape called fang shinger. Too smart, too thoughtful, too romantic, too prodigal. Although it's a pretense.
清歌颠倒写鸳鸯两字，方信道在心为志。莫云姐姐将去，是必在意者。洪畅看喜怒其间去个意儿，放心拨学士。我愿为之，并不推辞，自有言辞。则说道
Chinga write the two characters upside down. Fang Xindao says, be ambitious in your heart. Mo Yun, my sister is about to go, so you must be careful. Hong Sing, look at the mood between happiness and anger. Don't worry, bachelor wave. I am willing to do it, and I will not refuse. I have my own words. Then he said,
昨夜弹琴的那人儿叫传世，这检帖我与你将去，先生当以功名为念，修堕了志气者。寄生草，你将那偷香手，准备着折桂枝，休叫那淫词儿污了龙舌字。
The man who played the piano last night was teaching. This is a brief message. I will go with you. Sir, you should take fame as your priority and don't lose your ambition. Parasite grass, you are going to steal the fragrance and prepare to break the cinnamon branch. You teach that obscene word to taint the word dragon and snake. The man who played the piano last night was teaching. This is a brief message. I will go with you. Sir, you should take fame as your priority and don't lose your ambition. Parasite grass, you are going to steal the fragrance and prepare to break the cinnamon branch.
偶思儿复定鲲鹏翅，黄莺儿夺了鸿鹄志。休为这翠围锦仗一家人，误了你玉堂金马三学士。莫云姐姐在意者，红云放心，放心。煞尾沈约并多班，宋玉愁无二。
The lotus root silk binds the wings of the rock, and the yellow oriole seizes the ambition of the swan. Don't miss your 3 bachelors of gold and horse in Yutong, because of this beautiful lady in the brocade curtain. Mo Yun, sister cares about you. Red cloud, don't worry, don't worry. The lotus root silk binds the wings of the rock, and the yellow oriole seizes the ambition of the swan. Don't miss your 3 bachelors of gold and horse in Yutong, because of this beautiful lady in the brocade curtain. Mo Yun, sister cares about you. Red cloud, don't worry, don't worry.
轻减了相思样子，则你那眉眼传情未了时，忠心日夜藏之。怎敢因儿有美于斯，我须教有发落归着这张纸。凭着我舌尖上说辞，更合这简帖里心事。
She looks less lovesick. Then when the expression of love between your eyebrows and eyes is not over, the center hides it day and night. How dare you say that, there is beauty here, I must teach you to return to this piece of paper. The words on the tip of my tongue, and the thoughts in this simple post.
管教那人来探你一遭。下莫云小娘子将简帖去了，不是小声说口，则是一道会亲的符篆。他明日回话，必有个次第。且放下心，须索好音来也。且将宋玉风留册。
Discipline that person to visit you. Part 2, Mo Yun, the young lady sent the brief note. It was not a message from the young man, but a talisman and seal script for a kiss. When he replies tomorrow, there must be a sequence. Don't worry, you have to ask for good news. Let's use song, use romantic strategy.
寄与浦东窈窕娘。下第3本第2折。但上云：红娘服侍老夫人不得空便，若早晚赶带来也。起得早了些儿，困思上来，我再睡些儿攒。 说科洪尚云。
Send it to Pudong's graceful mother. Part 2, the third book, the second fold, Dan Shangyun. The matchmaker waited on the old lady and had no time to go to the toilet, so she dared to stay here morning and evening. I got up a little early, and I was sleepy. I'll sleep some more. Sleeping section, read Shangyun.
凤小姐言语去看张生，因服侍老夫人，未曾回小姐话去。不听的声音，赶已睡里，我入去看一遭。中缕粉蝶儿，风镜连弦，透纱窗射栏香伞，起珠飞摇响双环。将台高。
I went to see Zhang Sheng according to the lady's words, but because I was waiting on the old lady, I didn't reply to the lady's words. If you don't hear the sound, you dare to sleep. I'll go in and take a look. Zhonglu, pink butterfly. The wind is calm and the curtains are idle. The fragrance of musk orchid is scattered through the screen window, and the red door is opened and the double rings are ringing. Jiangtai is high.
金河小，银缸油灿。比即将暖帐清淡，先接起这枚红罗软帘偷看。醉春风，则见他钗丹玉斜横，寄偏云乱晚。日高犹自不明谋，唱好是懒懒。但坐起身长叹科红唱。
The gold lotus is small, but the silver lotus is still brilliant. After flicking on the warm curtain, he first lifted up the plum red soft curtain and took a peek. Drunken spring breeze. Then I saw his hairpin and jade hair slanted horizontally, and his bun was tilted to the side with clouds. The sun is high and I still don't know my eyes. It's lazy and lazy to be happy. Once I stood up and sighed, read sing.
半晌抬身，几回搔耳，一声长叹。我待便将简帖儿与他，恐俺小姐有许多假处理。我则将这简帖儿放在庄盒上，看他见了说什么。但作照镜科，见帖看科，红唱。
He raised his body for a while, scratched his ears several times, and let out a long sigh. I will send him the brief message later. I am afraid that my lady has many lies. I put this simple note on the makeup box to see what he would say when he saw it. Once you have an optometrist examination, please see the post to see the examination.
普天乐，晚妆残，乌云丹，轻云了粉脸，乱挽起云环。将简帖拈，把妆盒按，开拆封皮滋滋看，颠来倒去，不害心烦。但怒叫红娘，红作一云呀，绝洒了也。
Pushing, evening makeup is left behind, dark clouds are looming over her face. She evens out her powdered face and rolls up her maidservant in disorder. Pick up the slips of paper, press the makeup box, open the cover and read carefully, turning it over and over without getting upset. Dan shouted angrily, matchmaker. Hongzua Iyun, yeah, it's time to let it go.
燕的早阁皱了黛眉，但云小贱人不来怎么？红唱忽的波低垂了粉颈，晕的喝改变了朱颜。但云小贱人这东西那里将来的？我是相国的小姐。
Zoji frowned in disgust. Danyun, little bitch, why don't you come? Zoji frowned in disgust. Danyun, little bitch, why don't you come? Red singing, the sudden waves lowered her pink neck, and the sultry smile changed her beauty. Danyun, little bitch, where did this thing come from? I am the lady of Xianghua.
谁敢将这简帖来戏弄我？我几曾惯看这等东西。告过夫人，打下你个小贱人下节来。红云小姐使将我去，踏着我将来。我不识字，知他写着什么。快活三。
Who dares to tease me with this simple post? How often am I used to seeing this kind of thing? Tell the madam to cut you off, you little bitch. Hong Yun, the lady will send me away, and he will keep me coming. I am illiterate, what do you think he wrote? Happy 3.
分明是你过犯，没来由把我摧残，使别人颠倒恶心烦，你不惯，谁曾惯？姐姐休闹，比及你对夫人说啊，我将这简帖去夫人行出手去来。但做揪住科，我逗你耍来。
It's obviously your fault, so you tortured me for no reason. You don't get used to making others upset and disgusted, but who has? Sister, please stop making trouble, until you tell the madam. I will send this brief note to the madam's house. Once I'm done grabbing the subject, I'm teasing you.
红云放手，看打下结来。但云张生近日如何？红云我则不说。但云好姐姐，你说与我听暂。红唱朝天子张生进监，面言受得来时难看。不思量茶饭，怕待动弹。
Hong Yun, let go and watch what happens next. Danyan, how is Zhangxing doing these days? Hong Yun, I won't say. Danyan, good sister, please tell me and listen to me. Hong Xing, Chao Tianzi, Zhangxing has a close appearance and a face that is so thin that it is really ugly. Not thinking about food and tea, afraid of waiting to move.
小夜将家期盼，废寝忘餐。黄昏清淡，望东墙烟泪眼。但云请个好太医看他症候咱。红云他症候吃药不济，病患药安，则出事出几点风流汗。但云红娘不看你面时。
Looking forward to good times at dawn and night, I forget to eat and sleep. In the evening of Qing Dynasty, I looked at the east wall and my eyes filled with tears. Danyan, ask a good imperial doctor to look at his symptoms. Hong Yun, his syndrome is not effective with medicine. Looking forward to good times at dawn and night, I forget to eat and sleep. In the evening of Qing Dynasty, I looked at the east wall and my eyes filled with tears. Danyan, ask a good imperial doctor to look at his symptoms. Hong Yun, his syndrome is not effective with medicine. The patient must be safe except for a few winds and sweats. Danyan, matchmaker, when I don't look at you.
我将与老夫人看，看他有何面目见夫人。虽然我家亏他，只是兄妹之情，焉有外事？红娘，早是你口吻厉，若别人知啊，什么模样？红云，你哄着谁哩？
I will watch with the old lady to see how he looks when he meets the madam. Although my family is indebted to him, it is just a brother-sister relationship, nothing to do with it. Matchmaker, you have always been honest. If others knew about it, what would it look like? Hong Yun, who are you coaxing?
你把这个恶鬼弄得他七死八活，却要怎么？四边境怕人家掉饭，早供晚夫人见些破绽，你我何安？问什么他遭危难？撺断的上杆多了梯儿看。但云将苗饼过来。
You have driven this hungry ghost to death, but what are you going to do? Quiet on all sides, afraid of being provoked, morning and evening, madam, we will see some flaws. How can you and I be safe? Why is he in danger? After breaking the pole, I lifted up the ladder and took a look. Danyan, bring the pen over.
我写将去回他，这他下次修饰这般。但作写科，起身科云：红娘，你将去说，小姐看望先生，相待兄妹之礼如此，非有他意。再一遭儿是这般呵，必告夫人知道。
I wrote that I will go back to him and hope that he will not be like this next time. Once I'm done writing subjects, getting up and answering questions, matchmaker, you are going to say, when a young lady visits her husband, she treats her brother and sister like this, and she has no intention of doing so. If you see me like this again, I will tell my wife to know.
和你个小贱人都有话说。但至书下红唱托布衫，小孩家口没遮拦，一味地将言语摧残。把似你使性子，修思良秀才，做多少好人家风范。红作识书科小凉州。
I have something to say to you, little bitch. Dan throws the book under, Red sings, take off the shirt, the child's mouth is not covered, and he blindly destroys his words. Don't think about how talented you are and how much you can do to be a good person. Homeswa shishuk, Zili Angswu.
他为你梦里成双绝后丹，废寝忘餐。罗衣不耐五更寒，愁无限，寂寞泪阑干。腰偏似这等臣，勾空把家期盼。我将这角门是不曾劳栓，则愿你做夫妻无危难。
He sleeps alone and sleeps together in your dream, forgetting all the sleep and meals. Luo e can't help but feel the cold at dawn, endless sorrow, loneliness, and tears. Yeppian, it seems that I have high hopes for good things in this time. He sleeps alone and sleeps together in your dream, forgetting all the sleep and meals. Luo e can't help but feel the cold at dawn, endless sorrow, loneliness, and tears.
我向这沿席头上整扮，做一个缝了口的撮合衫。红云，我若不去来，到我为傲他，那生又等我回报，我须所走一遭。下陌上云，那书欠红娘将去，未见回话。我这封书去。
I dressed up the feast head and made a seamed mountain. Hong Yun, if I don't come and go, if I disobey him, he will wait for me to repay him in that life, and I will have to take it away. Part 2, Last Cloud. The matchmaker Shu Qian was about to leave, but she didn't reply. I'll send you this book.
必定成事，这早晚赶事来也。红上云，须索回张生话去。小姐，你幸而推惯的教了，有前日的心，那得今日的心来。16花，当日个晚庄楼上杏花残，犹自且衣单。
It will definitely happen. Sooner or later I dare to come. Hong Shangyun, we must ask Zhang Xing's words back. Miss, you are so spoiled. If you had the heart of yesterday, how can you have the heart of today? Pomegranate flower that day, the apricot blossoms were still hanging on the night makeup upstairs, and I was still timid about my clothes.
那一片听琴心清露月明间，昨日个向晚，不怕春寒，几乎显被先生传，那其间岂不胡言？为一个不酸不醋疯魔汉，隔墙而显化，做了望夫山。窦鹌鹑。
The heart that listens to the piano is clear and clear in the moonlight. Yesterday, I was so late that I was not afraid of the cold spring and almost got eaten by a mister, for a man who is neither bitter nor jealous. The wall has been transformed into Wangfu Mountain. Fighting quail.
你用心儿拨雨撩云，我好意儿传书寄简。不肯搜自己狂为，则待要觅别人破绽。受爱被全时忍这番，唱好世间。张生是兄妹之礼，焉敢如此？对人前巧语花言。
You move the rain and stir up the clouds with your heart, and I send letters and letters with good intentions. If you are not willing to search for your own arrogance, you will be. You move the rain and stir up the clouds with your heart, and I send letters and letters with good intentions. If you are not willing to search for your own arrogance, you will be looking for flaws in others. I endured this when I was roasted by AI. To be happy is to be treacherous. Zhang Sheng is a brother and sister, how dare you do this? He said sweet words in front of others.
没人处便想张生，背地里愁眉泪眼。红笺墨科墨云小娘子来了。擎天柱，大事如何了也？红云不记事了，先生休傻。墨云小声简帖是一道会亲的符篆。
When there is no one around, I miss Zhangsheng, and secretly frown and cry. Hongjian Mok, Moyun, the little lady is here. Optimus Prime, what happened? Hongyun, it won't help. Sir, don't be stupid. When there is no one around, I miss Zhangsheng, and secretly frown and cry. Hongjian Mok, Moyun, the little lady is here. Optimus Prime, what happened? Hongyun, it won't help. Sir, don't be stupid. Mo Yun, Xiaoxing's simple post is a talisman for marriage.
则是小娘子不用心，故意如此。红云，我不用心。有天理，你那简帖好听。上小楼这的是先生命签，须不是红娘为慢。那简帖倒做了你的招状，他的勾头，我的公案。
This is because the young lady is careless and does this on purpose. Hongyun, I don't care. It's fair to say that your simple post is very nice. Go up to the small building. This is a husband's frugality, not a matchmaker's disobedience. That brief post turned out to be your trick. This is because the young lady is careless and does this on purpose. Hongyun, I don't care. It's fair to say that your simple post is very nice. Go up to the small building. This is a husband's frugality, not a matchmaker's disobedience.
若不是去面言，思顾盼，单饶轻慢，先生受罪，理之当然。贱妾何辜？争些儿把你娘脱饭。腰偏从今后相会少，见面难。月暗西厢，凤去秦楼，云敛巫山。你也善，我也善。
If you don't look down on your face, look forward to me, worry about being slighted, and your husband suffers, then it is natural for you to be polite. What's wrong with this humble concubine? Fight for a while and drag your mother into crime. Yuppian, from now on, we will see each other less and harder. The moon is dark in the west chamber, the phoenix goes to Qin Tower, and the clouds gather in Wushan. You believe it, and I believe it too.
请先生修善，早寻个洒兰人散。红云只此在不必申诉足下肺腑，怕夫人寻，我回去也。墨云小娘子此一遭去，在这谁与小生分剖，必所做一个道理，方可救小生一命。
Sir, please stop talking and find someone to go to. Hongyun, I don't have to complain from the bottom of my heart anymore. I'm afraid my wife will find her, so I'll go back. Mo Yun, after this little lady is gone, who will be separated from Xiaoxing? I must do something to save Xiaoxing's life.
莫跪下揪住红科红云，张先生是读书人，岂不知此意，其事可知矣。满庭芳，你休要呆里撒奸，你待要恩情美满，却叫我骨肉摧残。老夫人手执着棍儿摩挲看。
At the end, he knelt down and grabbed Honka. Hongyun, Mr. Zhang is a scholar. Don't you know this? You can know what happened. Man Ting Fong, don't stay. At the end, he knelt down and grabbed Honka. Hongyun, Mr. Zhang is a scholar. Don't you know this? You can know what happened. Man Ting Fong, don't stay here and commit adultery. You want to be full of kindness, but you teach me to destroy my flesh and blood. The old lady held a stick in her hand and looked at it.
粗麻线的贞观，只待我拄着拐帮闲钻懒，缝合唇送暖偷寒。待去啊，小姐杏儿搓盐入火，消息儿踏着饭。待不去啊，莫贵哭云，小生这一个性命， 都在小娘子身上。红唱
Thick hemp thread needs to be closed with a needle. I waited until I was lazing around on a crutch, stitching my lips together to keep me warm and cold. Thick hemp thread needs to be closed with a needle. I waited until I was lazing around on a crutch, stitching my lips together to keep me warm and cold. Waiting to go, the lady's temperament is like a pinch of salt into the fire, and the news is spreading, but not waiting, kneel down and cry at the end. Xiaosheng's life depends on the little lady.
禁不得你甜花热攒，好着我两下里男人做。我没来由分说，小姐回与你的书，你自看着。末节科开读科，有这场喜事，搓土焚香，3拜礼毕。早知小姐简至。
I can't tolerate your sweet words. It's good that I can't do anything for you. I have no reason to explain. The lady returns your book. You can read it yourself. End of taking courses, starting to study. Oh, it's such a happy event. I will gather some earth and burn incense, and I will pray 3 times. I had known that Miss Jian was here.
礼和远接，接待不及，勿令见罪。小娘子和你也欢喜。红云怎么？墨云小姐骂我都是假。书中之意，这我今夜花园里来，和他里也玻璃也罗里。红云，你读书我听。墨云
If you are reasonable and far away, if you don't receive enough, don't let anyone see you guilty. Little lady, I am happy with you too. Red cloud, what? Mo Yun, Miss scolding me is all lies. The meaning in the book is that I come to the garden tonight and liabalielluo with him. Hong Yun, you read and I listen. Mo Yun.
待月西厢下，迎风户半开，隔墙花影动，疑是玉人来。红云怎见得他着你来？你解于我听咱。墨云待月西厢下，这我跃上来，迎风户半开。他开门待我，隔墙花影动。
When the moon is under the west wing, the door facing the wind is half open, and the shadows of flowers on the partition wall are moving, and it is suspected that a beautiful lady is coming. Hong Yun, how can I see that he came after you? Please tell me and listen to us. Mo Yun, wait for the moon under the west chamber, and let me see the moon coming up. The door facing the wind is half open. He opened the door to wait for me. Partition wall, the shadows of flowers move.
疑是玉人来，这我跳过墙来。红笑云，他着你跳过墙来，你坐下来。端地有此说吗？墨云，俺是个猜诗谜的社家，风流随和，浪子陆家，我那里有差的勾当。红云
I think it's a beautiful lady. He asked me to jump over the wall. Hong Xiaoyun, he asked you to jump over the wall, and you did it. Is that what you said? Mo Yun, I am a socialist who guesses poetry and riddles. The romantic Sueha, the prodigal Lu Jia, I have a bad business there. Hong Yun.
你看我姐姐，在我行也使这般大。耍孩儿几曾见记书的颠倒瞒着鱼雁，小则小心肠转关。写着西厢待月等的更懒，这你跳东墙女字边干。
Look at my sister, she behaves like this in my profession. Playing with children, I have often seen people sending letters upside down and hiding things from Yu Yan, and sometimes they are very cautious. It says, waiting for the moon, in the west wing until late, and asking you to jump off the east wall with the word female next to the word qian.
原来那诗句里包容着3更早，简帖里埋伏着9里山。他找紧处将人慢，您会云雨闹中取静，我基因书忙里偷闲。四煞指光明玉板，自香喷射蓝。
It turns out that the poem contains late-night dates, and the simple post contains Julie Mountain. He cares about others, but you will find peace in the midst of the storm, and I will take a break from my busy schedule by sending messages. For evils, the paper is made of bright jade, and the words are fragrant with musk orchid.
形而边阴透飞春汗，一间情泪红油湿，满纸春愁莫未干。从今后休疑难，放心拨玉堂学士，稳情取金却丫鬟。三煞他人行别样的亲，俺跟前取次看。
Are you drenched in spring sweat while walking? The tears of love are red and still wet when I keep my mouth shut. The paper is full of spring sorrow and the ink is not yet dry. From now on, there will be no more problems. Be assured of being a bachelor of Bo Yutong, and keep your love for the golden bird and crow. 3 evils. If someone performs a different kind of kiss, I'll take a look at it.
更做道蒙光接了梁红案，别人行甜言美语3冬暖，我跟前恶语伤人6月寒。我为头看，看你个离魂倩女，怎发复治果潘安？莫云小生读书人，怎跳的那花园过也？
Meng Guang took over Liang Hong's case. The sweet words and kind words of others are warm in 3 winters, but the hurtful words in front of me are cold in 6 months. Meng Guang took over Liang Hong's case. The sweet words and kind words of others are warm in 3 winters, but the hurtful words in front of me are cold in 6 months. I look at it for the boss. Look at you, a beautiful girl who has left her soul. How can you pay for the consequences?
红唱2煞隔墙花又低，迎风护半栓，偷香手段金翻案。怕墙高怎把龙门跳，闲花觅南疆仙桂攀。放心去，修瓷蛋，你若不去喝，望穿它盈盈秋水，促损它淡淡春山。莫云
Hongshang, Air Shah, the flowers on the partition wall are low, and the door facing the wind is half-tied, so I will press it now to steal the fragrance. If you are afraid of the high wall, how can you jump on the dragon gate? If you are afraid of the dense flowers, it is difficult to climb the fairy Asmanthus. Don't worry, don't be afraid to say goodbye. If you don't go, you will see through the autumn water and the pale spring mountains. Moyun.
小生曾到那花园里，已经2遭，不见那好处。这一遭之他又怎么？红云如今不比往常。煞尾，你虽是去了2遭，我感到不如这番。你那隔墙仇恨都胡砍。
Shaoxing had been to that garden twice before, but he didn't see any benefit. So what would he do if he knew about it this time? Hong Yun, today is no different than usual. Xiaowei, although you have been there twice, I dare say it is not as good as this one. Your talk over the wall is nonsense.
正果的是金帆这一件。红夏莫云万事自有分定，谁想小姐有此一场好处？小生是猜诗迷的社家，风流随和，浪子陆家，到那里隔扎帮便倒地。
The one that proves the result is this simple chapter. Hongxia, Mo Yun, everything has its own destiny. Who would have thought that the lady would benefit from this? Shaoxing is a socialist who guesses poems and riddles. The romantic Sui He and the prodigal Lu Jia fall to the ground when they go there to help the gang.
今日颓天百般的难得晚，天，你有万物于人，何故争此一日？急下去不？读书忌鬼怕黄昏，不觉西沉强掩门。欲赴海棠花下约，太阳何苦又生根？看天云啊，才晌午也。
It's so rare to be late today. God, you have all things in human beings. Why are you fighting for this day? Go down the wave quickly. I am afraid of dusk after studying. but I don't realize that the west is sinking and I force the door to close. I want to go to the begonia flower for an appointment. Why does the sun have to take root again? Looking at the sky and clouds, yeah, it's only noon.
再等等，又看科，今日万般的难得下去也啊！碧天万里无云，空劳倦客身心，恨杀鲁阳贪战，不教红日西沉。呀，却早倒西也，再等一等咱。无端的三足屋，团团光烁烁。
Wait a little longer. Look at the subject again. It's so rare to go down today. The blue sky is cloudless, and the tired guest's body and mind are exhausted. I hate Lu Yang's greed for war, and don't teach the red sun to set in the west. Yeah, but I have already fallen to the west. Please wait for us. The unprovoked three-legged crow is shining with light.
安得后一功，设此一沦落。谢天地，却早日下去也。呀，却早发泪也。呀，却早撞钟也。拽上书房门，到的那里，手挽着垂杨滴流，扑跳过墙去。下第三本第三折红上云。
How can I get Hoi's bow to shoot this round? Thank heaven and earth. But go down as soon as possible. Yeah, but it was early. Yeah, but the clock has hit early. He pulled the study door shut, and when he got there, he jumped over the wall holding Chueyang Diliu in his arms. Part 2, the third book, the third fold, Red Shangyun.
今日小姐着我寄书与张生，当面若多般假意儿，原来室内暗约着他来。小姐也不对我说，我也不瞧破他，则请他烧香。今夜晚妆处比，每日教别。
Today, the lady asked me to send a letter to Zhang Sheng. She pretended to be there in person, but it turns out that she secretly made an appointment with him in the poem. The lady didn't tell me, and I didn't see through him, so I asked him to burn incense. The makeup department is different tonight than Today, the lady asked me to send a letter to Zhang Sheng. She pretended to be there in person, but it turns out that she secretly made an appointment with him in the poem. The lady didn't tell me, and I didn't see through him, so I asked him to burn incense. The makeup department is different tonight than every day.
我看他到其间怎地瞒我？洪焕科姐姐，咱烧香去来。但上云：花阴重叠香风细，庭院深沉淡月明。红云今夜月明风清，好一派景致也啊！双调新水令，晚风寒峭透窗纱。
I saw how he could hide it from me during this time. Homwank, sister, let's burn incense and come. Once on the clouds, the shades of flowers overlap and the fragrance is gentle, the courtyard is deep and the moon is bright. Red cloud, tonight the moon is bright and the wind is clear, what a sight. Double tone new water order the evening wind is cold and blows through the window screen.
控金钩绣帘不挂，门栏凝目外，楼角敛残霞。恰对菱花，楼上晚妆罢。驻马厅不尽喧哗，嫩绿池塘藏睡鸦，自然优雅，淡黄杨柳带栖鸦。金莲簇笋牡丹雅。
The gold-controlled embroidery curtain is not hung. The evening mist gathers in the doorway, and the remaining clouds gather in the corner of the building. Just in time for Linghua, let's put on my evening makeup upstairs. The gold-controlled embroidery curtain is not hung. The evening mist gathers in the doorway, and the remaining clouds gather in the corner of the building. Just in time for Linghua, let's put on my evening makeup upstairs. Standing on horseback to listen, not close to the noise, the soft green pond hides sleeping ducks. It is naturally elegant.
玉簪抓住荼蘼架，夜凉台镜华， 路桌湿透了凌波袜。我看奈生和俺小姐巴不得到晚。桥牌自从那日初时响月华，挨一刻似一下，见柳梢斜日迟迟下，早到。
The hosta grabs the tea frame. The moss was slippery at night, and the dew soaked Lingbo's socks. I think that student and I are eager to be late. Chow Pyre, since the beginning of that day, I thought about the moonlight, and every moment seemed like a whole summer. When I saw the sun setting over the willow trees, I said early.
好教贤圣打，较真怕打扮的身子儿炸，准备着云雨会无暇，只为这艳侣应酬，锁不住心猿意马。不则俺那姐姐害，那生啊！2、3日来水米不沾牙，因姐姐闭月羞花。
It's good to teach virtuous saints how to fight. Zheng Pa, dressed up in a deceitful manner, preparing for the clouds and rain to meet in Wu Gorge. Just for this Yen couple and Ning Ying, they can't lock their minds. Otherwise, my sister will be harmed, then oh my God. The water and rice won't stick to my teeth in the next 2 or 3 days, because my sister is shy of the moon.
真假？这期间幸而难按捺，一地里胡拿。姐姐这湖山下立地，我开了4里角门，怕有人听俺说话，我且看一看。坐意了，若早晚傻脚却不来，赫赫赤赤来。莫云。
True or false, the nature of this is difficult to accept, and it can be picked up all over the place. My sister is standing at the foot of the lake and mountain, and I opened the corner door of the temple. I'm afraid someone will listen to me, so I'll take a look. It's intentional, sooner or later, silly horn doesn't come, hee hee chi chi, come. Moyun.
这期间正好去也，赫赫赤赤。红云那鸟来了，沉醉东风，我则到怀影风摇木鸦，原来是玉人貌侧无纱。一个前身在曲坎边，一个背立在湖山下，那里雪寒温。
I happened to go there during this period, hee hee chi chi. Red cloud, the bird is here. Intoxicated by the east wind, I thought that the shadow of the locust tree was swaying in the wind, and it turned out to be the black gauze on the side of the jade woman's hat. One is hiding beside the curved sill, and the other is standing with his back at the foot of the lake and mountain. They are talking about the cold and warmth there.
并不曾打话。红云赫赫赤赤，那鸟来了。莫云小姐，你来也。搂住红柯，红云禽兽，是我。你看得好仔细着，若是夫人怎了？莫云小声害得眼花，搂得慌了仙儿，不知是谁。
Didn't talk. Red cloud, hihechiki, the bird is here. Mo Yun, miss, you are here. Hug Honka, Hong Yun, beast, it's me. Look carefully. What if it's my wife? Didn't talk. Red cloud, hihechiki, the bird is here. Mo Yun, miss, you are here. Hug Honka, Hong Yun, beast, it's me. Look carefully. What if it's my wife? Mo Yun, Shaoxing was so dazzled that he hugged him so much that he panicked and didn't know who it was.
忘起恕罪，红畅便坐到搂得慌喝，你好所去咱，多管是饿得你个穷神眼花。莫云小姐在那里，红云在湖山下，我问你咱，真个着你来理。莫云小声猜失迷舍驾。
I beg for forgiveness. Hong Sing, I was so embarrassed when I said it. You are so jealous of us, don't worry, you are so hungry that your poor God is dazzled. Moyun, where is the lady? Hong Yun, under the lake and mountains, I ask you and me. Did I really come here because of you? Mo Yun, a young student guessing poems and riddles.
风流随和，浪子路甲，准定气，扎帮便倒地。红云，你休从门里去，则到我使你来。你跳过这墙去，今夜这一弄住你两个成亲。我说与你，依着我者，瞧爬。
In the romantic Sui dynasty, Lu Jia, the prodigal son, fell to the ground when he decided to attack Jia Gang. Hong Yun, if you don't go through the door, then I will send you here. You jump over this wall, this will help you two get married tonight. I say to you, rely on me. Qiao Paier.
你看那淡云龙月华，似红纸户银蜡，柳丝花朵垂帘下，绿纱阴铺着绣榻。天水令凉夜迢迢，闲庭寂静，花枝低压。她是个女孩家，你所将杏儿温存，画儿磨弄。
Look at the pale clouds enveloping the moonlight, like red paper protecting silver wax. Under the curtains of willow silk flowers, there is an embroidered couch covered with green sedge. Tian Shui Ling, the good night is far away, the courtyard is silent, and the flower branches are low. He is a girl's family, so be gentle and talkative.
一儿谦洽，休猜作败柳残花。折桂令，她是个娇滴滴美玉无瑕，粉脸生春，云鬓堆压。嫩的般受怕丹经，又不图甚浪酒闲茶，则你那夹背儿实当奋发，指头告了消法。
The meaning is modest and harmonious. Don't guess that it will be a broken willow or a broken flower. Zhigui Ling, he is a delicate and flawless man, with a pink face full of spring, and clouds and crows on his temples. He is so tired that he is afraid of being frightened, and he does not want to indulge in wine and tea. Then your quilted child will work hard, but your fingers will become exhausted.
打叠起街呀，必罢了牵挂，收拾了忧愁，准备着称打。莫作跳墙搂蛋柯，但云是谁？莫云是小生。但怒云张生，你是何等之人？我在这里烧香，你无故至此，若夫人闻之。
I sighed and sighed, I put aside my worries, put away my sorrows, and prepared to hold on. End of jumping over the wall and hugging Danke, who is Dan Yun. Mo Yun, he is a niche student. Dan Nguyen, Zhangsheng, what a person you are. I am burning incense here, and you are here for no reason. If Madam heard about it.
有何理说？莫云呀，变了卦也。红唱锦上花，为甚媒人？心无惊怕，赤锦的夫妻美，亦不争钗。我这里蹑足前宗，敲得听咱，一个羞惭，一个怒发。腰偏张生无一言。
What's the point? Mo Yun, yeah, it's changed. Hong Sing, Jin Shanghua, is a matchmaker, and has no fear. A tightly knit couple can never argue about their intentions. I'm here quietly and quietly listening to you. One is ashamed and the other is angry. Yupian, Zhangxing said nothing. Ah.
莺莺变了卦，一个悄悄明明，一个絮絮答答，却早进驻随和，蹦住陆甲，插手躬身，装聋作哑。张生背地里嘴那里去了，向前搂住丢翻，告到官司，怕休了你。清江引。
Ying changed her mind. One is quiet and the other is chattering. However, Sui he had been restrained for a long time, and Lu Jia was imprisoned. He folded his hands and bowed, making himself deaf and mute. What did Zhang Sheng say behind his back? I hugged Dufan forward and filed a lawsuit. I'm afraid I'll embarrass you. Qingjiang Yin.
没人处则会闲客衙，就理空奸诈。 怎想湖山边，不计西厢下。湘美娘处分破花木瓜，但红娘有贼。红云是谁？墨云是小生。红云张生，你来这里有什么勾当？但云
If there is no one around, you will be chatting idly, and you will be full of cunning and cunning. How can you think of being by the lake and mountains without remembering under the west chamber? Xiang Meinyang punishes the broken flower papaya. Dan, matchmaker, there is a thief. Red Cloud, who is it? Mo Yun he is a niche student. Hong Yun, Zhang Sheng, what are you doing here? Dan Yun.
扯到夫人那里去。红云到夫人那里，怕坏了她行止，我与姐姐处分她一场。张生，你过来跪着。你既读孔圣之书，必达周公之礼，营业来此何干？燕儿落。
Go to the madam. Hong Yun, when I went to see my wife, I was afraid of spoiling his behavior. My sister and I punished him. Zhang Sheng, come here and kneel down. Since you have read the book of Confucius, you must be worthy of the Duke of Zhou. Why are you here at night? Yen Erluo.
不是俺一家瞧做牙，说几句中长话。我则道你文学海洋深，谁知你色胆有天来大。红云，你知罪吗？墨云，小生不知罪。红畅，得胜令，谁着你营业入人家，非奸做贼拿。
It's not like my son Xiao works as a yaman and says a few heartfelt words. I said that you are as rich in literature as you are in the sea. Who knew that you would be so bold in sex? Hong Yun, do you know your guilt? Mo Yun, Shaoxing knows no sin. It's not like my son Xiao works as a yaman and says a few heartfelt words. I said that you are as rich in literature as you are in the sea. Who knew that you would be so bold in sex? Hong Yun, do you know your guilt? Mo Yun, Shaoxing knows no sin. Red Sing, Victory Order, anyone who wants you to enter someone else's house at night is not a traitor or a thief.
你本是个折桂客，做了偷花汉，不想去跳龙门学片马。姐姐，且看红娘面饶过这生者。但云若不看红娘面，扯你到夫人那里去，看你有何面目见江东父老。起来，红畅。
You were originally a prize winner, but you became a thief. You don't want to jump into the dragon's gate and learn to cheat horses. Sister, please let the matchmaker spare this living person. Dan Yun, if you don't care about the matchmaker, and drag you to the madam, how will you look when you meet Mr. Jiangdong? Stand up.
谢小姐贤达，看我面遂情罢。若到官司详查，你既是秀才，只何苦置于寒窗之下？谁教你营业者入人家花园，做得个非奸即盗？先生啊，准备精皮肤赤盾打。但云
Miss Xia is a wise lady, just look at me and take your fancy. If you look closely at the lawsuit, you will find out, you are a scholar, but you only work hard under the cold window. Who taught you to go into other people's gardens at night and commit adultery or theft? Sir, prepare to be beaten. Danyun.
先生虽有活人之恩，恩则当报。既为兄妹，何生此心？万一夫人知之，先生何以自安？今后再勿如此，若更为之，与足下绝无干休。下莫朝鬼门道云拟着我来。
Although you have received kindness from a living person, your kindness should be repaid. Since they are brothers and sisters, why do you have such intentions? If the madam knew about it, how could the gentleman feel at ease? Don't do this again in the future. If you do it again, I will never stop fighting with you. Part 2 The Ghost Gate of the Last Dynasty You Follow Me. Although you have received kindness from a living person, your kindness should be repaid. Since they are brothers and sisters, why do you have such intentions? If the madam knew about it, how could the gentleman feel at ease? Don't do this again in the future. If you do it again, I will never stop fighting with you. Part 2 The Ghost Gate of the Last Dynasty You Follow Me.
却怎么有若多说话？鸿搬过墨云，休也，休也，却不风流随和，浪子陆贾。墨云得罪波舍家，今日便早则死心塌地。洪畅、黎廷彦代写纸煞，在修题《春宵一刻千金嗟》。
Why do you talk so much? Red pulls over Mo Yun. It's shameful, shameful, but not romantic sway he, the prodigal Lu Jia. Mo Yun, if you offend Bo's social family, you will give up your mind early today. Hong Sing. Le Pavilion Banquet with Siaji Shah. I won't leave the title, A Moment of Spring Night with 1,000 Gold Steps.
准备着寒窗更守10年寡。猜诗迷的社家派了迎风户半开，山障了隔墙花影动，绿惨了带月西厢下。你将河郎粉面茶，他自把张场梅儿画。强风情错大。
Prepare to be a widow for 10 more years in a cold window. The community member who guessed the poetry riddle took pictures of the door is half open facing the wind, the mountain barrier is, the shadows of flowers on the partition wall are moving, and the green is miserable, waiting for the moon to fall under the west wing. You apply powder on He Lang's face, and he paints his eyebrows. Strong winds and strong emotions.
情干了游云致雨心，悔过了窃玉偷香胆，山抹了以翠微红画。墨云小生再写一简，凡小娘子将去，已尽钟情如何？洪畅淫词早则休，剪帖从今罢。
Qin has done with Yu Yunjiyu's heart, regretted stealing jade and fragrant gall, and deleted the words about leaning on the green and leaning against the red. Mo Yun, Shaoxing writes another brief note to express his sincerity to the lady who is about to leave. Hong Sing, the obscene words will stop as soon as possible, and the simple posts will end from now on.
有古自参，不透风流条法。从今后悔罪也着文君，你与我游学去波汉司马。下墨云，你这小姐送了人也。此一念，小生再不敢举，奈有病体日笃，将如之奈何？
Still in ancient times, the method of self-reflection is impermeable to wind and flow. Zhuo Wenjun will regret your sins from now on. You and I will go on a study tour to Bohan and Sima. Part 2. Mo Yun, you, the young lady, have given it away. If Shaoxing no longer dares to raise this thought, his illness will become worse and worse. What will he do?
夜来的简方喜，今日强夫至此，又执这一场怨气，眼见的休也。只所回书房中纳闷去。桂子闲中落，槐花病里看。下第3本第4折，夫人上云，早间长老使人来。
Jian Fang is happy that he came at night, and he has been forced to support her here today. It is worth the resentment, and he can give up after seeing it. Just go back to the study and wonder. The osmanthus falls in idleness, and the locust flower falls in sickness. Part 2, the 3rd book, the 4th fold, Madam ascends to the cloud, the elder said, Jian Fang is happy that he came at night, and he has been forced to support her here today. It is worth the resentment, and he can give up after seeing it. Just go back to the study and wonder. The osmanthus falls in idleness, and the locust flower falls in sickness. Part 2.
说张生病重， 我这长老使人请个太医去看了，一必到与红娘，看哥哥行问汤药去者，问太医下什么药，症后如何，便来回话。下红上云老夫人才说张生病沉重。
Said Zhang was seriously ill. I asked the elder to ask an imperial doctor to see him. Ibi said to the matchmaker that he was watching his brother go about his business and asked about the medicine. What kind of medicine should the imperial doctor prescribe? What are the symptoms? Then he replied. Part 2, Hong Shangyun. The old lady just said that Zhang was seriously ill.
早晚吃我那一场气，越重了。英英啊，你送了他人。下至蛋上云，我写一简，则说到药方，这红娘将去与他，症后便可。但换红科，红云姐姐换红娘怎么？但云张生病重。
Why is it that I am so angry now? It is getting worse. Ying, you gave it to someone else. Xia, Dan Shangyun, I will write a brief note and tell you the prescription. I will tell the matchmaker to go to him and the syndrome will be ready. Dan calls Hongka, Hongyun, how about my sister calling the matchmaker? Danyan Zhang is seriously ill.
我有一个好药方，与我将去攒。红云又来也，娘啊，休送了他人。但云好姐姐救人一命，将去攒。红云不是你，一世也救他不得。如今老夫人使我去理。
I have a good prescription, and I will go with it. Red Cloud, here he comes again. Mother, don't give it away to anyone else. Danyan, good sister, save someone's life and you will go to me. Hongyun, if it weren't for you, you wouldn't be able to save him in this lifetime. I have a good prescription, and I will go with it. Red Cloud, here he comes again. Mother, don't give it away to anyone else. Danyan, good sister, save someone's life and you will go to me.
我就与你将去走一遭。下淡云红娘去了，我绣房里等她回话。下陌上云，自从昨夜花园中吃了这一场气，头着就症后，眼见得休了也。
I will go for a walk with you. Part 2, Danyun, the matchmaker has gone, and I am waiting for his reply in the embroidery room. Part 2, Modern Cloud. Ever since I had this bad experience in the garden last night, I have been suffering from the old symptoms, and I can't stand it anymore.
老夫人说着，长老唤太医来看我。我这颓症后，非是太医所治的，则厨师那小姐美干干，香喷喷，凉渗渗，娇滴滴一点唾尖儿咽下去，这鸟病便可。解引太医上。
The old lady said, the elder called the imperial doctor to see me. My symptoms of depression cannot be cured by the imperial doctor. Otherwise, unless the lady is sweet, fragrant, cool and delicate, swallow a little bit of saliva, this bird disease will that's it. Jia Yin, imperial physician, enters.
双斗一磕犯了，下结云下了药了，我回夫人话去，少客再来相望。下红上云，俺小姐送的人如此，诱着我去动问，送药方去，越着他病沉了也。我所走一遭。
Shuang Do Yi has passed the test. Part 2, Jia Yun. The medicine has been administered. I will reply to Madam and see you again soon. Part 2, Hong Shangyun. My lady sent someone like this, and asked me to ask questions and give him prescriptions. As a result, Shuang Do Yi has passed the test. Part 2, Jia Yun. The medicine has been administered. I will reply to Madam and see you again soon. Part 2, Hong Shangyun. My lady sent someone like this, and asked me to ask questions and give him prescriptions. As a result, he became seriously ill. I asked for it.
异乡易得离愁病，妙药难医肠断人。乐调斗鹌鹑，则为你彩笔题诗，回文之解。送的人卧枕着床，忘餐废寝，舌倒的鬓似愁攀，腰如病沈。恨已深，病已沉。
It's easy to get divorced in a foreign land, but it's hard to cure a heartbroken person with wonderful medicine. Yu Tiao, fighting quails, will inscribe poems for you with colored pens and weave tapestry with palindrome. It will make people lie on their pillows on their beds, forgetting meals and sleeping. Their temples will be broken as if they are worried, and their waist will be as heavy as a disease. The hatred is deep and the disease is serious.
昨夜个热脸对面抢白，今日个冷劲儿将人思亲。昨夜这般抢白他，紫花儿絮把似你修倚着龙门带月，依着韵脚连诗，侧着耳朵听琴。
Last night, a hot-faced person was fighting for love, and today, a cold-mouthed person is attacking someone. You snatched him away like this last night. Preface to Purple Flower. It seems that you are leaning against the gate to wait for the moon, cooperating poems in rhyme, and listening to the piano with your ears tilted.
见了他撇假若多话，张生，我与你兄妹之礼，甚么勾当？怒师姐把一个书生来跌印，欢师姐红娘，好姐姐去望他一遭，将一个侍妾来逼临，难尽。
When I saw him, he said so many words. Zhang Sheng, what kind of gift do you and I have to each other as brothers and sisters? When I saw him, he said so many words. Zhang Sheng, what kind of gift do you and I have to each other as brothers and sisters?
好着，我似线脚儿般殷勤不离了真。从今后教他一任，这的是俺老夫人的不是，将人的一海恩山都做了远水遥岑。鸿渐莫问云，哥哥病体若何？莫云害杀小生也。
Fortunately, I am as diligent as a thread and never leave the needle. From now on, it's my old lattice fault to teach him a new job. The general's righteousness, sea, and grace are all far away. Hong Jian Mo Wen Yun, how is my brother's condition? Mo Yun, harming the young man.
我若是死喝，小娘子，阎王殿前少不得你做个干连人。红炭云，普天下害相思的，不似你这个傻角。天杀境，心不存血海文林，梦不离流影花音。
If I die, little lady, you will be a co-worker in front of the king of hell's palace. Red sighing cloud, there is no one in the world who is more lovesick than a fool like you. If you don't have the heart to study in the sea and the forest, you can't dream without the shadows of willows and flowers.
则去那窃玉偷香上用心，又不曾得甚，自从海棠开想到如今，因甚的变病的这般了。莫云都因你行，怕说的谎，因小呆长上来，当夜书房一气一个死，生救了人。
Then go there and steal jade and incense to use your heart. Nothing has been gained since Hai Tang opened his mind to this day. Why are you so sick? Mo Yun, it's all because of you. I'm afraid of telling lies. Because I waited until I grew up, one by one died in anger in the study that night. Saved lives.
反被害了。自古云，痴心女子负心汉。今日反其事了。洪畅，我这里自审，这病为邪隐，尸骨岩石鬼病侵。更做到秀才们从来嫩，似这般干相思的好洒脱。
Instead he was killed. Since ancient times, it has been said, a crazy woman will betray her heart. Today it is the opposite. Hong Sing, I am self-examination here. This disease is caused by sexual immorality. Corpses, bones, rocks and ghosts are infected by the disease. Taoist scholars have always been so free to have lovesickness like this.
功名尚早，则不遂心；婚姻上更反淫妇淫。红云老夫人着我来，看哥哥要什么汤药。小姐再三申敬，有一药方送来与先生。莫作荒科，在那里。红云用着几般生药。
In terms of career and fame, things are not going as planned, and in terms of marriage, things are going back and forth again and again. Hong Yun, the old lady asked me to come and see what kind of soup my brother wants. The lady paid her respects again and again, and brought a prescription to her husband. Where is Ma Pank? Hong Yun, I use several kinds of herbal medicines.
各有制度，我说与你，小桃红，桂花摇影夜深沉，酸醋当归尽。莫云桂花性温，当归活血，怎生制度？红畅面靠着湖山背阴里印，这方儿最难寻。一副两副令人嫩。莫云
Each has its own system, let me tell you, little Taohong. Osmanthus shakes its shadow in the deep night, and Angelica is soaked in sour vinegar. Mo Yun, Osmanthus fragrans is warm in nature and Angelica sinensis activates blood circulation. How can it create a system? Hong Sing, facing the lake and mountains in the shade, this place is the most difficult to find. 1 serving and 2 servings are very satisfying. Moyun.
忌什么物？红畅忌的是知母未寝，怕的是红娘撒贱。吃了饿，稳情取使君子一心而餐。这药方小姐亲笔写的。莫看药方大笑科莫云早知姐姐书来，只合远接。
What should you avoid? Hong Sing, what is taboo is that anima mu is not sleeping, but what is feared is matchmaker sakin. Eat it and take the Shi Junzi star ginseng for stability. This prescription was written by Miss Fong herself. Mo read the prescription and laughed at the subject. Mo Yun, if I had known that my sister was coming, we would have only stayed away from each other.
小娘子红云又怎么？却早两遭也。莫云不知这首诗意，小姐待和小生哩也玻璃。红云不少了一些儿。鬼三台足下70林，休装口吞。笑你个疯魔的翰林，无处问佳音。
Little lady, Hong Yun, so what? But it happened twice earlier. Mo Yun, I don't know the meaning of this poem, but the young lady is doing Li Yibwa with Shaoxing. Hong Yun, a little less? Ghost Santai, the steps are actually solid, and the clothes are off, swallowing by mouth. Laughing at you, you are a devilish Hanlon, you have nowhere to ask for good news.
像简帖上记禀，得了个纸条嫩斑绵里针，若见玉天仙，怎生软丝尽？俺那小姐忘恩，赤锦的楼人复信。书上如何说？你读与我听暂。默念云：休将闲事苦萦怀。
Report to Jian Tire. I got a piece of paper as thick as a needle. How could I be imprisoned if I saw the jade heaven immortal? My young lady is ungrateful and humiliated. What does the book say? You read and I listen. Moon thoughts cloud, don't dwell on the pain of idle things.
取次摧残天赋才，不亦当时完妾命，岂妨今日作君在？养徒厚德难从理，谨奉新诗可当谋。既与高堂修永赋，今宵端的语云来。此韵非前日之笔，小姐必来。红云
Take time to destroy talented people. Unexpectedly, if I fulfilled my concubine's destiny at that time, how could I prevent disaster for you today? It is difficult to follow the etiquette if you look up to someone who is virtuous, but I would like to offer you new poems as a guide. Take time to destroy talented people. Unexpectedly, if I fulfilled my concubine's destiny at that time, how could I prevent disaster for you today? It is difficult to follow the etiquette if you look up to someone who is virtuous, but I would like to offer you new poems as a guide. I send a message to Xiu of the Tang Dynasty, and the rain clouds are coming tonight. This rhyme is different from the day before. The lady will definitely come. Red cloud.
他来喝怎生？吐司儿身握着一条布巾，头枕着3尺瑶琴。他来时怎生和你一处寝？冻得来战兢兢，说甚知音？圣药王，果若你有心，他有心。昨日秋千愿雨深沉，花有阴。
How can he be born if he comes? Bald guy, he was lying in a quilt with a 3-foot yao-chin on his head. How could he sleep with you when he came? It's so cold that I'm trembling with fear. How can I say that I know the sound? Holy Medicine King, if you have a heart, he has a heart. Yesterday the swing and the courtyard were deep, the flowers had shade.
月有阴，春宵一刻抵千金，何须诗对会家饮？暮云小生有花银10两，有铺盖平鱼小生1副。红唱东园乐，俺那鸳鸯枕，翡翠衾，便遂杀了人心，如何肯平？
The moon is cloudy, and a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Why do you need to recite poems to the family members? Mo Yun, Shaoxing has 10 tails of flowers in silver, so he can give him 1 payment for his bedding. Red sing, Dongyuan music, my Mandarin duck pillow and jade quilt have killed people's hearts. How can I trust it?
至如你不脱鞋和衣儿更怕甚？不强如手直定指尖儿嫩。倘或成亲，到大来福音。莫云小生为小姐如此容色，莫不小姐为小生也减动风韵吗？红唱棉搭絮。
What more will you be afraid of if you don't take off your clothes? It's not as strong as holding the fingertips in your hand. If you get married, you will be blessed with blessings. Mo Yun, Shaoxing has such a beautiful face for a young lady. Could it be that the young lady also loses her charm for a young lady? Red sing. Mayan Taksu.
他眉弯远山铺翠，眼横秋水无尘，体若凝酥，腰如嫩柳，俊的是庞而俏的是心，体态温柔，性格而沉。虽不会罚酒神针，更胜似救苦难关是因。莫云今夜成的事。
His eyebrows are curved and the distant mountains are paved with green, his eyes are clear of autumn water, his body is like a crisp, and his waist is like a tender willow. He is as handsome as his face and pretty as his heart, with a gentle body and a calm personality. Even though I don't know how to use magical acupuncture and moxibustion, it is better than Guanxian to save suffering. Mo Yun, things will happen tonight.
小生不敢有望。红唱腰偏，你口里慢沉吟，梦儿里苦追寻。往事已陈，只言木金，今夜相逢管教嫩。不图你甚白璧黄金，则要你满头花，拖地锦。莫云怕夫人居系。
Shaoxing dare not forget. Hong Sing, Yupian, you are chanting in your mouth and searching hard in your dreams. The past has faded away, all I can say is the present, and we will meet again tonight. If I don't want you to have a white wall with gold, I want you to have a head full of flowers and a brocade covering the floor. Mo Yun, I'm afraid that my wife will arrest me.
不能够出来。红云则怕小姐不肯。国有一阿煞尾，虽然是老夫人小夜将门禁，好供歹须叫你称心。莫云休似昨夜不肯。 红云，你正揣咱来时节肯不肯进由他
Can't come out. Hong Yun, I'm afraid that the young lady can't come out. Hong Yun, I'm afraid that the young lady won't agree, but if you want to. Sha Wei, although the old lady is guarding the door at dawn, I still have to teach you how to do it. Mo Yun, it seems that I refused last night. Hong Yun, you try to figure it out, it's up to him whether he wants to or not when the season comes.
见时节亲不亲在于您。并下洛司娘煞尾，因今宵传言送雨，看明日斜云卧雨。第4本，蝎子蛋上云，昨夜红娘传简去与张生，约今夕和他相见，等红娘来做个商量。
It's up to you whether to kiss or not when the time comes. Come down, Luosi Nyang's evil tale, because of the rumors and messages tonight. I hope tomorrow will bring clouds and rain. The 4th book, Wedge, Dan Shangyun. Last night the matchmaker sent a message to Jian to meet Zhang Sheng, and made an appointment to meet him tonight, waiting for the matchmaker to come and discuss it.
红上云，姐接着我传简帖与张生，约他今宵赴约。安娜小姐，我怕又有说谎，送了他性命，不是耍处。我见小姐去，看她说什么。但云，红娘收拾卧房，我睡去。红云
Hong Shangyun, my sister asked me to send a brief message to Zhang Sheng, asking him to go to an appointment tonight. I'm afraid that my young lady will tell lies again and cost him his life. It's not a joke. I'll go see the lady and see what he says. Hong Shangyun, my sister asked me to send a brief message to Zhang Sheng, asking him to go to an appointment tonight. I'm afraid that my young lady will tell lies again and cost him his life. It's not a joke. I'll go see the lady and see what he says. Danyan the matchmaker tidied up the bedroom and I went to sleep. Red Cloud.
不争你要睡啊，那里发夫那声。但云什么那声？红云姐姐，你又来也。送了人性命，不是耍处。你若又反悔，我出手与夫人，你这我将简帖约下他来。但云
If you want to sleep, where can you pay for your life? Danyan, what kind of life is that? Hong Yun, sister, you are here again. It's not a joke to take someone's life. If you repent again, I will go out to see my wife, and I will send you a brief invitation to make an appointment with him. Danyan.
这小贱人倒会放刁，羞人哒哒的，怎生去？红云有甚的羞，到那里只合着眼者。红崔英云去来去来，老夫人睡了也。但走科红云，俺姐姐语言虽是强，脚步儿早先行也。
This little bitch knows how to be naughty and shy, how could she be born? Hong Yun, I am so ashamed that I only close my eyes when I go there. Red Chuaying Yun, come and go, the old lady is asleep. Dan Zoka, Hong Yun, although my sister is strong in words, her steps are already good.
仙侣端正好，因姐姐愈精神，花模样，舞蹈断小叶思量。着一片痣，诚心盖抹了漫天谎。出画阁，向书房，李楚秀，赴高堂，学窃玉，试偷香，乌娥女，楚襄王。
Xian Lu dignity is good because my sister Jade has spirit and beautiful appearance. I think about it all day and night without interruption. A sincere heart covered up the lies. Leave the painting pavilion and go to the study, leave Chuxiu and go to Gaotang, learn to steal jade and try to steal incense. Wu Yi daughter, King Xiang of Chu.
楚襄王感先在阳台上。下第4本第1折，陌上云：昨红娘所遗之简，约小生今夜成就。这早晚出更近也。 不见来喝，小姐休说谎咱。人间良夜静复静。
King Chu Xiang dared to be on the balcony first. Part 2, the fourth book, the first fold, Mo's Hang Yun, the slip left. King Chu Xiang dared to be on the balcony first. Part 2, the fourth book, the first fold, Mo's Hang Yun, the slip left by the matchmaker yesterday made an appointment with Shaoxing to be fulfilled tonight. It's morning and evening, but I haven't seen you yet. Miss, don't lie to us. A good night in the world is quiet again.
天上美人来不来？仙侣点绛唇，伫立衔接，夜深相爱，横金界。潇洒书斋，闷沙读书客。混江龙，彩云何在？月明如月进楼台。僧归禅室，鸦噪庭怀。风弄竹声，则到金佩响。
Will the beauty from heaven come? Xian Lu, Dian Xiang lips, standing on the leisure steps, the fragrant mist fills the golden world in the late night. The cool and unrestrained study is boring for readers. Hanjianglong, where are the colorful clouds? The moon is as bright as the moon bathing the tower. Will the beauty from heaven come? Xian Lu, Dian Xiang lips, standing on the leisure steps, the fragrant mist fills the golden world in the late night. The cool and unrestrained study is boring for readers. Hanjianglong, where are the colorful clouds? The moon is as bright as the moon bathing the tower. When the monk returned to his Zen room, crows were noisy in the pagoda tree. The wind rustles the bamboo, and the golden pei rings.
月移花影，疑是玉人来。一旋旋夜眼，急嚷嚷情怀，身心一片，无处安排，则所呆达还已定门待。月月的表鸾信咬，黄犬应乖。小生一日12时，无一刻放下小姐。
The moon moves the shadows of flowers, and it is suspected that a beautiful woman has come. The mind is hanging over the eyes of the industry, the emotions are rushing, the body and mind are at a loss, and there is nowhere to arrange it, then the child is just waiting at the door. Yu Yu expressed his trust in Wan Yao, and the yellow dog sounded good. At 12 o'clock every day, the young man never let go of his lady.
你那里知道呵？油葫芦情思昏昏眼倦开，单枕侧，梦魂飞入楚阳台。早知道无名夜因他害，想当初不如不遇倾城色。人有过，必自责，勿惮改。我却待闲闲异色将心戒。
You know that? Oil gourd I feel dizzy and my eyes are tired. I sleep on my side, and my dream soul flies into the balcony of Chu. If I had known that Wu Minji would be harmed by him, would have thought that it would be better not to meet the beautiful woman. If you have made a mistake, you must blame yourself and don't be afraid to correct it. But I wait for the wise man to change his color, to be a warning.
怎禁他都得上心来？天下乐，我则所以定门手托腮，好着我难猜，来也拿不来。夫人行料应难离侧，望得人眼欲穿，想得人心越窄，多管是冤家不自在。若早晚不来。
How could he not be so interested in it? I just leaned against the door with my hands on my chin, but it was hard for me to guess. Are you coming or not? The wife's travel material should be difficult to leave. The more eyes you see, the more narrow your mind is. It makes your enemies uncomfortable to care too much. Well, I won't be here sooner or later.
莫不又是谎吗？那扎令他若是肯来，早身离贵宅；他若是到来，便春生必摘；他若是不来，似石沉大海。数着人脚步而行，已定窗门待，寄予多财，却踏之。
Could it be another lie? Na Zhaoling, if he is willing to come, he will leave your house early. If he comes, he will be born in a poor house. If he does not come, he will be like a stone sinking into the sea. Counting people's footsteps as I walk, leaning against the window to wait, sending a message to the talented people. Magpie stepping on the branches.
嫩的斑萼抢白，并不曾记心怀。波的歌一转星回，夜曲鸣来。空调眼色京津半载，这期间委实难挨。小姐这一遭若不来啊，寄生草安排着害，准备着抬。
He was so evil that he snatched the white woman, but he never kept it in his heart. When he changed his mind, the night went by and the morning came. The air conditioner has been blinking for half a year now, and it's been really hard to bear. If the lady doesn't come this time, parasite grass is planning to harm and prepare to carry it.
想着这一乡绅强把茶汤挨，则为这可憎才熬得心肠耐，半一片至诚心留的形还在。试着那4天台，打算半年愁，端地是太平车约有10余载。红上云，姐姐，我过去。
Thinking about this foreign land and being strong enough to endure the tea soup, it made my heart endure for this abomination, and my sincerity remained intact. I tried to worry about it for half a year in Tiantai, but it took about 10 years to carry the Taiping car. Hong Shangyun, sister, I'll go over there.
你在这里。红敲门柯，莫问云是谁。红云是你前世的娘。莫云小姐来吗？红云你接了亲诊者，小姐入来也。张生你怎么谢我？莫拜云小生一言难尽，寸心相报，为天可表。
You are here. Red knocking section, Maoyun, who is it? Hong Yun, I was your mother in the previous life. Mo Yun, is the lady coming? Hong Yun, you took the quilt and pillow, and the lady came in. Zhang Sheng, how can you thank me? Modern worship cloud. It's hard for Shaoxing to express his gratitude in words. Only God can express the repayment of his heart.
红云你放轻者，羞唬了他。红推蛋入云，姐姐你入去，我在门外等你。莫见但贵云，张拱有何德能？感劳神仙下降，知他是睡里梦里。村里亚谷猛见他可憎模样。
Hong Yun, if you take it easy, don't bluff him. Hong Tui Dan Ru Yun, sister, you go in, I'll wait for you outside the door. Kneel down at the end of the day. What kind of virtue and ability does Zhang Gong dare to trouble the gods to descend, knowing that he is sleeping and dreaming? Drums in the village, I suddenly saw his disgusting appearance.
小生那里病来，早医可9分不快。先前见责，谁曾望今宵欢爱？着小姐这般用心，不才张拱，何当跪拜？小生无宋玉般容，潘安般貌，子建般才，姐姐。
If a child gets sick, early treatment will be very unpleasant. I have seen my fault before, who hopes to have sex tonight. With the young lady's attentiveness, Zhang Gong should kneel down and worship her. Shaoxing is not as handsome as Song Yu, as beautiful as Panan, and as talented as Zijian, sister.
你则是可怜见为人在客。元和令绣鞋儿刚办差，柳腰儿够一诺，羞答答不肯把头抬，只将冤枕挨。云环仿佛坠金钗，偏移纠系而外。上马交，我将这纽扣松。
You are so pitiful as a guest. Yuan Yiling, the embroidered shoes have just been half removed, and the willow waist is enough to be picked up. She is shy and refuses to raise her head, and only holds the mandarin duck pillow against her. Yun Huan looks like a golden hairpin falling from her head, so it is better to wear her hair in a crooked bun. Shang Ma Jiao, I will loosen this button.
把履带而解，兰舍散忧斋。不良会把人尽害，太怎不肯回过脸来？圣葫芦，我这里软玉温香抱满怀。呀，软照到天台，春之人间花弄色。将柳腰款摆，画心轻钗。
Untie the strands. The orchids and musk deer disperse in the quiet room. Bad things will harm people. Why don't you turn around? Shingord, my arms are filled with the warm fragrance of nephrite here. Ah, Wanzhao went to the rooftop, and the flowers in the world became colorful in spring. Arrange the willow waste and take off the flowers.
露滴牡丹开，腰偏但站着些麻儿上来，雨水得和谐，嫩蕊交相叠自采。半推半就，又惊又爱，谈口问相塞。莫桂云谢小姐不弃，张拱今夕得就枕席，一日犬马之报。但云
The dewdrops and the peonies bloom. Yupian, but when you dip it in some sesame seeds, the fish and water will be harmonious, and the tender stamens will be fragrant, and the butterflies will enjoy them. Half pushing and half accepting, surprised and loved at the same time, the sandalwood mouth is fragrant and the cheeks are fragrant. Modern kneeling cloud, if Miss Xie doesn't give up, Zhang Gong will have to sleep on the mat tonight, and he will be rewarded in the future. Danyun.
切千金之躯，一旦弃之，此身皆托于足下，勿以他日见弃，使妾有白头之叹。莫云小生焉敢如此？莫看手帕科后庭花，春罗园银白，早见红香点嫩色。但云
This concubine's body of 1,000 pieces of gold will be abandoned once it is abandoned. This body is all under your feet, don't let it go if you see it one day, causing my concubine to sigh with gray hair. Mo Yun, how dare a young student do this? Finally look at the handkerchief department, backyard flower. Spring flowers are originally bright and white, and they have red fragrant spots and tender colors early on. Danyun.
羞人哒哒的看甚么？莫灯下偷经去，胸前着肉揣。畅听哉，浑身通泰，不知春从何处来。无能的张秀才，孤身西洛客，自从逢忍色，思量的不下怀，忧愁因间隔。
What are you looking at so shyly? And looking secretly under the lamp, with flesh on his chest. The hall is clean, the whole body is full of peace. I wonder where spring comes from. The incompetent Zhang Xiaocai is a lonely guest in Ziluoke. Ever since he met his lover, he has been thinking about it. He is worried because of the distance.
相思500画，谢方清不见责。柳叶儿，我将你做心肝般看待，点污了小姐清白。忘餐废寝舒心害，若不是真心耐，至诚癌，怎能够这相思苦尽甘来？清歌儿
There is no pretense in lovesickness. Xia Fangqing does not take responsibility. Lu Year, I treat you like a sweetheart, and you have stained the lady's innocence. Forgetting to eat, sleep, and feel comfortable. If we are not sincere and patient, how can we be so happy with this lovesickness?
成就了今宵欢爱，魂飞在九霄云外。投掷的见你多情小奶奶，憔悴形骸，瘦似麻秸。今夜和谐，犹自一猜。露滴相挨，风静衔接，月射书斋，云锁阳台，审问明白。
I have made love tonight, and my soul is flying in the sky. I went to see your affectionate little grandma, haggard and thin as straw. Tonight is harmonious, but I still doubt myself. The dewdrops are fragrant, the wind is quiet on the leisurely steps, the moon shines on the study, and the clouds lock the balcony. The interrogation makes it clear.
只疑是昨夜梦中来，愁无奈。但云我回去也，怕夫人觉来寻我。莫云我送小姐出来。寄生草，多风韵，推忍色。乍时相见叫人害，霎时不见叫人怪，歇儿的见叫人爱。
I just suspect it came from a dream last night, feeling helpless. Danyun, I'm going back because I'm afraid my wife will come looking for me. Mo Yun, I will send the lady out. Parasite grass has a rich charm and a very bright color. The first time they meet, they can be harmful to others. I just suspect it came from a dream last night, feeling helpless. Danyun, I'm going back because I'm afraid my wife will come looking for me. Mo Yun, I will send the lady out. Parasite grass has a rich charm and a very bright color. The first time they meet, they can be harmful to others. The moment they are gone, they can be strange, and the moment they can see each other, they can be loved.
今宵同会必杀除，何时重解香罗带？红云来拜你娘。张生，你喜也。姐姐，咱家去来。莫唱煞尾，春意透酥胸，春色横眉黛，剑却人间玉帛。杏脸桃腮，乘着月色。
We will meet with Bishacha tonight. When will we untie the Xianglua belt again? Hong Yun, come and worship your mother. Zhang Sheng, you are very happy. Sister, come to our house. Last singing, evil tale. The spring breeze penetrates the chest, the spring color crosses the eyebrows, but the jade silk in the world is cheap. Apricot face and peach cheeks, riding on the moonlight.
娇滴滴湖显得红白，下乡街，揽步苍苔，动人处弓斜凤头窄。叹邹生不才，谢多娇错爱。若小姐不弃小生，此情一心者，你是必破功夫明夜早些来。下第4本第2折。
Jiao Didihu looks red and white. Going down the fragrant steps, walking lazily on the green moss, the moving place has a narrow bow and a narrow shoe. I lament that Kuan was born without talent, but thank Dujiao for his misplaced love. If the young lady does not give up her niche and is single-minded in love, you will definitely make time to come early tomorrow night. Part 2. 4th Book, 2nd Fold.
夫人引来上云，这几日妾见莺莺语言恍惚，神思加倍，腰肢体态比向日不同，莫不坐下来了吗？来云，前日晚夕，奶奶睡了，我见姐姐和红娘烧香，半晌不回来。
Madam leads her to the clouds. In the past few days, I have noticed that Yingying's speech is in a trance. Her thoughts are doubled, and her waist and body posture are different from those in the past. Isn't it possible to do it? The night before yesterday, when my grandma was sleeping, I saw my sister and the matchmaker burning in. Madam leads her to the clouds. In the past few days, I have noticed that Yingying's speech is in a trance. Her thoughts are doubled, and her waist and body posture are different from those in the past. Isn't it possible to do it? The night before yesterday, when my grandma was sleeping, I saw my sister and the matchmaker burning incense, but they didn't come back for a long time.
我家去睡了。夫人云，这桩事都在红娘身上，换红娘来。来换红科，红云，哥哥换我怎么？来云，奶奶知道你和姐姐去花园里去，如今要打你哩。红云着，小姐，你带累我也。
I went to bed at home. Mrs. Yun, this matter is all on the matchmaker. Call the matchmaker. Why is my brother calling me? Grandma knows that you and your sister went to the garden, and now she wants to beat you. Red cloud, yeah. Miss, you are burdening me too.
小哥哥，你先去，我便来也。 红唤蛋科姐姐是发了也，老夫人唤我哩，却怎了？但云好姐姐，这该怎？红云娘啊，你做的引绣者，我道你坐下来也。但念月圆便有阴云蔽。
Little brother, you go first and I will come. Hong Wan Dan Ku, sister, something happened. The old lady called me, but what happened? Danyan good sister, cover us. Hong Yun, mother, you are a hidden beauty, I know you can do it. Once in a while the full moon is covered by clouds.
花发须教急雨催，红唱月调斗鹌鹑，择着你夜去明来，倒有个天长地久。不争你卧雨斜云，常使我提心在口。你则和待月披星，谁着你停眠整宿？老夫人心数多。
Huafa must be reminded of the heavy rain. Red sing. Yu Jiao, fighting quails, I will watch you from night to day, but it will last forever. I won't let you hold the rain and carry the clouds, which always makes me worried. You are accompanied by the moon and stars, who will keep you sleeping all night. The old lady has many thoughts.
情性骤，使不着我巧语花言，将没作有。紫花儿续着老夫人，猜那穷酸做了心绪，小姐做了娇妻，这小贱人做了牵头。俺小姐这些时春山低翠，秋水凝眸，别样的都秀。
My temperament means that if I don't use clever words and fancy words, I won't be able to do anything. Purple Flower Preface. The old lady guessed that the poor man became the new son-in-law, the young lady became the spoiled wife, and this little bitch became the leader. During these times, my young lady, the spring mountains are low and green, the autumn water is gazing at me, and I don't want to do anything else.
是把你裙带拴，纽门扣，比着你旧时肥瘦，出落的精神，别样的风流。但云红娘，你到那里小心回话者。红云，我到夫人处，必问这小贱人今宵夜。
Try to tie up your skirt and fasten your buttons. Compared to your old days, you will be fatter and thinner, more energetic and more elegant. Danyun, matchmaker, be careful of anyone who talks back wherever you go. Red Cloud, when I go to my wife's place, I will ask, this little bitch. Golden Banana Leaf.
我着你，但去处行间作首，谁着你已斗得胡行乱走？若问着此一节呵如何速修，你便所与他个知情的范由。姐姐，你受则理当，我图什么来？调笑令你袖为礼笑愁谬。
I will keep you in jail everywhere, but who will keep you wandering around like a fool? If you ask about this, how do you appeal? You can ask him for the reason of knowledge, sister, you deserve to be blamed, what do I want? Teasing order, you the embroidered curtains are designed to show the effect of preparation.
倒凤颠鸾百事有，我在窗儿外几层轻咳嗽，立苍苔将绣鞋儿冰透。今日个嫩皮肤，倒将粗棍抽。姐姐啊，俺这痛殷勤的这甚来有？姐姐在这里等着，我过去。说过啊。
Inverted Phoenix Dialuin Pepsi has. I coughed lightly outside the window several times, and the green moss froze my embroidered shoes. Today, my tender skin will be whipped with a thick stick. Sister, what is the reason for my being so attentive? Sister is waiting here, I will go over. I said it before.
休欢喜，说不过，休烦恼。红见夫人科夫人云：小贱人，为什么不跪下？你知罪吗？红贵云：红娘不知罪。夫人云：你故自口强里。若实说啊，饶你；若不实说啊。
Don't be happy, don't explain, don't worry. Hongjian Madam's section, Madam Cloud, little bitch, why don't you kneel down? Do you know your guilt? Red kneeling Cloud, the matchmaker does not know the crime. Madam said, you are talking too much. If you tell the truth, I'll spare you. If you don't tell the truth, I'll forgive you.
我只打死你这个贱人！谁着你和小姐花园里去来？红云不曾去，谁见来？夫人云：欢郎见你去来，上顾自推理。大磕红云夫人羞闪了手，且息怒停嗔，听红娘说：跪三抬。
I'll beat you to death, bitch. Who asked you and the lady to come and go in the garden? Hong Yun, if I haven't gone, who will come? Mrs. Yun, Huanlang saw you coming and going, so he recommended himself. Dake, Hong Yun, madam, don't dodge your hand, calm down your anger and listen to the matchmaker. Ghost Santai.
夜坐时停了针绣，供姐姐贤雄纠，说张生哥哥病久。咱两个背着夫人向书房问候。夫人云：问候啊，他说什么？红云：他说来，道老夫人事已休，将恩变为仇。
When I sat down at night, I stopped sewing, and my sister was busy investigating, saying that Zhangxing's brother had been ill for a long time. The two of us carried my wife on our backs and greeted her to the study. Mrs. Yun: when I sat down at night, I stopped sewing, and my sister was busy investigating, saying that Zhangxing's brother had been ill for a long time. The two of us carried my wife on our backs and greeted her to the study. Mrs. Yun: greetings, what did he say? Hong Yun: he said, the old lady has settled matters and turned kindness into hatred.
着小生半途喜便作忧。他道：红娘你且先行，娇小姐全时落后。夫人云：她是个子孩家，这她落后怎么？红唱秃丝儿，我则道神针法久，谁承望艳女应酬。
He said, matchmaker, you go first, teach young Lady Quan to fall behind. Mrs. Yun: he is a child, why should he be left behind? Hong Sing: bald boy, I will use Taoist acupuncture, who will look forward to the yen couple and yin couple.
他两个经金月余，则是一处素，何须你一一问缘由？圣药王他美不识忧，不识愁，一双心意两下头。夫人得好修，便好修，这其间何必苦追求？常言道，女大不中留。
The two of them have stayed together for more than a month. Why do you need to ask why? Holy Medicine King, he doesn't know sorrow, he doesn't know sorrow, and he casts his mind twice. If your wife has a good rest, she will have a good rest. Why bother to pursue her in the meantime? As the saying goes, women are not allowed to stay in college.
夫人云：这端事都是你个贱人。红云：非是张生小姐红娘之罪，乃夫人之过也。夫人云：这贱人倒指下我来，怎么是我之过？红云：信者人之根本，人而无信，不知其可也。
Madam said, this is all because of you bitch. Hong Yun: it's not Miss Zhangxing's matchmaker's fault, it's Madam's fault. Madam said, this is all because of you bitch. Hong Yun: it's not Miss Zhangxing's matchmaker's fault, it's Madam's fault. Mrs. Yun: this bitch pointed the finger at me. How could it be my fault? Hong Yun: belief is the foundation of human beings. If people don't have faith, they don't know what they can do.
大车无为，小车无误，其何以行之哉？当日君为普救，夫人所许退军者，以女妻之。张生非慕小姐颜色，岂肯区区见退军之策？兵退身安，夫人悔却前言。
A big cart has no openings, and a small cart has no bumps. How can it move? On that day when the Japanese army was encircling and rescuing the army, those whom my wife promised to withdraw should be married to their wives. Zhang Xingfei was not in the mood of Miss Mu, so how could he be willing to implement a mere retreat policy? The soldiers retreated to safety, but my wife regretted her preface.
岂得不为实信乎？既然不肯成就其事，只合筹之以金帛，令张生舍此而去，却不当留请张生于书院，使院女旷夫各项早晚窥视，所以夫人有此异端。
Isn't it a breach of trust? Since he refused to accomplish his task, he could only give him gold and silk as a reward, so that Zhang Sheng would leave here. But it is not appropriate to invite Zhang Sheng to the academy, so that the resentful daughter and husband can peep at each other morning and night, so the wife has this end.
目下老夫人若不惜其事，一来辱没相国家谱，二来张生日后名重天下，施恩于人，忍令反受其辱哉？使之官司，老夫人亦得治家不严之罪。官司若推其详，
If the old lady continues to do this, firstly, she will bring disgrace to the Prime Minister's family tree. Secondly, after Zhang's birthday, she will become famous all over the world and she will be kind to others, but she will endure orders and be humiliated instead. Even if there is a lawsuit, the old lady will also be guilty of lax management of the family. The details of the lawsuit will be detailed.
一知老夫人背义而忘恩，岂得为贤哉？红娘不敢自专，岂望夫人台谏？莫若恕其小过，成就大事，若之以去其污，岂不未尝辩乎？马郎秀才是文章魁首。
I also know that the old lady is disloyal and ungrateful. How can she be considered a virtuous person? The matchmaker didn't dare to be self-absorbed, so she begged her lady for advice. If she could not forgive her small faults and accomplish great things, but remove them to remove their stains, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Ma Langer, Xiuzai is the leader of the article.
姐姐是侍女班头，一个通彻三教九流，一个小进描鸾刺绣。腰偏室友，便修罢手，大恩人怎作敌头？其白马将军故友，斩飞虎叛贼草寇。洛思娘。
My elder sister is the leader of the class of ladies. One is proficient in all 3 religions and 9 streams, and the other is proficient in embroidery. Yepian, when the world is here, just rest and give up. How can a great benefactor become an enemy? Recruit an old friend of General Whitehorse and kill the flying tiger rebels and grass bandits. Luosi Nyang.
不争和张解元身伤毛友，便是与崔相国出乖弄丑，到底干连着自己骨肉，夫人所穷究。夫人云：“这小贱人也道得是，我不和养了这个不肖之女，待经官喝，殿入家门。”
If Bu Jing joins the Mao Yu business with Zhang Jiyuan, he is making a fool of himself with Cui Xianghua. Madam wants to find out whether it is connected to her own flesh and blood. Mrs. Yun, this little bitch is right. I am not fit to raise this unworthy daughter. Being an official is a disgrace to the family.
爸爸，俺家无犯法之男，再婚之女，与了这厮罢。红娘唤那贱人来。红箭弹云：“且喜姐姐。” 那棍子则是滴溜溜在我身上，斥我直说过了，我也怕不得许多。
Stop it. There are no criminals in my family, so my remarried daughter will marry this guy. The matchmaker calls that bitch over. Hong Jian Dan Yun, Qishi sister, the stick is dripping on my body, I said it straight away. I'm not afraid of much either.
夫人如今唤你来，待成何亲事？但云羞人答答的，怎么见夫人？红云娘跟前有什么羞？小桃红当日个月明才上柳梢头，却早人约黄昏后。
Madam calls you here now to get married. Dan Yun, how can you meet your wife if you are so shy? Hong Yun, what are you ashamed of in front of your mother-in-law? Little Tao Hong, the moon had just risen above the willow branches that day, but I had already made an appointment after dusk.
羞得我脑背后将牙儿趁着衫儿袖，猛凝眸看时节，则见鞋底加瘦。一个自情的不羞，一个哑声思怒。呸！那期间可怎生不害半心而羞？但见夫人柯，夫人云嘤嘤。
I was so ashamed that my teeth were lining the sleeves of my shirt on the back of my head. If you look hard at the season, you can see that the soles of the shoes are thin. One is chattering passionately, while the other is mute. Pooh! How can I not be ashamed of half a star? I was so ashamed that my teeth were lining the sleeves of my shirt on the back of my head. If you look hard at the season, you can see that the soles of the shoes are thin.
我怎生抬举你来？今日做这等的勾当，则是我的孽障，但怨谁的事？我带京官来，辱没了你父亲，这等不是俺相国人家的勾当。罢，谁似俺养女的不长进？红娘
How can I exalt you to do such a thing today? It is my evil obstacle, no one can blame you. I waited for the magistrate to come and humiliated your father. This is not what I do as a prime minister. Stop it. Who is like my adopted daughter who doesn't make progress? Matchmaker. How can I exalt you to do such a thing today? It is my evil obstacle, no one can blame you. I waited for the magistrate to come and humiliated your father. This is not what I do as a prime minister. Stop it. Who is like my adopted daughter who doesn't make progress?
书房里唤将那禽兽来，红唤莫柯，莫云小娘子唤小生作甚吗？红云你的事发了也，如今夫人唤你来，将小姐配于你里。小姐先招了也，你过去。莫云小声惶恐。
Call the beast from the study. Hongwan Mok, Moyun, what does the little lady call Shaoxing for? Hongyun, what happened to you has happened, and now Madam calls you to match the young lady with you. The young lady has taken the initiative, so you can go over. Mo Yun, Shaoxing is hesitant and afraid.
如何见老夫人？当初谁在老夫人行说来？红云休养小心，过去便了。腰偏既然漏，怎甘休？是我相投手，俺家里陪酒陪茶到罗教。你休愁，何须约定通媒垢？
How to meet the old lady? Who said it in the old lady's business? Hong Yun, stop pretending to be careful, just pass by. Yuppian, how can we rest if we have leaked? It's me who agrees with you. I'd rather have wine and tea at my house. Don't worry, why do you need to agree to a media meeting?
我弃了部属不收，你原来苗而不秀。呸！你是个银样蜡枪头。莫见夫人柯，夫人云好秀才啊，岂不闻非先王至德行不敢行？我待送你去官司里去来，恐辱没俺家谱。
I gave up the plan and refused to accept it. You turned out to be seeking but not showy. Pooh! You are a silver bullet head. Mo jian fu fu ku, fu jian fu ku, fu jian fu yun. You are such a scholar, don't you hear that? I dare not practice anything other than the virtues of the late king. I'm going to send you to court, and I'm afraid it will disgrace my family tree.
我如今将茵茵与你为妻，则是俺三辈不招白衣女妹，你明日便上朝取婴去。我与你养着媳妇，得官啊，来见我；伯洛休来见我。红云张生早则喜也。东元乐。
Now I will marry Ying to you, but I will never marry a charming woman in white for 3 generations. You will go to court tomorrow to get your wife. I have a daughter-in-law with you. If you get an official position, come to see me. If you are dismissed, don't come to see me. Hong Yun, Zhang Sheng was happy early.
相思是一笔勾，早则展放，从前眉而皱，美爱忧欢恰动头。既能够张生，你去物的斑可喜娘牌也要人销售。夫人云：明日收拾行装，安排果酒。
A stroke of love, will soon let go of the wrinkled brows, and the beautiful love and joy will just move the head. Since it is possible, Zhang Sheng, the happy mother-in-law Panger who you are so jealous of has to be tolerated. Madam Yun, pack your bags tomorrow and arrange fruit wine.
请长老一同送张生到10里长亭去。但念既与西河堤畔柳，安排青眼送行人。同夫人下红唱收尾，来时节画堂箫鼓鸣春昼，列着一对鸾交凤友。
Please ask the elders to send Zhang Sheng to the Chongting Pavilion 10 miles away. Dan Mian, send a message to the willows on the west bank of the river, and arrange a green eye to see off the passers-by. Exit the same lady, Red Sing. And, when the season comes, the flutes and drums in the hall are played in the spring day, and a pair of Luan are lined up to make friends with the phoenix.
那期间才受你说没红。